Okay, so I have my mic on, you all have your mic on. What does it sound like?
Hello? Why are you not popping up?
No echo.
No echo?
That's what I'm getting.
Ooh boy! Ooh boy! Please no echo.
My phone is freaking the fuck out. Hold on.
Okay, I have something possibly figured out. I'm just going to need a little bit more information than what's on here.
Okay.
And then before we commit to it, I'm going to do
Hey,
some
could you stop
actual,
freaking out?
see if I can
My
find
God.
anything about people that stream with multiple mics and how they have their computers built.
Yeah, that would be that would be great. Because I know how to do it with one mic. The thing
We
is
sound good.
I don't know how to do it with multiple mics. And what is that ATEM that your dad has? Didn't you say that was a mixer?
You can
Yeah,
stream
we're
directly
good.
from the ATEM.
So, we're good?
Yep.
So, if we technically do that...
You made it. I'd have to bring it back in. We'd have to figure it
Well,
out.
yeah.
It's just, I don't think it's going to be able to... He told me 3 mics, or 3 cameras, 2 mics.
We'll see...
Is what I believe what he said it will do.
So 3 cameras, 2 mics?
3 cameras, 2 mics.
Right, which is
So
fine.
what
We can still run off of this setup. I
Yep.
think it still works for us right now. And we can always still run the cameras through my computer. It's just the mics are what's most important.
That's something we could always... I can always bring that back in and try.
That would be great. Okay, anyway. So as long as we're not echoey and I don't have to cry anymore, we had 10 people, but it's fine because we don't now, but it's fine. Oops. I turned my music off because I'm an idiot. Nope, it's still there. Okay. Alright.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my gosh! We were doing so well. I'm so sad. Anyway.
That's fine.
Okay. I think it should be fine. Leaving it the way it was, and then like unless, do you think that I should go back?
Let's just do a fresh restart.
Okay. No?
Let's just
Yeah.
jump in.
No, we need it
wanna
for
get
the
murdered.
VOD.
Well, we do need it for the VOD. I guess that's true. Okay, so then I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Ciao, miss.
VODs.
Freak. The only problem is the music, and I don't have the Stream Deck plugged in, so I'm gonna have to do all this manually.
I don't know why my phone is freaking out.
Here's what I'll do. I'm just gonna. Ooh, the VOD's gonna be really messed up if I don't do this correctly. Okay. So we might have to, which,
Do I need to update Twitch? I bet I do.
I can figure out.
Couldn't. Okay.
Huh?
Never mind. I was just gonna say, couldn't you snippet the opening from the first go? Snap it onto the
edit
front.
That's what I'm
this.
thinking, because we're gonna have to do that anyway, because the music I can't play from the Stream Deck,
Yeah,
so it's
that's
not gonna
fine.
be. Yeah, so I think we'll just have to.
I will do my little magic fingers editing, and it'll be fixed.
Okay, so after all of that stress, let's
Alright.
just do this.
Feel free to donate, please.
Oh.
Yes,
boy.
because I just looked up what we need, and it's going to be...
Oh, we're trying so hard. Oh, goodness. I'm sweating. Anyway, what happened last time? When I said today that I wanted it to be spicy, I didn't mean in this way. So anyway, what happened last time? We, as a recap, we were traveling and we made it to a town.
Well, there was some interesting
I don't know
stuff before that
why.
town.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Can I listen on your phone? Because I don't know why mine is being weird and stuttery.
So, at the beginning, we bathed Tyrall is what happened, right?
Yeah.
We did all of that.
Yours
There was-
also being
Oh,
weird and stuttery.
Almost...
Are we just weird and stuttery?
I don't hear any stutter. But yeah, we bathed Tyrall.
We bathed Tyrall.
He fell on Aymer.
He almost crushed Aymer. We made it to a town after some physical
fun.
therapy with Tyrall and Cyrus. We made it to a town where we stayed overnight. stayed overnight. During the night, Cyrus and Tyrall were in separate rooms, and then Brock and Aymer were in their own room together. And Brock asked Aymer a couple of questions about the gods themselves. Like, we know Tyrall follows Odin, and you follow Baldur. Like, what's that like, or whatever. And they had a cute little moment about that, where Tyrall sat outside the door and tried to listen in and made fun of Aymer for talking about Baldur. But then during the night, around midnight, 1 a.m.
I can hear someone's little face.
That's mine. I'm sorry. I thought I wrote it down.
So during the night, you all heard a scream, and you were like, "Ayo!" And Aymer had a completely different reaction to that. He immediately went into like a weird feral mode because he hadn't been sleeping at all. And Cyrus and Brock went out to see what the screaming was about. Once they were outside, some of the townspeople explained that what had been happening recently was some of the townspeople had been taken by something, but they didn't really exactly know what. You all investigated and noticed that it was 2 children taken. Didn't look like there was any forced entry in any sort of way, but there was a little bit of blood. Brock did a little sniff and noticed that it was definitely more kid blood, but there was something mixed with it. Once you found out what it all was, you told Tyrall. Tyrall was like, "Oh, children, gotta go," even though he was completely still incapacitated, basically. He could hardly lift his hammer up. He had a tiny little dinky crossbow. And Aymer was not in the right headspace. Completely feral blown, pretty much. But Tyrall got all of his armor on, and you all decided to go into the forest to try to that was on the backside of this town, to try to see what was going on. Once you all started to walk in, Aymer just kept going, because Aymer was in instinctual mode and just kept going. Brock was sniffing the area, and you all came later upon what were these weird, disembodied, spectral, sort of weird white faces. It looked like masks. They looked like humans if they were not human. Yeah.
Human
they were doing a
adjacent.
weird hypnotic dance pattern thing to try to hypnotize you in some way, and it did not work. So, you all, actually Aymer specifically is the one who started the whole thing. Since he was feral, Cyrus tried to bring him back, didn't work. He did like a backflip sort of on...
Kick him on the ground?
Yeah, on Cyrus, and then just pounced on these things. You all noticed that instead of being weird monsters, they were just a weird dragon that was smaller than a normal dragon, but also definitely a weird dragon, that are called blood spitters, that I did not make. I got from a Facebook group that I saw. I did tweak them just a little bit, but not my creation, so if anybody sees this who did make it, you're a genius, and I love that idea. And you fought them. Aymer very nearly died. Aymer was at 4 hit points. He very nearly died. But was saved because Tyrall said a prayer to Odin, and Brock gave him a healing potion. And Brock chased down one of the last ones as far as he could. But they all managed to get away. You all couldn't recover anything from the children.
We recovered
but like
a shoe and a teddy bear.
Yeah, like a house shoe and a teddy bear. And on your on your way back into the town, you explained that to the mother and father of the children, and you had a funeral for them, where you sang praises to Odin, and Aymer actually helped as your little friar boy. You all helped out a little bit with the townspeople to see, because they had mentioned that they were getting a little sick from some of the foods, so you all took time to check out what their sick looked like based on what the Viscount had asked you to do. And then after that, when you realized, yeah, they're sick, and unless you were going to stay for another week or so, you couldn't tell what the symptoms were and how fast they reacted. So you decided to head out, and on your way out, Brock gave a name that the group had no idea was going to be named, and did the cutest thing ever and did Aymer's vow, which is so cute, it makes me want to cry. Aymer did cry, actually. And now that is where we are at.
Mm-hmm.
We are on the road again.
Yes.
Do we need to do our...
Yes, you
Truths
can
and
go
lies?
ahead and do your 2 truths and 2 lies. Give me just a moment to write them down. You all, we'll do Brock first.
Are you going to explain to the audience?
Yes,
What-
I mean, it's really just for
what?
us, but I had them, and I wanted to do this way before we started this, but I had absolutely forgotten because there was so much else that I was putting together. For roleplay purposes, I like to give the players something to do specifically for roleplay instances where their character, the player, tells 2 lies and 2 truths about their character, but they don't tell anybody what those 2 truths and 2 lies are. Like, they don't say, this is the truth and this is the lie. You just have to assume, because it's kind of like rumors in a way, and so it just kind of helps intrigue people about your character. So they're going to do that now, since we're still kind of early-ish into the campaign. So, Brock, if you would like to go first for me.
Yes. During Brock's escape, he killed multiple guards and to get away. Brock also stole a relic from a museum. It was very pretty. And Brock also helped hide another runaway.
That's
Oh,
3. Where's the 4th one?
And then there was a different relic that Brock had acquired in his journey.
All these are so plausible.
Yep, that's the whole point. And that doesn't mean that your character necessarily knows it. It just adds intrigue to you as a person. That way you can be like, no, I kind of want to ask some... It sparks more for your character to want to roleplay, pretty much.
Ugh.
Who's going next?
I'll go next. Tyrall will go next. So, I did not choose to be a priest of the Circle of Odin. I was forced into it. On most nights, I would go out to feed my addiction of gambling and still feed that addiction. I've told you all that I am a priest, but maybe I'm not just a priest. Maybe I'm an elder. Certainly could be old enough to be getting there. And as much as I like the holy healing powers of Odin, we all know that the aspects of the other gods came from him. And some of those powers are a little deeper and darker and could be used to more glory and grace of him in those instances.
Lauren
I'm getting them time to write.
And I aspire to unlock those powers.
Grace. Ooh. Oh, freak. Tyralls are good. I am just biased about Tyrall, though, so that's fine. Anyway.
At a counter.
Ugh!
What?
So at
No!
a counter.
Leave me alone!
I really need to go back and keep up with that. Mine are far less interesting. I had an imaginary friend when I was a kid.
That's so cute. Sorry, go ahead.
Huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
My scythe was specifically designed for me. I am the only snow leopard in Iakar. and I have traditional dance training.
That's cute. I like that idea. That's cute.
Once again, another one of those. Could all be plausible.
Yep. Yep.
If all of our people come back. No, they just all hate us.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, whatever. It is what it is. And I can give you ones for Aymer. I did not write any ones down. I can give you ones for Aymer, or you can just not. That's up to you.
Aymer's going to tell us in the future anyways.
Okay, so is that a yes or a no that you want him for no?
No.
Okay. Just making sure. Not that I necessarily care. He's my character, I know everything about him anyway, so... okay, so now that we've done that, now, let's get into this. So, we're traveling, correct? That is the last thing we did.
We set off from the town.
Correct. So, who is driving? Tyrall is pretty much fully healed at this point. The only thing is Tyrall's eye is still only bandaged. That's it. Nobody's really
And
looked
I
at
still
it.
have one level of
We can't do anything
exhaustion.
with it.
Yeah, you still have one level of exhaustion.
And I'm
And
still grabbing things funny.
yeah, other than Aymer healing it to make sure it doesn't get infected or anything, nothing's
not just
been
pouring
done to
blood?
it. Yeah, nothing's been done to it. And he does change out the bandages for you.
He takes care of me.
He does, and
My
he's
little
really
friar boy.
yeah, and he's really good at it. And he's very gentle and very, very, very sweet about it. And he'll be like, "I apologize for beating you up while you were incapacitated, but also you almost tried to flatten me." So,
Fair enough, Aymer. Fair enough.
but he's very good and very, very gentle with it. So he will change that as regularly as it needs. But that will need to be looked at, or else it will get worse. Like
Yeah.
it will get infected at some point if an actual cleric doesn't look at it. Are you a doctor?
Can you see
I'm
yourself?
an actual cleric.
Yeah, you're a war priest
I have.
with the undertone of cleric. You're not a doctor.
You're not a medic.
You're not a doctor. We're talking about doctoral clerics. We're talking about nurses. We're not talking about people who cleanse the earth of unholy spawn.
It's the same
So-
as cleansing an infection.
He said no. And the Bifrost cleansing right in my eye.
As I
That'll
lose the
take
other
care of
eye
it.
from doing it.
Yeah. No, you need an actual doctor.
Oh man.
Aymer's the closest thing that you all have to an actual medic on the team.
Yes.
So, no.
And our capabilities are
Your
limited.
title is cleric, but it's not that same type of cleric. We're talking about like
I can heal you on the battlefield, but I can't stop your staph infection.
exactly. So,
I'm gonna die from an infection.
that's so funny.
That's what the backup
So-
doctors are
He's not done yet.
It's always made that noise.
Really?
for. Not always, no.
No.
I've always heard it each session. Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard it.
I've never heard it. Anyway, so
you
we are
hearing things,
currently
Matt?
traveling. Who is driving? Obviously not Tyrall because his
Can't
depth
see.
his depth perception's real bad.
It's probably obviously Cyrus.
Okay.
If it's during the day, then it's Cyrus.
So
Tyrall's chilling in the back.
what do you all? What are some specific things that you all would like to do? Because you are going to, I'm assuming, keep traveling.
And we're gonna travel. Well,
We're
no,
traveling
we need
the
to
farm.
travel to the farm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Right
the,
outside
the
of town.
farm is pretty much maybe.
It was like an on the way
It's like-
situation.
Yeah, it's
from
like
what I
a
recall.
20-30 minute cart ride. And it's pretty far away from the town itself. They specifically designed it that way.
They got
But it
land.
is like a wheat field with then there's like a cornfield and there's specific farm areas. You notice that they don't have a lot of livestock. And you're assuming because of those dragons.
Also because that's the only safe food really to eat.
Yeah. And there's like a little tiny dinky farmhouse, but that's about it. On this large plot of land, and it's more of like a rolling hill sort of It's really pretty though. It's backed by that forest that has followed alongside the scenery as you've been going. So
how are we wanting to approach them?
Oh, well, considering everything that's been going on and how we all interact with people, I'd normally say
considering how we all interact with people.
Aymer would be the best one to go up and approach, but after seeing the feralness last night, I don't know if that's the best idea.
We all kind of pan over to Aymer.
So, unfortunately, Cyrus, it's going to have to be one of us or both of us.
Well, I mean... Oh,
Aymer, you
all
charged
right.
into a forest on all fours and did not come back out of it until somebody healed you from almost being dead.
Oh, well, I'm
Which
fine
we will not.
now.
We will not be doing that again.
Oh, well,
Unless more
that's
children are
hardly-
taking, we will be doing that again.
That's hardly an option.
I'm talking about the almost dying part.
Oh,
We're
yes.
not
Correct.
doing that again.
Correct.
No.
No, we're not almost dying
not-
again.
I'm not going to do that. on
Unless somebody
purpose.
finds me a very large diamond, we're not doing that again.
Oh, well,
It's on,
it's
on
not.
my list.
I didn't do it on purpose. It just kind of happens. All right. Well, listen. I'm just saying. I'm fine now, so it's not like I can't. You know what? Fine. I'll just stay here with Brock, and he just kind of like pats Brock's face, like his little snoot.
Brock rummages through his pockets and Brock has these, and he holds
Is it
out
like
two
pebbles?
rubies.
Ooh.
Aren't those the
Would that work?
Are these?
Are those the
I'm
necromancy
I'm-
eyeballs?
Are these
Yes.
the eyes?
Oh. No, we're not.
Brock. I don't. That might do the opposite of what I need something to do. Just to be honest with
I think
you.
that would do the opposite. Yes.
But they are very beautiful, and
Yes, that's why Brock took them.
keep them around for me, please. They
Okay.
could come in handy.
Brock, why don't I teach you how to read a little bit more while they're gone?
But first, before we do that, I do need Brock's assistance.
Oh.
Can you
But
help
you
me
can
get?
walk. You can walk again.
No,
you can go
but-
party on your own.
We're not gonna party, Brock. I don't want somebody opening up the door to a knock and see. He just gestures to himself in all of his plate armor. This as the first thing. Can you help me get it off?
Yes.
Thank you. Just oh.
We don't see enough of Tyrall without his armor on.
Can I take him the
No,
armor
no.
off?
Cyrus has seen enough.
Oh.
Cyrus has seen enough.
Well.
Cyrus has seen enough.
When I say we, I mean the narrative we, not
Seen
the.
it all.
I mean the narrative we.
Yeah, you all have seen it all. He has
That's
nothing
the flux
left
of
to
a
bear.
lifetime.
You all have cleaned him thoroughly
Yeah.
when he couldn't
No,
move.
the party has seen enough of Tyrall naked.
Yeah. So he's
No
just
roleplays.
back in his normal priest garb that he wears underneath the armor. You all don't
Which,
remember
by the
what that
way,
is?
unless you've specifically, and Aymer's really good at this, so at some point if you had asked him, or maybe he inquired it for you, because your sleeves were still burnt.
Well, I bought spares.
Oh,
at,
did you?
At,
Of course
the, at the clothing place.
He did.
Buy
They're,
spares for...
they're not the full priest garb, but
Okay.
they're like the same
Similar
trimming, but it's more like the
Oh
frat
yeah,
boy
you
polo.
did.
Yes,
Yeah,
but do you
did.
want to? I mean, because Aymer can still just like snip and make your short sleeves shorter. That's up to you. Because it's really just like
I'm
your
going
sleeves
to
that are more
leave.
burnt up.
I'm going to leave one of the spare shirts that I left. Hey, Aymer, I'm going to change into one of these. Could you cut the fabric out of this and repair my sleeves?
I
I kind of need them long so that way, I don't chafe from the armor.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
That makes sense,
it's
actually.
not. He's. You can see that he's like internally cringing. He's like, it's not the same fabric.
Just
I don't.
until we get somewhere. It's going to be covered 90% of the time. I only wear my armor all the time.
Yeah. I can do that. It's
And I
fine.
promise, whenever we get to an actual town with a tailor, we'll get the best fabric that we can to match.
Please, Balder, please. Yes. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I can do that. Just take it off and I'll fix it for
Okay,
you.
I'll
And
button,
so, yeah.
hand it to you, hand you a shirt, and whenever he hands it to you, it's not directly in front of your hand.
He's like, here you go.
There you go.
It's like a good 3 or 4 inches off.
And you keep trying to, I'm assuming you keep trying to correct it. And the name was like,
just stop.
stop.
Okay. Man, it's going to take some time to get used to.
Yeah.
Throw the frat boy polo on that's still black with the gold trimming. He'll readjust his little white collar.
And you just see Aymer sitting in the back of the car with one of his legs crossed over the other, just sewing away.
All right. I'll be back. There shouldn't be any trouble, but I'm going to leave the shield and the warhammer here just in case. I don't want to spook them.
Yeah, because any of us can pick that up. Sure, thanks.
Should I?
I
this
think
off?
yeah.
Yeah, we should probably go unarmed.
I think that both of you go. We'll watch the cart. I mean, you're right there. It's just a few yards.
Very reluctantly takes the scythe off and just kind of
Sets it down.
And Aymer Brock hands you he specifically opens it and turns to the very back where he had that story and is like, you're going to read for me while I do this, and he hands it to you. There's nothing in there. No, but it's fine. There's nothing. There's nothing in it. I was gonna write a story last night, but we were having a conversation and I got sidetracked. But
this is so interesting.
Yeah. Don't turn to any of the pages. Just read that one. Don't. Okay.
Immediately flipped.
Oh, don't.
And then Brock's holding it and he goes, oh.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. Right.
Brock understands.
Good. You're learning. At least you knew it was upside down, right? So, there you go, buddy. And you just hear him going, bye.
Tyrall's going to look at it and just go, so much better than I did. All right, Cyrus, let's go see if we can get a hold of one of these farmers real quick.
Alright.
All right, Tyrall's going to walk up to the front door. We're going to stand up straight.
Which that does actually sound fine on the recording. When
So I
you
did
get
it.
done. Yeah, but anyway, go ahead. And you hear some clattering from inside, like a ting 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 ting, and you hear a disgruntled, what sounds like a woman's voice, but you can't exactly make out what she's saying. And then you just hear a grumpy boom boom boom, and the door opens.
I'm going to let you take the lead on this.
Sounds fair enough. All
And
right.
it's as the door opens, it's an older, shorter gentleman. I mean, when I say older, I mean you're like, how is this guy still alive? Because he's a human, so, and he's old.
I see.
Ancient.
and he's like, what do you want?
We're traveling through. We were just at the town down the road. They said that people are getting sick, and I don't know if you know, but I am a priest of Odin.
He does not look impressed.
Yep.
He looks grumpy, and you can hear his wife nagging in the background. Like, I mean, they don't seem too pleasant.
I was just wondering if me and my group here could go around the crops and maybe look for anything that could be causing any sickness. And if you're okay, I'd like to ask you 1 or 2 questions. If you've noticed anything weird happening with your food or livestock.
Is this dude tiny?
I mean, yeah, and he's kind of
They're
hunched
looking
over.
down at him.
He's not nearly as short as Aymer, but he is shorter than at least Cyrus, who is not short, but I mean an average height.
So
for
he's
a
not
man.
up to my knee. Got it.
Correct.
Like Aymer.
He's definitely correct. He's definitely a hunched over older man, so he's probably maybe 5'7" or something. So he's shorter than both of you, but not short.
No.
And he's leaned over, and he has like a pitchfork sort of thing that he kind of leans on. And he's like, so you want to look at my crops thinking I'm doing something to them, huh?
No, I don't think it's anything you're doing. Because, honestly, this isn't the only place having some issues. So we just want to make sure that nobody's meddling with anything that you may not be noticing.
We've heard of a few rumors here and there.
And what are you? He just...
Oh my god.
he just looks at you. What are you?
You
say you're a priest of Odin, you're one of those dumb high elves. What are you?
A part of his group?
Yeah, with the tail and all of that. What is all that? And then you hear from the background, Papa, don't give them such a hard time. And you see come from around the corner
It's
a
like talking with my grandfather.
you see come from
Cyrus
around
looks so unfathomably uncomfortable right
from,
now.
from around the corner she's probably like maybe 5'6", 5'7". She's a little bit shorter. I mean that's average height for a woman. Let's say she's 5'6". And she's wearing more peasant-y robes, right? So she has like the white linen underdress, and she has the pretty corset tie dresses on over top of it. She has her hair kind of pulled back, and it's very curly. Actually, it's red hair. It's very curly red hair. She's got some freckles. She's a very naturally pretty person, and you can tell she's got actually half-elf ears. And she's like, I'm so sorry. My name's Delilah. This is my father. He's older, and he's just grumpy. I'm so sorry. Papa, go on. And he's like, blah, blah. He just kind of shuffles away, and you can tell that when he's walking, he's literally shuffling.
Oh.
And he's got, and I don't know if like anybody would have noticed, but he has house shoes on. He doesn't even have like actual shoes. He's got house shoes on. And he just kind of shuffles away, and you can hear again the wife nagging him in the background still, and he's like, "Shut up, Margaret!" and just keeps walking. And then Delilah's like, "Oh my, I'm so sorry. Well, what were you saying you were here for?"
Tyrall's face is like bright red. He's like, we just want to know if we can look around the farm.
Sarah's like, what the fuck is going on with you?
There's any
the crops.
Yes, the crops. The issues with the people getting sick. We want to look around for that.
Oh, that's fine. We can do that. Yeah. So I
sorry
heard...
to bother you about it. We know
Oh.
it's unusual.
That's all right. I mean, we've been having issues with that sort of stuff anyway. I didn't expect anybody to actually come and check anything out, but of course, yeah, if you want to follow me. And she kind of goes out and goes around, and as you all are walking, she's just a little bit ahead of you, and she looks back at both of you, and she's like, so, you said you were travelers? You said, what was your name?
My name is Cyrus Athna.
And what's your name again?
Tyrall.
I can't get that. That's the cutest thing. He's like, Tyrall. That's so funny. And she's like, well, it's wonderful to meet you both. Again, I'm so sorry for Papa. He just kind of has a bad attitude now. I'm really the one that takes care of most of the crops at the moment. With him and Mama fighting all the time, it just kind of doesn't really work well right now. But if you want to follow me around here, I'll show you the wheat fields and stuff, because apparently that's mostly what's getting people sick. As far as I know, nothing really weird has been happening, like, off and on, anything new that I've noticed when I'm doing the crops. But I mean, there was a couple of new flowers that were popping up, but I didn't think anything about it. Sometimes we get new lilies every now and then, and
Could we see these flowers?
Sure, they're right over here. And she takes you around more to the back,
Is
where
it
it's
the
kind of
little pinky purpley?
It is indeed.
I knew it.
It is indeed the new little sparky boys.
Tyrall's gonna see it, bend down, and pluck it.
Little shock?
Yeah. And she kind of leans down as you go to pick it up. She kind of leans down a little bit closer to you to kind of look at the flowers. She's like, see, I mean, but they're really pretty, and I didn't think anything about it. And I hadn't plucked any myself or anything, so...
Cyrus just kind of, like, looks over Tyrall like a... We know where we saw these. Should we mention it?
Are these flowers throughout the entire field?
No, like I said, there's just a couple popped up. I didn't think anything necessary. You know, usually when there's like an invasive species, you would think that there's something weird going on, but there's nothing really weird. It just popped up here and there, and I just thought they were a new flower. Like I said, we get a new lily every now and then, or a new orchid, something interesting, you know. I just thought it was nature doing its thing.
Tyrall's gonna bend down, and like where the flowers are, the wheat in between it, is the wheat actually like at harvest? Or
Yeah.
So it's ready to be harvested?
I mean, it's popping up, like it's about to be, but it's not
Okay.
at the point where it is ready to be harvested.
He's going to take a handful and just rip them out of the ground.
Oh, and she's like, oh, well.
And then he's going to set them off to the side and just with his hands just start digging around the flowers.
Oh, all right.
Is there any... How far do the roots go on these flowers?
On those flowers, they keep going. They're deep rooted. She's just like, oh, well, I mean, I could have given you some supplies. You didn't have to do that.
I don't think we need any supplies yet, but it would probably be a good idea not to sell or eat the wheat around these flowers.
Okay.
If at all possible, I would perhaps try to get rid of the flowers if you can.
I mean, yeah, I can do that. I just hate that. They're so pretty.
Tyrall's just digging to see how big the roots are and see if they intertwine with each other.
As you're doing that, because she has like the little pockets in her dress, and she kind of just pulls out. Just, well, those might be too big for your hands, or too small for your hands. Here, these are Papa's gloves. I'd keep them on me just in case. And she just hands them to you.
So Tyrall just avoiding contact.
He's like,
just takes them from her, puts them on, goes back to digging.
She's a sweet little Southern girl. She just makes sure her hand is cupped right under yours and hands them to you. There you go.
Thank you.
He's like,
Just goes back to digging. He's trying to unearth the one flower with its entire root system.
one of the smaller one of the flowers with its entire root system. Yeah, nobody.
They just keep on.
You're gonna have to keep going.
Intermingling with all the other ones.
Yeah.
He's gonna do that until he finds intermingled roots between 4 flowers.
Okay.
Cyrus, we need to find where these flowers stop and check there.
Where they stop?
Where we stop seeing them and go to the last line of the flowers.
He'll stand up, brush the dirt off his pants, and meerkat. Just gonna look around.
Are you looking? I mean, if you want to make.
He's looking to see if there's kind of like
where the flowers actually stop.
Yeah, like if there's like a clear.
I mean,
line, quote unquote.
It's not like an obvious line. I mean, it grows naturally.
Yeah.
So there's not anything.
It's not like
that
a
looks
migrating wave kind of thing.
Not really. They just look naturally grown.
Then
I
will
like speckled here and there. There's
find
some
a spot
in around the crops. There's some a little bit outside the crops. I mean, there's not. It's not obvious. They look like a naturally growing flower.
I'll try to find a spot that's pretty much clear of the flowers, and then kind of work my way towards where like a bunch is.
Are you trying to like dig and find something? or are
No,
you just looking?
he's kind of just like surface looking. So from where they're at, he's going to go to like a really clear spot, and then he's going to backtrack to where he starts to see flowers.
It's not very clear because they're just. I mean, that would be like trying to go out and see exactly where all of the violets are, right? Like it doesn't look like a planted flower where you can see the origin point.
I know, but usually like with the violets outside, like you can walk until you like start to hit them because they're in patches.
So
do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's trying to look for the end of the roots, so he has to like walk until you start seeing them.
So they don't come past the house. So if you walked from the beginning of the house, start going to the crops, it's more near the end of the crops and going into the forest.
Okay.
It's sprinkled here and there. Again, there's no definite line. It looks very naturally grown. So it's not something that just
So they're throughout the
randomly.
whole field of wheat?
Here and there.
Okay.
I will relay my findings.
They're like I said, they're more towards the back, kind of decorated here and there. And then off into the plain a little bit, and then off into the distance between the grass distance between the edge of the tree line and the wheat, because the wheat doesn't back up directly into the forest. There's some grassland between the two, and so it kind of decorates into that, and it kind of goes into the forest. But again, there's no definite line. It's like, here's a patch, here's like 3 or 4, here's a couple, and then they kind of go into the forest a little bit. So it's not like an obvious understanding of how or where or what. And are you still digging, Tyrall?
No, I've stopped to wait to see if Cyrus can find any definite end to the flowers in the field.
And I come back and I relay my findings.
All right.
So nothing particular, no.
Delilah,
Yes.
have any of your cattle been getting sick? I understand the disappearing cattle. We've tried to take care of that.
Yeah, those creepy dragon things keep coming out and getting them, and I have to kind of get the nasty things back, but I try not to mess with them too much because they're a little bit scary.
You
Understandable.
fought with them.
One or two.
Tyrell will look away and say, all right, duly noted.
Really high pitch. All right, got it.
Duly noted. Could we see what you feed the cattle?
Yeah, of course.
Sarah's just like, what? Focus out.
Yeah, he takes the armor off and suddenly he's a little girl. It's crazy. She leads you to a very small, obviously ramshackled barn, but there's like 2 or 3 cows in there, maybe a horse or 2, some chickens. And when she walks in, all the chickens kind of gather around her. She's like, "Shoo, go on, get!" And she's kind of waving them off. And she goes over to like this cotton bag that she has, and a lot of it looks like oats, and she kind of picks up just like with her hands a handful and kind of shows them to you, and she's like, they're just naturally grown oats that I kind of mingle myself so that I can make sure that I weed out some of the bad things, which is why the meat's doing so well right now, because when I wash them, it does this weird, like the wheat for instance, when I wash them it does this weird thing, when I'm doing the oats and the wheat, before I put them into this oat thing for the horses and stuff, you can tell that some of the dust kind of goes away from the crops. I'll show you.
When you wash it, it does something different than it has been?
Yeah, I'll show you. And she has like a handful of some of the harvest that she had taken before, and there's like a water basin nearby that the horses drink from or whatever, and she just kind of dunks it in there, and when she does and kind of washes it, it just kind of, I'm trying to think of the word of what it would be, but if you take like a tablet, like a Alka-Seltzer or something, you put it in the water, and it
like
just kind
fizzes?
of, it doesn't fizz, but it does that weird chalk thing where if you have chalk on a fabric, it just kind of blends out into the water. It does that. And so it's like a pinky, misty sort of thing, powdery substance, very, very hard to see when you wash it, but she says, well, since I've been doing this for so long and I noticed the pink color, it's not something that we're used to seeing. I don't know if everybody else would be able to notice it, but anybody who works with crops more often would be able to tell. And then she just kind of kicks the giant bucket over of the water. Don't want my horses drinking that, sorry.
Well, I understand. Cyrus, do we want to pack up some of this wheat and 1 or 2 of these flowers to try to send back?
I think that's a good idea, yes.
Okay.
I would perhaps, since there's something weird happening with the wheat and this weird dust, I would probably wash all of the product that you're going to sell
Yeah,
or
that's
give
what I've
away.
been doing.
I would continue to do that, just as a precaution.
Yeah,
And
that's what I've been doing.
Maybe relay that to the townspeople.
Exactly.
There are quite a few of them that have gotten sick.
Yeah, sometimes they come down here thinking that they can get stuff themselves, and again, I've had to set them straight a couple of times because we're the farmers for a reason, and apparently they don't understand that, so I've had to set them straight a couple of times. But they come and harvest some things themselves, and then they get sick from it, and they wonder why they get sick from it. And she looks very, very kind, but very frustrated. I try to do it myself, and that's why only some of them are getting sick and not a majority of them, is because I wash it before I give it to them, to make sure, and that's the reason why the cows and cattle and all of that are fine, because I give them a special blend of oats that makes sure that they're not getting the nasty stuff, so.
And this is what you're doing for the food that you and your family consume.
Yes, yeah.
And nobody's gotten sick.
No. And it's just me, Mama, and Papa, so.
Do you
And
know
and then
if-
she's like, and I mean, Odin and Freya keep us protected, so that does help.
Do you know if the
Tyrall.
Can you be a little less gay, please?
Could you be a little less gay straight? Thank you.
Do you
That's
know
so
if the town is
funny.
receiving shipments of produce from anywhere else?
Hold on, time out. I'm so
Uh-huh.
sorry. All I can imagine is the anime when the guy gets stuck by the arrow right in the heart. That's just Tyrall. What was your question?
I forgot the question. Does the town get produce from anywhere else?
No.
Or is it just...
No, it's just us.
here?
That town specifically, of course. I don't know about anybody else, but that town is specifically supplied by us.
Alright.
Me, right now.
Is there any fields that you have that don't have anything growing in them and don't have these flowers?
No, it's just this tiny little, and she just kind of mushes her hand out, and it's just the small crop of corn and fruits and all of that. It's just this right now. I mean, you saw how small the town is. They don't need much to preserve them. So, and we don't have many visitors, so.
I'm going to go back out into the field and go to the middle of the field. I'm going to dig me a hole.
Do you still have the wheat that you, yanked up?
It's just laying where I yanked it
You
up.
should probably take that
Yeah.
and also not yank up any more of their
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
right.
you get
No.
down and start digging in the ground again, she kind of crouches down next to you with her arms around her leg. She's like, I really appreciate the Priest of Odin doing stuff, but could you not keep digging your hands into my ground?
This is going to be the last time.
Okay.
I promise.
All right.
Don't worry, we'll compensate you for the loss of crop and damaged ground.
And she looks at you, Cyrus, looks up at you, she's like, compensation?
Give her,
Thank you.
5 gold or something.
And she puts it right in her little pouch pocket, little dress pocket.
So he's going to dig his little hole, sling his backpack off, pull out one of his extra charms of Odin, say a little prayer over it, look up, look around at all the flowers,
You okay?
go back down for a second prayer.
As you do that, she'll actually start praying with you. I mean, that's just kind of what she does, so.
Then put it in the ground, pack it back down.
And when you do that, she's like, well, now, if you told me you were doing that, I wouldn't have been as offended. And she takes the 5 gold back out and hands it to you.
Keep it.
It's all right. She doesn't argue. She's like, yeah, all right.
While that's happening, Cyrus is gonna go over, grab the wheat that he yanked out, try to I don't know, it's not really he's gonna try to dig out a whole flower, so the flowers and the leaves and a little bit of the roots, like trim the roots and try to yank it out.
You're gonna need supplies for
I
that.
figured, yeah.
So
That's what he wants to do. So probably have to go back and ask for a trowel or something, and
Yeah.
that's what he's doing.
so
Can we
He's getting the wheat, he's
Well,
getting the flour.
I got my backpack. You can use the
the
axe.
tactical shovel.
tactical shovel. Shoot.
Yeah, no,
I'm
no,
pretty
I've-
sure Delilah would have a fit. She'd be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I've got the axe in the backpack.
Yeah, because I don't have anything on me now.
Because while he's praying, she's praying with him, but then if she hears you coming, she'll stop and she'll be like, yeah, give me just a second. And she'll go and get some of her gardening tools, and she'll go over there with you and kind of dig around it and cut what you like. She's like, is this how much you need? Is this how much you want? And then she'll hand
that's
you a flower that has enough root to it to be able to be sufficient for what you need. And because I'm tired of having this over here, you can now have this again.
Thank fuck, I've been waiting for this for so fucking long.
Nice.
I got this the first go around and I've been waiting to get it back for so long.
Because I'm tired of having it over here. So I'm just going to give it to you. There's too many props over here as is. But, so she'll hand that to you, and she'll hand you the wheat as well.
Do we need to get... Oh, you're so right.
Nope, I'm good. I'm done. I'm good. I've buried it back. I've said my 2
Do-
prayers. I've blessed the barrier.
Should we get a sample of dirt I don't think we need it, but potentially.
We might as well just cover our butts.
Do you have a little vial?
I don't have a vial, but he takes out a little box with the symbols of Odin all over it.
I can give you a jar if you'd like.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Give me
Good,
just a minute.
because I wouldn't know what to do with everything in this box.
And she
Puts
kind
it back down.
of taps the box. She's like, "Oh, we can't defile Odin's boxes, can we?"
No,
She turns
but
around and goes inside,
puts it down.
and she gets a little jar and.
Sarah's just like, while she's gone, just.
Is everything okay, Cyrus?
I could ask you the same question.
Understood, Cyrus.
Glad we're on the same page.
That's so funny. She comes out with the jar.
And funnily enough, because he doesn't express very much, you see his tail just kind of.
That's really funny. You see the little ear twitch, like, yeah.
What's that, buddy?
She walks out and she has a little jar. And she also has a little. Wants to defile.
What's it say?
Nope, we're not making Patrick uncomfortable. This is cute. Don't make Patrick uncomfortable. Stop. So she comes out and she hands you the jar. She hands you the jar, Cyrus. And she as she hands you the jar, Cyrus. She's like, you can put the dirt in this. And then
Where's the jar we needed?
I've got a Bifrost jar.
That's not the same jar. It's fine.
We've got
I don't
empty
have
potion bottles.
I don't have a full jar, but you can have this. Here's the jar, Cyrus.
I will make us a jar of dirt.
I got a jar of dirt.
Jar of dirt. So she hands you that jar,
God.
Cyrus, and then she actually has a little like cotton. It obviously just looks like a piece of cotton, like a fabric thing that she has, and it's tied up, and she hands it to you. She's like, "Here you go. Just to help with on the road. They're just some." She kind of gets a little nervous. She's like, "They're just some cookies I made, and I thought it'd be nice to have you all have some."
Oh,
No, we're not saying that.
you shouldn't have.
Oh well, I had extra, so.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
And Tyrall's just smiling, holding his bag of cookies.
Hopefully we didn't disrupt your day too much.
No, well, I know things have been going on anyway, so it's kind of nice that somebody's trying to do something about it, or at least look into it. And it's always, I've never met a priest of Odin, so it's always nice to meet one. As, again, not my papa, I'm so sorry. He's just a little grumpy.
It's understandable. The older us men get, the worse we tend to be.
Well, hopefully, and she just kind of looks at you, hopefully not everyone.
Yeah.
He's like, He's like, yep, bye.
Can do!
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Not while I'm drinking.
Oh, gosh. Oh, Lord.
We've delved too deep.
It's so funny. If do you all need anything else? Do you need more food? Do you need to stay somewhere for the night? Anything?
No. We rested in the town, so we're going to be continuing on our way.
All right.
But just in case you get tired of doing all this, and he'll just
Here's my number.
and create food.
Oh,
And
well
Leave her
thank
with
you.
45 pounds of
Oh,
dried
well, thank
goods.
you. She
And water, you can't forget the gallons of water.
It
So I
just any open container in the barn just gets filled with
Yeah,
water.
just
Well, that trough just got knocked
yeah,
back
the
over.
trough just got knocked over, so that's perfect. So when you fill it up, she's like, "Oh, well, thank you. I heard of the Priest of Odin's doing miracles by Odin, but I didn't know you could do that."
It's just one of the things that he graces us with.
Of course he does. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. He'll just kind of like, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah.
Well, that's Cyrus pulls out his journal, just like takes a few notes so he doesn't forget all of the details, and then
Okay. And before you all leave, she says, obviously, doesn't seem like you are, but you're a follower of Odin, obviously. You're the priest, so if you just wouldn't mind at least praying over the crops with me real quick.
I can do that. I've done it once already, but a second time can't hurt.
Of course not.
I'm going to head back to the cart.
Just be like, Cyrus, no, please, no.
You see
Cyrus,
the
no.
ever so faintest hint of a smile as he walks.
And Tyrall's watching.
His tail is like.
Tyrall's watching Cyrus go away like, no.
Yeah.
And she's already over by the crops, like, and she is on her knees with like what she had like a weird shawl thing, not like a full shawl, but it was like just some drapery fabric that she had on her as like to wipe her hands off with and that sort of stuff. And she just kind of puts it over her head and she's praying.
And Tyrall's gonna go over, get down next to her, and kneel down. Father Odin, all Father of Valhalla and all the world, all the realms that you control, please keep this wheat safe to eat. Bless this family as they keep on doing the good deed to clean it up and keep everybody healthy, and maybe just, I don't know, get rid of them little flower doohickeys that are over here.
So formal.
All right,
And
we're good.
And she just adds at the end, and also those dragons, please. I really don't want to fight any more of those, even though you've given me the strength, please.
We've killed 2 severely injured, 1 injured a 4th, so
Wonderful.
hopefully they'll stay away for a little bit. You got some of my companions back over there to thank for the deaths of some of those.
I just really want her to meet Aymer so bad. But
Delilah, before we go, would you like to see relics of the Priest of Odin?
oh, of course, that would be amazing. And her
I'm
eyes
gonna
like,
bring her right back to the cart.
he's like, let's go.
Sarah's like, what? You're walking this way. What are you doing?
And Aymer's like,
Surprise, she's coming with us. It's my
Aymer's
wife.
tail is kind of wagging. He's like, she's pretty. Look at her.
I'm gonna bring her right back up to the cart, start picking up my armor and all that. And like this, the blessed armor of Odin's
he
clerics.
takes the fabric and he's like, she's pretty.
I know.
Yeah. He's like, shut up, it's mine. Shut up.
Yes. Since Cyrus got to the cart first,
He's just like,
you and Aymer would have heard this of Brock reading, and he huffed and he puffed and he burned the house down, and the 3 little soldiers would never bother the dragon again.
And you see Aymer's like, that's beautiful, Brock, yeah.
soldiers is a big word for you.
He's just so annoyed. He's like,
Thanks.
oh my god.
Brock's been practicing, and is everything okay? Why is she hurt? Is that why he's
No.
bringing her here?
What?
And Aymer's like, sup? Like, so he just throws the priest robes that he's not finished with just in the back. He's like,
Oh.
she's pretty.
Hi.
So why is Tyrall with a pretty girl?
I think someone has a little bit of a crush.
A crush? That's funny.
So I did him a favor and I left him alone.
And you show her you're like, excuse me, children, Move!
Move!
Get out of the way!
Move, heretics!
Daddy's gotta show his armor! Let's go!
He'll grab his helmet, be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't give you proper introductions. Delilah, this is Brock.
Hi.
This is Aymer."
Hello. Aymer's like,
Sup?
sup, baby? How's it going?
Aymer, Brock, this is Delilah, the daughter of the farmers here. She's been
Oh.
kind enough to show us around.
Aymer's tail's like,
And Brock's like,
yeah,
That's my eyes!
keep that tail.
and Aymer's like, hello, I am Aymer Asa Niles Wilhelm. It's wonderful to meet you. And he sticks his hand out and shakes her hand. She's like, it's wonderful to meet you too. You're a very small fella, aren't you? And he's like, but I make up for that in other ways, I promise.
By being loud.
And his head,
Yes.
wonderful. And they just start bickering. I have wonderful stories, thank you very much. I offer a lot more than just, well. And they just start mouthing at each other. But
Delilah, this is
Sarah's like
pretty
trying to work.
normal.
And he's like, could you shut the fuck up?
This is pretty normal for what goes on. But anyways, the blessed armor of Odin's clerics.
that's so interesting. Can I
Yes,
touch it?
Yes,
It's
there you
heavy.
go.
It's heavy?
It's heavy.
I can imagine. I mean, and as she touched it, she's like, the priest of Odin's are strong, so, you have to have them.
Yeah.
Like I am indeed. So, I mean, I can
Like,
imagine
strong,
that
you say.
Tyrall's back there behind her like,
Cyrus just stops mid-sentence. He's like, shut up!
She's talking to Brock while she's doing it, but she's just
Oh, do
feeling
you
the armor.
follow Odin too?
Odin and Freya, actually. But they work in tandem, really, so,
Oh,
yes.
I haven't heard Freya.
Yes, Freya's his wife. Odin's wife. So,
Oh,
yeah. So she's the All-Mother, he's the All-Father.
Brock, you remember the big white building we were in?
yes.
Those were the followers of Freya.
Oh.
No, that- Oh, yeah.
You've been to the All-Mother's Circle? Or the White Council?
No, twice.
Really?
That's where I met Cyrus, and they gave us the quest to go out, and that's where we found these other two.
Well, that's so neat. And Aymer's still just talking to himself, like, well, I have plenty of interesting qualities, thank you. But, he's literally just muttering to himself. And she just looks at him, she's like, interesting.
Yes, we completed a task for them, and we have decided to continue on together after that. He says slightly sourly.
Looks at Aymer, continue on together after that.
Were the crops okay?
They are fine under Delilah's care.
Yes, they are a little funny, though. But, don't worry, I handle it. And apparently you did a lot of number to those dragons that were a problem for me.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
They hurt Aymer. And that made Brock mad.
Oh, are you and him really good friends then?
Yes. Aymer is really small and really loud, and he's the best.
I'm sure he
So
is.
many good clips already.
I'm sure he is. You all seem like a great bunch of people, so I really appreciate you coming and checking on the crops. And please, if you're on your way back, you're more than welcome to stop by, and I can give you more of those cookies.
Oh yes, she gave us cookies.
Cookies?
Don't worry, on our way back we'll definitely stop in. Cookies.
And Brock's eyes
What
did
kind
not
of
leave
cookies
the
are
bag
they,
of
DM?
cookies.
That seems like a very personal question. But I mean, they're a mixture
Clearly,
of,
these are very personal cookies.
they're a mixture of just like regular, not the peanut butter cookies, but they're like the vanilla,
Sherbet?
yeah, they're just very simple cookies, but also chocolate chip as well. Chocolate chip.
Yeah.
You know, chocolate chip.
Yeah.
As well. So. But they're very good too. They're good and flavorful. So even the cookie itself tastes good, not just the parts added to it. And as you might go to eat them, she's like, and don't worry, I promise they won't make you sick. And I couldn't bear to have one of the priests of Odin sick by my cookies, so. Oh.
I do have a quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
Where's the nearest place that we can find a Messenger's Guild?
Messenger's Guild? Oh boy, I don't really know. I mean, there's not one for, as far as I know. I don't get out very much. Obviously, I stay here mostly. Mama and Papa can't really take care of themselves much anymore, so
I understand.
I do most of it. So.
I know the guy at the town said probably at the border. It's the next time we would find one. Do you know how far we are from the border?
From the border, I mean, if you're taking a horse and carriage, I would think I mean, a couple of days, about a week.
A couple days?
Well, then we better get on the
That's what
road.
she's saying.
So, Noila, on our way back, we'll stop by. And thank you for the cookies and all the
Absolutely.
information.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Tyrall will hop back up into the cart and start strapping on his armor again.
He's like, look at this. Crazy, isn't it? Shink. That's right.
That's not how you write letters.
And she just kind of nods and she kind of waves you all off. And Aymer sits down next to you and he's like, so, she was pretty.
Yes, Aymer, she was.
You, got a little crush on her? you got, I mean, she was really nice.
You just hear a little quiet. Osiris's tail in the front.
She seemed to be awful fond of Odin.
Yes, she was. I imagine she was raised right.
Clearly.
Obviously, the All-Father and the All-Mother. That's the best way to raise a child up.
She looked definitely of the, childbearing age. Have little Odin babies running around,
Aymer,
And his tail like he's having fun.
Tyrall will put his hand on Aymer's shoulder. Aymer.
I imagine
know
you
I
all
can't.
put your hand on
On
his
his
head,
head,
like
yeah.
between
On
his
his
ears.
head.
His ears just
Just-
separate when you do
just-
it.
Yeah, it's like when you
Aymer.
put on a cat's head, just goes.
Yeah.
Aymer, you know, as a priest, I will never make little Odin babies.
You don't want little Tyrall babies running around.
Not anymore, Aymer.
Not
Not anymore.
Well, that's just said. What if she wanted little Tyrall babies running around? I mean, did you see the little blush on her cheeks?
Yeah, you had the same blush.
No, Brock, don't make this any worse. And it already. You know what? You know, he'd throw his hands up in the air. He's like, I didn't like half of you. I just cleanse us all.
Oh,
But here we are. No, I will not have any little Tyrall babies running around. I have taken oaths that says I cannot do that.
No need to get dramatic just because you're embarrassed.
Cyrus.
he's like, first you all see me naked, then you bathe me,
My ass.
now you're making fun.
No, this is the payback for that.
Well, yeah.
Understandable.
You almost crushed me, you giant man.
No, Aymer. Just, I'm still a man.
Understandable. Which is why I said something. I'm a man too, and she was very pretty.
The difference is that you can do that.
Oh yes, because I'm a heretic. Right.
No, it's not because you're a heretic, it's because you're not a priest. I
Oh.
can still follow Odin and still make little Odin babies. Obviously, followers of Odin made a little Odin baby. But
That's true.
I can't because of my oaths that I've taken before Odin.
Not even just like a little, just a little, just a little.
No, Aymer, I can't.
But Odin's married.
Odin is the All-Father. He's allowed to do what he wants.
Oh. Okay.
It's a little different, I suppose, if you're taking an oath to something, but
Odin didn't have to take an oath.
to himself. So that's a shame, really. She seemed to like you as much as you liked her.
Well, we'll stop back through on the way back.
And admire
And
from
get more.
afar, right?
Admire from afar. Maybe you can go get the cookies.
Oh, no. No, I'm sure she'll want to give them to you. So,
Anyways,
he just-
don't we have another border to get to, Aymer?
yeah. And actually, I think I might kind of know where we're at, so if we want to keep traveling for a couple of days, I think if we travel and he just kind of, as you're driving, he gets his little compass boy out. He's like, if we keep traveling about in this direction to the west. I'm really bad with east and
The
west. well,
Oh,
yes,
the
but if
path
you're
he's
traveling
taking.
in a specific direction, it's east, but it's west of east, you know?
Twist.
West?
It's northeast.
Northeast, westist. It's this.
northeast.
If you're going this way, you're going this way. Yes, it's the left
We're there.
to
We're
the.
going there.
It's
so
the left to the east.
what?
That's the northeast.
Yes,
We're
We're
to
going
the
northeast.
Thank you. I'm really bad with directions and ranges, so you just
Oh,
go
it's
with
all
it.
We'll go with that.
So, what did you find? You said that she was making the crops okay, but
So, you know these the flowers that we found in that
Yes.
forest. There are a lot more of them popping up in her crop field. And they are potentially, based off of the residue that we saw and the color matching, potentially infecting the crop.
That's what it looked like to me. Either
Brock pulls the ones that he had collected,
He said,
and even though by this point they're pretty
They're done.
shriveled
They're
and,
gone.
Crunchy, yeah.
and dead, he throws them on the floor of the cabin. Then he starts stomping down on them.
Cyrus like looks back.
And Aymer's like,
Okay, we safe.
Thank you, Brock.
I'll lean up through the flap to Cyrus. Don't show him the one that we cut.
I'm not planning on it.
Okay, good. Just disappear back into
Anyway.
the cart.
The flowers are potentially putting some sort of dust on the crops that are making people sick.
yeah,
when,
like
when it's
pollen.
ingested.
A pollen.
Correct, like pollen. But apparently,
Quite
It can be
genius,
washed
yes.
off.
and she showed us how to wash them off, and the pink dust comes off. Me and Cyrus both witnessed it.
So there is potentially a way of making the crops safe, even though they have been infected by the flowers.
We just need to get that information back to the Viscount as soon as we can, because hopefully it can start saving lives.
Which I have gathered materials to send back to him, and I'm also formatting a log of everything that we're discovering to send back. Hopefully, it will help.
It should help. Because obviously it's helping her family. None of them are sick, and they're eating the grain right out of there.
And it seemed like that old guy was quite full of energy. I didn't hear exactly what he was saying, but he was quite loud.
Yes, apparently humans get quite crotchety at their old age. Which, I mean, elves get the same way. We just don't hit it at about 100.
Oh. Well, no, of course
It's many centuries after that, but, humans and their little tiny lives.
not. Mortal lives, just... God. Yeah, same. I mean, I'm older as well. Well, older... I live to be a decent age as well, so... But aren't you like a high elf? So you live even longer than regular elves.
That is correct.
Half elves. What's
is
your
correct.
lifespan? Do you
About
have
the
a
same
life-
as a human.
Yours is normal as well. Yours is normal as human? Oh, so it's just us. Weird.
Aymer, how long do your kind live?
Good question. Pops live to be about 200. I do not expect to live that long.
By that age, he would be full vaccinine, correct?
What?
By that age, he would be full vaccinine,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. He was a full vaccinine, just like my father. So, and my father right now is like 100 something. I don't know. I haven't really asked him. Haven't talked to him in a few years.
Aymer, I'm 250 years old.
Well, not all of us are special like you.
And I'm still not through all of adulthood.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
So sadly, I think I may have to do all of your funerals. And I will shed a tear for each and every one of you.
He's like, no, once you're dead, good. Well, no.
No.
But, I mean, I'm not high elf, so I don't have the immortality that you do, or the supposed mythical immortality. I just live longer than most, and also I've lived enough lives for all of us. So, well, it seems. So.
Sadly, I think Aymer is right on that point. But anyways, is my garb almost repaired?
Oh, I totally forgot about that when the pretty
away
lady
when
came.
Delilah came
Well,
up.
yeah. That was her name, Delilah. Yeah, I'll have to remember that.
I think at this point, Cyrus was just kind of like tied like half the curtain back. So
Yeah,
he just
yeah.
talk.
And he finds it and it's just crumpled in a corner where he threw it, and he's like, yeah, here you go. Here you go. He's an,
It's like got like
Yeah.
half the sleeve hanging off.
oh,
Did
wait,
you
wait.
finish?
No, I
Or
didn't.
did you just
Give-
get
give
to
it back,
it?
give it back.
Okay, there you go.
He only forgot like a couple of stitches, and then he's like, there you go. And it does. I mean, it looks really good. It looks like Taylor did it, and he's like,
Two
the
different
fabrics don't match, but I did the best I could.
That's alright. I'll strip off the frat boy polo,
He's like,
put on the
fabrics.
regular robes, or the regular nice button-up shirt. First off, just strip his armor off.
Yeah.
You can see that there's like tiny little red dentures from where he's been in short sleeves with his armor on.
That's so funny.
It was-
You bought a
that
long-
hurts.
You
Yeah.
bought a
If
long
you guys have
sleeve
ever
one.
worn like armor without proper like padding protection, it hurts.
Yeah.
You had a long sleeve one. You bought a long sleeve and you bought a short sleeve one.
Yeah, but I didn't want to ruin my long sleeve frat boy shirt.
That's up to you. I'm just saying. You bought one. He said no. It's icky.
No, you're out in the farm. Gotta get that tan going.
Gotta show the muscles.
Mhm.
He said.
She was impressed.
I didn't even show her the warhammer.
That's true. He didn't. He didn't even show her the letters of Odin either. You got a lot to show her when you're on your way back.
Yeah, a lot to show her.
We'll see if we make it back.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there will be
Surprise, Tyrall just dies before we get back.
Ooh, that would be crazy.
If I die, I bring my letters of Odin back to her.
He
In
sees the
remembrance.
farm off in
That's
the
cute.
distance and just jumps out of the car.
He's like, wait! But you all will keep traveling, and Aymer actually kind of crawls up to the front to kind of give you the directions of where to go. Yeah, did you hear my elephants running through the hallway?
Yes, I did.
And he kind of gives you the directions of exactly, turn here, whatever. Will
Turn left.
somebody, where's my little, where? Oh, well, somebody roll a d6 for me.
Nah, I'll play that game anymore.
2.
Bifrost cleansing, V2.
Specifically from Odin.
Oh,
Also-
wow, so soon?
Papa!
Well, there goes your other eye.
So,
Oh no.
it is going to, somebody roll a d4 for me as well.
D4. 1.
Okay, so it's just a drizzling of rain. And I did hide the dragon, so the dragon is.
Oh, I forgot
just so you know.
Yes, I know. I was just scanning the room.
Okay. So, it is just starting to softly rain.
A nice warm drizzle.
Yeah, so it's raining enough. And as you all are driving, I forgot. No, please don't. Oh, no, please don't.
Free!
Hey.
Guy.
Anyway,
That is
I wonder if you
single-handedly
you
the best
could
person I've ever
see
seen.
him the entire time.
That's
too.
really
That's
funny.
So funny.
I hate it here.
As you all are driving, you can tell, Cyrus, this would be a little bit more new to you. Honestly, probably kind of you as well. Just the environment, the scenery itself. It's very pretty, very natural. There's rolling hills and beautiful trees in the background. You might see a mountain or two way off in the distance, and it's just a light drizzling of rain. It's overcast. It's just chilly enough that you probably need to put a little coat on, unless you're used to a slight chill. You, Brock, might be. You're pretty prone to being in cold, damp environments. So
Oh, yes.
Oh, jeez, no.
yeah.
Yeah.
My poor little boy.
Aymer does have to kind of throw on a little blanket because he's like, cold. But it's a very scenic scene. It's very peaceful.
This landscape would have looked beautiful from the train.
It would have.
Yes, it would have.
It's somebody not
Can they see the train
blown
tracks?
it up.
I imagine
No,
we'd-
you're going a little bit off the
I didn't know if it was like visible in the distance or something.
That's if you could look out the window without throwing up.
That's true.
That is true.
You're going so by so fast that you can't really
Didn't
see
even have
it.
time to reorient yourself.
Well, and you can't really see it when you're going so fast. It just kind of blurs by. So
You can see it in the
That's
distance.
it might be a little worse.
no,
now
if you're going
than it
so
was before.
fast, it blurs by. It's just a blur, really.
Well, either way, I wouldn't have been able to take it in at all because, one eye more sick.
Well, if you hadn't blown the train up, you
It-
wouldn't have lost an eye. Now, would you have?
Well, if some people weren't just heretics or the literal daughter of Hela.
Oh, well, I mean, that's just... Yeah, well,
Oh, is
can't help that one, can you?
Is Hela Odin's sister,
She's his.
or is she another wife?
Oh.
No,
I like this
she's
name.
a
Yeah, it's really...
daughter
Oh,
of Odin.
It's like Baldur, who's a son.
oh.
Yes.
He's got a lot of children.
He does have a lot of children. But specifically, she's the most
She's spicy.
problematic.
Yeah, she's spicy.
Yeah, she looked mad.
Yes. Also, if anything, I don't know, crawls up from the hells and attacks us, they're after me.
And Aymer's
She's
just
not
like,
too happy with me specifically.
yeah, it didn't seem like it.
No, it's
Oh,
Hey, remember when the Viscount told us to do this quietly? I remember that. Do you remember that, Tyrall? I remember it.
I do remember. Yes, I do. But sadly, Odin does nothing quietly.
Clearly not. And I thought, you think I'm loud?
You're loud in a different way.
He says that as he yells.
You're allowed in a more constant manner.
I am unappreciated in my time. It's fine. I don't need appreciation. I appreciate myself enough.
We know.
Oh, well. Brock, can I have my journal back, please?
yes. Brock finished reading.
Yes, you did an amazing job, buddy.
Thank you.
Brock, would you like to try reading actual, real literature?
I wrote a story he can read, and it's perfectly beautiful. I was
It-
trained in literature. What did
Aymer.
you do? Read the Odin letters? Is that what you think is real literature? And he like throws his quill pen down.
You did make real literature. It's just not divine literature. He'll take out his book of
He
Odin.
just looks at Cyrus.
Switch to the front. Go to the front.
Mm-hmm.
Try reading.
As Rock's gonna be like, what is that word?
Hold on. Or
Oh, are you bringing out the prop?
no, we'll do this one because it's kind of oldish. There you go. Just open that
Oh.
boy.
You had to do it directly in front of the camera.
Let's do that, boy. Just as a
No, I need to make up letters of Odin.
These are a lot smaller.
Ah. Okay. Brock knows that.
and all those big fancy
Yeah, I was like,
biblical
I
words.
can't. What is this?
It's just straight King James version.
And he begot him, and he begot.
That's the hardest part to read in that book too, is when
that
he's
says
like,
Odin.
and somebody
It does,
begot
Brock.
somebody,
Knows
and
that's right.
somebody begot them, and you're like, eyes are crossing.
Yeah, there's 4 pages of who.
I'm just
who.
who begot who, and I'm like, oh.
I guess Brock will attempt to read this one.
Good job, buddy.
It has a lot more
We're doing good.
fancy words.
Whereas Aymer's was like, and the little fox jumped over the log, like.
It was the three little pigs, but
Yeah.
it was about a
dragon.
dragon.
It's
and,
like-
and
it's-
it won in the end.
It's
Yeah.
going from children's books teaching you how to read to a dictionary.
to the King James version of the
You're
Bible.
not
yes.
wrong.
It's
I
literally.
asked small
No, yeah.
3-year-old, let me hand you this college textbook now.
Here's the King James version.
Here's
understand it.
Shakespeare.
Here's Shakespeare. It's even harder to read.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's old English texts and everything in there, and you're like,
Huh?
Your eyes start to blend
Huh?
after a minute.
Yes, that was
Nice.
nice. You can have it back.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Put it right back down.
Yes.
So, Oh.
Enjoy.
but I'm gonna say,
Fast forwarding through our multi-weeks of travel.
yeah, so it's probably about, maybe like, I'm gonna say about 2-3 days, and Aymer's like, so, he just kind of, because he's still in the back, he actually, because I'm sure you probably would have closed it, and it's probably midday, and he like swings it
kind of depends on the
open.
day. Yeah.
He swings it open, and he's like, "Oh!" like right beside you. I almost forgot. So if you, and he's like real close to you, like so he's by your head, and his hand is by the other side of your head, and he's like, so excuse you. So if you just go this way, and his hand is like directly
In my face,
in your
like,
line of
this way.
sight. Just turn right here. And the way he's kind of telling you to turn kind of looks like it goes into the forest. It looks like there's enough room for a cart, but it doesn't look obvious. And he's explaining you kind of have to finagle it a certain way to kind of smoosh your cart in there. And,
Are you sure we should go this way?
I mean, yeah. Don't you want somewhere nice to rest? I mean, we've been traveling on this cart, and we had to stay in a sketchy little hotel inn thing that got us almost eaten. You know,
I don't
some of,
think
and
that
he
was
kind
the
of like
town's
rubs his
fault.
shoulder where there was a whole chunk of his shoulder
Yeah.
missing. He's like, eaten. Some of us.
I don't think that was the town's fault.
Ah, well, I mean,
That and I need somewhere to stop and wash out this crevice in my face.
oh yeah, you forget he doesn't have it on. Even though he's literally the one that changes it.
Yeah.
Almost every day. Oh yeah, that. So
Direct.
you're able to kind of whoop, 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 scoot in there a little bit, and he kind of he's telling you very specifically like do this, do that, and then he's like, all right, stop. And it doesn't look like you've made it anywhere but into a forest. And he just kind of pops out and looks around, has his hands just on the back of his hips. He's like,
Is there something in particular?
I'm thinking.
Looks back at Tyrall like, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
And Tyrell just likes to be like, "Ow."
And you can
Look
tell
at
that
Brock.
his nose is moving a little bit. He's like,
Brock,
Yes.
what is he doing?
Oh, Aymer does this sometimes. You just got to go with it.
That's not reassuring.
it's this way.
This,
And he just starts
what-
walking in like a
Mm.
direction.
What did we just say about walking off into the forest?
Come on, let's go! And you
You
can hear like
can't-
his voice is kind of echoing in the forest because he's already so far ahead.
Aymer.
Tyrell's gonna grab his hammer and his shield, get out, and kind of
Ah!
run up to catch up to Aymer. Like, I don't know what's going on.
You fucking crackhead!
You don't have to worry about the cart. It'll be fine. I left carts there
Where are we going?
Before,
Yeah.
Where
then
are we
I go
going?
back and it's fine. It's still there.
Aymer, is there a cache of drugs out here?
No. Why does it always... No. Why does it always have to be like that? It's not like that. I traveled here way before I did drugs. It's fine.
Okay.
Brock likes the woods,
Yeah.
except for when they have big scary things in them.
Indeed.
This
Yes.
shouldn't have any big scary things. I mean, I haven't been here in a while, but it shouldn't have any big scary things. But I do think you're going to like this. And it takes probably about, honestly, like 45 minutes. You all are just walking, and Aymer like
Jeez.
sniffs a branch every now and then as he walks by, and he feels like he's just bringing you along this random
Would you
goose
care
chase.
to tell us where on Savannah we're going?
He rolls his eyes. Would you care to just shut up and follow me and trust me?
Considering we've been walking for 45 minutes now.
There it is! And he just,
Oh my god!
and he just trots, and you're like, I see nothing. It's just forest. There's nothing else.
Aymer, there's
And
nothing
then-
here that
and
we
then he
haven't
just
already
and
seen.
just kind of descends into the ground from what you see.
Oh. And Brock rushes forwards.
And you see Brock just kind of descend into the ground.
Cyrus,
It's not like a
No, no.
whoop, it's like an escalator sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
all right.
And then you see
I
Aymer pop up.
guess.
Well, are you coming or
Oh.
not?
Oh,
They
Cyrus,
both
after
just
you.
walk in.
And you see that it's like this weird. It's at an angle.
They're so
you
tired.
You can't really see it. And it's covered by a lot of like bushes and stuff. But once you get close up to it, you can actually see that it's like a little opening in the ground. But it's like a natural opening, and it's just big enough for you. I mean, specifically you. I mean, you're just a smidgen bit shorter than him, so you both kind of have to like duck down to get in.
I feel like that it's just low enough for like it's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, just uncomfortable enough.
Just uncomfortable.
Well, as soon as you dip your head through the ground, then it's just kind of like an open sort of tunnel area that you can kind of descend into. And as you kind of go in, it has like dirt and mud around like the edges. It looks like a natural carved out tunnel. And you can immediately feel like a crisp, like clean air just kind of hit you, and it's super refreshing. And you can specifically, the animal boys here can smell like a very crisp, clean, natural air. It's very refreshing. And you kind of get, not in the humid way, but you can tell that there's water in the air. Again, not in the humid way, kind of like if you were going to a very fresh spring. And it only takes a little bit of descending down into this that you see a giant, huge, hundreds of feet in the air cavern. And it's lit up by bioluminescent plants and mushrooms. You see little, like, what looks like little lights just kind of tinkling around. And it's beautiful. It's rock and stone, and there's a waterfall off in it's close enough that you all could travel the whole thing within a couple of minutes, but it's large. It feels like a huge like cavern. And no, there's a waterfall coming from, you can't really tell where, but it looks kind of from the top, but could be off like maybe further away. But it's coming into this crystal lake that has bioluminescent fish in them and some regular fish. There's moss all over the place, thick and cozy enough to lay on, and you just see Aymer just kind of like plop down on one of these giant moss piles, and he's like, nobody's ruined it, this is perfect.
By Odin, this place is gorgeous.
Sure is.
Cyrus, have you ever seen anything like this?
And you see his eyes, because normally they're like really thin slits. They're like
Taking it all in,
Yeah.
opened up, taking
his eyes
it
are
all
real
in.
big. They're not huge. They're
And
pretty big.
it's
For him.
it's quiet except for the sound of the running water
Mhm.
and maybe some of the little fish going bloop to get like some air or something. And your voices do echo off of it, but just enough to where it's not overstimulating or anything. It's just big enough that it echoes enough to tell how large of a cavern you're in, but not enough that it reverberates too much.
Yeah.
Now, this is where we need the mics to have the auto echo.
Yeah. This is where you need to do that, not now. Not then. And Aymer's just kind of literally, he's already taken his boots off, and he's kind of taken his little vest off and pulled his suspenders down, rolled his sleeves up, and he's just chilling.
Yeah, Brock is mesmerized. You just see
I'm pretty sure
him
they're all just like,
just
Yeah.
staring, and he does a little,
Oh.
and then he looks into the water and sees the fish, and
Yep.
Oh, look, he's found more things to eat.
And there are fruits
people
hanging
satisfied.
from like
See fruits?
yeah, hanging from like these weird vines that are kind of on the walls.
Are they high up?
With no, not super. There are some that are high enough up that you would need something to get it if you wanted to, but there's some that are low enough. And there's like smaller-esque trees that are in here. Again, there's some flora in here. There's some flowers and stuff. Most of it is all bioluminescent as well. But Aymer just looks like he's at home, like he's been here multiple times.
Sarah's gonna grab one of the fruits off the wall, and wash it in the water and see if the residue comes off of it.
Mhm.
Are these safe to eat?
I mean, as far as I know, yeah. And I don't see. Didn't you say those weird flowers were the ones that were doing the weird
As
stuff?
far
And
as we're
his
aware.
eyes are closed and everything. Like he's chilling. What?
As far as we're aware.
Yeah.
Does it smell like?
I mean, it smells like, and it's not a fruit that you're used to, obviously being from Ayakar. But it is even still to you two as well, just a slight bit exotic. Like you've not really seen anything like this before.
What is the real world equivalent? Is it like a lychee?
Like
Is
a
it
like kind of like a
banana?
dragon fruit,
Ooh.
sort of like very
Ooh.
tropical,
Nice.
interesting, tart but sweet. Yeah, kind of more of like a dragon fruit, passion fruit, pomegranate mixture. Like some of them are pomegranate-esque with the seeds that you eat. Some of them are more like you cut it open and it's like a melon. And there's some that you cut open and it's like a dragon fruit.
I don't trust any of the food growing.
Tyrall's gonna come over to where Cyrus is by the stream with the fruit. Did anything come off of it whenever you washed it?
No, but I'm still not entirely sure if I trust it yet.
How about we break it open and clean the inside as well, see if anything happens.
I mean,
Try it.
I've been hit full. All the fruit seems fine.
Can,
But this is a relatively new issue, correct?
Yeah, probably.
can
but
I roll
still.
an investigation check to see if I notice any flowers around Cavern?
Yeah.
Let me get my good old D&D Beyond up.
D&D Beyond.
Oh, my wife sent me pictures. I'll have to look at those on break. I'll leave the children out doing their Eastering.
We love D&D Beyond.
That is a 14 to investigation.
Hello. I don't know Jams. Do you want to be called Jams? I'm gonna call you Jams. I saw
Welcome
that
back.
that you followed. Thank you so much.
Oh,
I'm so
thank you.
sorry about what happened before.
Yay!
But we should sound fine now. We sounded fine
Yeah.
when we started. Please let me know if I sound echoey
Actually,
again.
now that you said, I'm gonna do a panic check.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, we're fine.
Oh, yay!
Wonderful.
Thanks for coming back.
And thank you for following. It means a lot.
Yes, it does.
We also have YouTube and Spotify if you want to catch up on anything that you've maybe missed. But it's wonderful for you to join us. Thank you so much.
And we update those every Wednesday.
We sure do. So what did you get?
14.
14 on
Oh,
investigation,
did you
right?
put something up again?
Yeah.
Things happen like that and stuff. Sure
Yeah.
do.
Yep.
Sure
Glad you
do.
understand.
Pal, buddy, friend. So you got a
Where's
14?
Armor Doggo?
Yep.
Hmm?
14
Where's
for.
Armor Doggo?
What happened to Armor
Where's
Doggo?
Armor
That's a
Doggo?
good point.
Armor
Yeah,
Doggo,
he-
we revealed
unveiled him, and he hasn't been here since.
Yeah, he literally dipped as soon as you unveiled him.
Well,
He was
it
like,
sounds
oh,
like
oh.
somebody's character's dying next session.
Big
Call
rip,
him
dude.
out. Called him out. But anyways,
So
I got
14.
a 14 to
Okay,
investigation.
so 14. No, you don't see any of the flowers around here.
All right. Cyrus, judging by I don't see any flowers. There's no pinkish pollen coming off of this. Based off of what Delilah has told us, it should be
He
safe
looks
to
like he
eat.
really wants to eat it.
Would you like to eat it together?
Are you sure we should?
At this point, everything that we
He's
know
gonna
so
do his
far,
own check just to make sure.
yeah, from what we know so far, that it shouldn't be causing the sickness that is going around.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna take the other half. Sorry.
Cheers.
Ready?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Do we want to? I don't think washing the inside is going to help, but.
I'll wash the inside in the stream. No pink stuff?
No.
All right. Here we go.
I don't know what you all are expecting.
I don't know.
It's not like it's gonna be an instant sickness, but no, you don't feel sick. No, it doesn't
No,
taste
what-
weird.
what-
I mean, like I said, it's like a tart, sweet, very juicy, kind of like a watermelon.
These are
Um,
pretty good.
and Aymer from the distance again doesn't have his eyes open. And dude is chilling, mad chilling. It's like, I told you.
We're gonna have to take some of these for the road, Aymer.
Joel,
Do you have more places like this just hidden around the continent?
of course I do.
Surprise, Cyrus and Tyrall just die right now.
They just this is
Keel over.
This is great.
No, he just met the woman of his dreams he could never have. You can't kill him now.
And Aymer's like, let's
you
go,
both.
Brock. No.
And yeah.
Brock comes out and
Brock,
everyone's dead.
yeah, Brock splashes up. He's got a bioluminescent fish sticking out of his mouth.
So cute.
And then he
Does it
doggy paddles
taste
to
good,
shore.
Brock?
Yes. And he just eats it like
Like that?
as
just full bones and all just just
you
slurps
see
it
him
right down.
picking some of the bones out like as
Ow,
he's
ow,
eating.
ow, ow. The boys are sharp.
What did you find?
Oh, we found these pretty awesome fruits. Yeah, try the one.
Oh.
The whole thing's just gone.
I love how Brock eats. I just want to be
Yeah,
straight
just
up honest. Just how nom
shoves
nom
it
nom
all
nom nom
in.
nom.
No,
The cookie monster.
yes.
Yeah, that's my
Well, these
favorite.
would probably pair perfectly with those cookies. Oh, I left
The
them on the
cookies that
cart.
we left back in the car.
Oh,
Yeah. No, I'm not going back to get those.
No.
We'll just have to take some of these fruits with us.
it's fine. But yeah, I mean, I know tons of places like this that
Yeah.
a lot of people don't
Look
know.
at the DM. This tastes good, right?
How did Aymer find
Yeah.
this?
these taste good. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
No,
dissolving in my mouth.
I'm not. It's not cyanide. I'm not dying right now. These taste like almonds. How weird.
yeah, the running joke is that Courtney, our wonderful DM, is also known as Hero Slayer. So we're all terrified.
Look, I made the mistake once. I'm not making the mistake again.
Yeah, you can't
Not-
really. You can't
I'm
really
not
trust.
making the mistake again.
Every DM's different, but you can't really trust anything with me. You're like, is this blanket a mimic?
So I'm like,
Is the moss a mimic?
is this bad?
Am I dreaming right now, DM?
DM?
Is this all just a fever dream?
Don't.
So, Aymer's like, yeah, I know tons of places like this. I travel around. Again, I've lived so many lifetimes. I know a lot of places that a lot of people don't know. So yeah, doesn't mean I'm going to show all of them to you though.
Yeah, Brock
But-
likes this place.
Yeah, this is one of
This
my
is a
favorites.
wonderful place.
It is, yeah. So I like to come here when I'm tired and need refreshed. So I thought before we leave Sivrikian, we could stay here and relax for a day or two, recuperate, make sure we're feeling alright before we have to go into uninevitable danger, just like we did with the dragons back at that town.
Understandable. And Tyrall's gonna go over to, like, if there's any, like, little stones
A
sticking
nook?
out.
There are boulders, there are
Alright.
stones, there
So he's gonna go find one kind of pressed up against the side of the cavern with kind of like a flat top. He's gonna take out his little Odin box.
Box.
He's gonna take out a
Odin
little
box.
stand,
Box Odin.
some incense, and he's gonna close it up, go back into his pack. He's gonna take out a little chisel and a little bitty hammer.
No.
He's gonna start.
No. Just don't. Don't.
What?
Why are you carving in the stone?
I need to set up a. But it's been a long time since I've done any proper worship.
But you don't want to destroy it.
It's Odin
Get-
made all of this.
Get a little stone. Don't carve into the wall.
Okay. Yeah, go over find a decent sized stone.
Don't
there's-
defile the cavern.
there's boulders, rocks, flat rocks. I mean, pretty much anything. You
He'll
can
go find a nice flat rock that's about yay big, and just
carve in them their 10 Commandments.
carve it. No. He's gonna carve in the Valknut, or however you say it, into it. put it behind the incense.
It's
However
the,
you
are
say.
you doing the little
Yeah, the
his symbol?
triangles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The diamond triangle.
That's what I've
boys.
inadvertently chosen to put in my diorama of him praying because I don't know, I haven't seen anything else differently.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
he's just gonna set that behind the incense. He's gonna go.
I knew
You were gonna do that.
That's
I knew it.
so
He's,
great.
he's gonna use his
Yes.
sparky hands
Yes.
to light up the incense.
Love that.
And he's just gonna take his helmet off and get down, and he's just gonna silently pray to himself.
All right. So and Aymer's just kind of like one of his feet are kind of going back and forth, and his tail's just kind of gently moving, and he's like, well, he made himself at home.
Almost two at home.
Everybody's different. As long as he's feeling
Cyrus is like
the next.
walking along the cavern, just like running his hand like along the wall, just kind of like feeling everything.
Yeah, it's very smooth, cold stone. Like I said, the air is just crisp enough to be refreshing, but not super chilly. And like it's just beautiful. And as long as you all are cool with it, Aymer wants to stay here for like a day or two.
Oh, yes.
That's fine.
I
I think we deserve that.
told you it's not going to be that bad. I wasn't
When
lying.
you say it's not gonna be that bad,
But
that there is a 80% chance it's gonna be that bad.
shouldn't one of us periodically go check on the horses?
Yes.
No, like I said, I mean,
I didn't notice any water where they were.
They're also still hitched to the cart, and that's not very safe.
do we want to bring them down here? It's up to you.
Are they going to
are we
fit
able
through that
to?
little pathway?
Just squish them down.
That's
Like
not.
a dimension door.
That's not.
Aymer, can you
That's not.
dimension door them here?
Yeah, I can do that. Although
But-
I have to go back, so if anybody wants to come with me, or if you want to stay.
Yes.
DM, real quick. Dimension doors is for a creature of the size of the caster or smaller. I don't think the horses are gonna fit.
They might.
No, Aymer's
Brock will,
8 inches tall. It's easy. They're not gonna fit.
Hold on, let me make sure.
Brock will go with you and grab the cookies,
Because I think horses are technically classified as a large creature, and
if that's okay.
They are.
humanoids are a
As
medium-sized
long as you
creature.
don't eat them all on the way back.
No, she gave them to Tyrall. They are Tyrall's cookies.
They're for all of us. I would just like at
She
least
did say
one
they
more.
were for all of us.
So it says you can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. You can also bring one willing creature of your size or smaller who is carrying up to. The creature must be within 5 feet.
I also don't think he can carry a horse.
No.
But also
Lowell could.
DM
but-
powers.
True.
DM powers.
See, I
just
would
shrink
think.
them.
I mean, when you use Dimension Door and like Baldur's Gate and stuff, I mean, Karlak is way bigger than Gale, and
Well,
she can
it's-
go through.
It's because humanoids are still classified as a medium-sized creature,
Yeah, but horses
and horses
aren't.
are a large-sized
But
creature.
horses aren't. I mean, horses are big. Horses are big compared to like me, but they're not.
Could Karlak go in the dimension
It's not.
door?
It's not
Yeah.
an elephant.
Could the owlbear go into a dimension door? Like the fully grown
No,
owlbear?
but an owlbear's huge compared to a horse. Horses aren't that big.
No, they're classified as large. That's all I know. And
Oh.
humanoids are classified as
A
medium.
quick prayer to Boulder? Maybe it works.
Hey, maybe
Stretches it
stretch
out a
it a
little
little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just bring them water. It'll be fine.
Also, unhitch them from the cart, because if they try to bolt, they're gonna hurt themselves or kill themselves.
Mhm.
Yeah, but then we just have a cart with no horses.
Well,
If they're gonna take something, then you take the whole cart with them, I guess, because we don't need to have just a cart that we can't move.
I guess, but that's.
But that's
Logically.
If somebody wants to come with me,
Yes.
we can bring them some water.
I will go with.
Yes.
All right, so all of us are going, or do you two just want to go by yourselves? Because if it's not Dimension Door, there's no point in me going.
I'm sitting here.
Yeah, we know.
It is quite cozy.
It is.
Brock wants cookies.
Alright, come on. Brock.
Okay. Brock said, "I want them to cookies."
I gotta take the toddler back to the car.
In the middle of his prayer, Tyrall's like,
Cookies.
"Delilah's cookies."
Bring me some of them cookies. Don't forget to load up the pail of water and take it on back to them.
So you can do that.
The 45-minute walk back.
It was 45 minutes because Aymer forgot where he was going.
Well.
Once if
That's
does anybody
also not surprising.
honestly, Brock, you could probably smell them. You can probably smell the horses and their blood.
Straight shot
So
back.
yeah, so you can make it back pretty easily. However, will you both roll a survival check for me to just make sure how fast you go?
Use my new jade dice. Natural 20 on the new jade dice.
Hey, what's
Alright,
up?
that's
Keep
good.
that dice out.
I
Yeah.
got a 3, which makes it 5.
Oh. 20.
Jonas, we talked about this last time. I said you had to fix the bad rolling. This doesn't feel like you fixed the bad rolling.
I did. Whenever I first got here, I rolled it on the page 4 times, and I got 2 16s, a 12, and then a 5.
Well, then you
Well,
got
buddy,
it.
buddy,
So
that's
you,
not
you exhausted all of the good rolls for the night. Roll again. Roll again.
and then I rest my dice on the 20, so that the 20's up, so they
to
get that
give it,
feeling.
yeah. To,
Roll it
to have
again.
The winner
Roll it again.
mentality.
That's an oogie boogie roll right there. That's 11.
That's a little bit better. But, so, I mean, with your sniffing prowess and the, the 20 that
cookies
you,
and just like drooling.
that you rolled, you all will be able to find it, I mean, pretty quickly. And you actually noticed that Aymer was, like, roundabouting this the whole time. He was so lost at first. It takes you, like, 20 minutes to get back to the
Are you
cove.
fucking kidding me?
Like, he was so lost, he forgot where he was going, and he was distracted a little bit. So the 45 minutes was just because he had no idea where he was going.
Nice.
Like halfway through, they go around a tree and they see the car, and Cyrus is just like,
Oh, we're here.
moving on.
So you water the horses, grab the cookies, and come back. And Aymer's like, oh, that was fast.
Let me guess.
Yes.
It was just right around the corner.
Yes.
Mm.
When we get back, are you still praying?
It would take 40 minutes.
Tyrall's probably switched to singing
Oh.
at this
Oh,
point,
okay.
singing
Oh.
praises.
So,
Aymer will join, but he's more like humming to himself a little bit.
because Brock didn't want to interrupt your prayer, but then he will be cookies.
Indirectly in the face.
But it's like
Cute.
because of the echo and the reverberation in the cavern. It actually sounds really pretty too, especially with Aymer's humming. It's like
Ooh, I bet.
that them they're good sounding
Mhm.
chanting.
It's like
beautiful.
Lothlorien.
Exactly, because that pretty much when they sing in Elven is what Aymer sounds like. It was like the singing in Lothlorien. Beautiful. Yeah.
Tyrall's almost there in the.
You have a deeper voice.
Yeah.
Aymer has a very higher pitched voice.
Not as well trained.
You're more of a deeper Gregorian chant man.
Correct. But thank you for bringing the cookies back. One for you. One for you. Hack back up to wherever Aymer is, and one for you.
Thank you. And he still has his eyes closed.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yep, just.
And they're
Good.
Good
Them
cookies.
are good cookies.
Throw them back up into my
Them are
backpack.
good. Them are good Odin Freya cookies.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
He just eats, and Tyrell eats, and he's like, Odin, why do you torture me? She's perfect.
Your cry eating.
Yeah.
Is crying and you're just sobbing next to him. He's like, what the fuck?
That was beautiful.
So good.
She was so pretty.
Her
She
hair
fought off a
shined in
dragon
the
by
light.
herself.
Oh, I should have asked her to fight me.
I love
Love
that.
that first fight.
Really funny.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, her
and,
with just a pitchfork going at a dragon.
since Brock heard that, Aymer has been here before and knows this, Brock feels like that there's the possibility there's something here. So he's gonna investigate around and try to find
What
happening?
What are you looking for, huh? What are you trying to look for?
I guess
Pray tell?
Specifically
Una drug.
it would he would just look for a stash, like what area looks like, oh, I would stash something there. Whatever it would be, whether it'd be like, oh, that's a good place to plop in a sword.
Ooh, this rock.
Or
Interesting.
Or,
I was
you
not
know,
expecting someone to actually
a
look
bag
for
of
this.
gold.
So you roll an investigation check for me.
Yeah, I would say it's a very just broad. Wow.
Jonas!
What did you get?
Yep.
You rolled a 1!
Jonas, that's really sad. because you could. That's Jonas.
And I did plan on using
Get
my
new
psionic,
dice!
So that's 5. That's 10.
Can we just see? Just use mine. I just want to see. I just want to see if you're cursed. If the
No.
if
No,
the
I think
dice
he's
are
just cursed.
It's me. 6.
That's an
Oh, it's
18.
That one was an 18. So yeah, they come in every
That's
now and
another
then.
18.
That one was a little lot.
We have to figure out what's wrong. I don't know if it's Jonas.
It's just
if your
Jonas.
Dice.
No, it's me.
You only have 2 sets of
Jonas, we might.
3 sets?
We might have
2
to.
sets, 3 sets,
we all
whatever.
might have
Not enough
to-
dice. That's
What?
I know that you don't like people buying you things, but we might have to. Did he roll one of
Get-
yours?
new dice.
Did he roll one of yours?
No.
You need
Yeah,
to
roll-
roll
roll-
a heavier dice. I just
roll-
want to see.
I rolled my purple one and it got a 16.
No.
Roll that one. That's another
11. 1.
What?
I'm telling you.
What is happening?
Let's just keep the flow going, and we can.
I can't see it.
An
It's
11
another 11!
11 and a 15 from those. Oh yeah, I have a lot more dice, but
Jonas, I
I
don't understand. What?
Remember what
I
she said
never-
last time. We are half the team.
I
We have to
know.
do better.
I know. That's
Please!
why when I DM, I give the little a 4th CR goblin a plus 20 to hit, so it can hit my people.
I
Jonas.
don't understand.
I'm concerned for you.
And I know I bought myself a heavy set of metal dice, and the first 4 rolls were below 6.
Taint them? Oh, did you taint them?
I'm already tainted.
Oh, no.
What?
Yeah, none of you motherfuckers are touching my dice.
Well, see,
I
but
did-
You're losing a hand
No,
if you
there
try
was
to touch
a-
my dice.
There was
the
a
purple
point.
dice was doing pretty good there, but you know.
I'm lightheaded.
I think we have to buy him dice.
No, because
No.
it's just Jonas. I don't understand.
No, because
That's-
It's me.
I think someone
I'm
else needs to buy you
scared.
dice.
No,
I'm
all
scared.
all the dice I have.
What do you
ex-
mean?
Except for the metal dice,
Yeah.
came from other people.
What do you mean?
Okay. Well, anyway, I guess we'll have to figure that out another day
Well, you
when
know,
we have the
Secret Santa
capacity.
at work.
Oh my god.
She said, "Here, Secret Santa, I got you this bag of." It had
Bag
like.
o' dice.
Yeah, it had like
Bag o' dice.
20 sets.
Yeah, bag o'
Yeah.
dice.
Yeah, was it
Bag
a
of
bag of
dice.
dice?
Sure.
Sure.
Was it like a bag
It
about that
was
big?
a black bag.
Yeah, those
and-
those are a bag of dice.
Nice.
But
yeah,
anyway, so what did you roll? It was like a 3?
it came out to a 10.
Okay, that's a little bit better. My god.
Yeah, 1 on the dice became a 10.
Oh my goodness. I need to give you some type of buff or something because, oh man, that's
Just
bad.
give him advantage all the time.
That's so scary.
No.
That's what the dragon's supposed to be for.
Yeah, I'm just saying, good lord. A 10? I'm gonna say that you're definitely looking around for stuff, and you're kind of catching something. There's like a little whiff of something weird. You two would notice that he's looking for something. Whether you want to say something about it or not is up to you.
What are you looking for, Brock?
Hey, you're not supposed to be on there. Get out of here. There's ants.
Yeah, I know. We gotta be careful.
Ew.
But anyway,
So Brock's looking around and you ask him and he kind of perks up and nothing. Brock's not doing anything suspicious.
Well, now I'm worried that you're doing something suspicious, Brock.
Brock, would you like help on being suspicious?
would you like help being the sussy boy?
Yes.
Okay. I will help
Go
Brock.
ahead.
22.
That's so much better, thank you. So you help him, and he kind of tells you, well, I'm kind of smelling it over here, and you're like, okay, so let's go closer over here, and you kind of search for a couple minutes, and Aymer kind of looks more like he's snoozing, less like he's actually asleep, but he looks kind of more like he's just doing a little snooze. And you find like a rock that's awkwardly placed way off in the corner, like kind of tucked away a little bit behind where the little lake is and all of that. I mean, it's pretty well hidden, but you find this really oddly placed larger rock. You kind of currently move it.
Ant.
What?
Was there an ant?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh, and there's some clothes, and they're, I mean, haphazardly thrown, but there's just a little pile of clothes there, and I mean, maybe just like a couple of ripped up papers, but that's about it. But I mean, Brock, you can tell that something smells a little weird about them. When you pick them up, when you kind of grab to pick them up, you notice that there's blood all over them. There's blood all over the shirt, and the shirt's kind of it looks like it's been worn down where the blood is at. The pants are also kind of a little bloody, and they're worn down where the blood was at. And the papers, now that you've kind of moved and rustled everything around, there's a little bit of blood on the papers. This is old blood too, like dried blood.
Oh, yeah.
And when you go to, do you sniff it? Do you kind of, what do you do?
That, yeah. Sniff.
When you sniff it, it smells a lot like the blood that was on Aymer's journal.
Ooh.
Am I getting any weird vibes off of this stuff? Little unholy vibes.
Nope.
No, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Yeah, Brock will kind of gather up the clothes,
So I was kind of like watching from across the cavern, like, what are you doing?
and then he'll go down to the lake, and he's gonna wash them.
Okay. The blood is stained on the clothes, so you can't get much out of it.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why it kind of looks like right in the space that it was is kind of worn down, because it looks like somebody had already tried to like viciously scrub at it.
Yeah, and so Brock will see that it's not coming out, and he'll think about it.
What are those?
And then he'll, these will be for if we have to wipe Tyrall again, because these are no good.
It's really clear.
And
Where
then-
did you find those?
You see Tyrall over where they found them, picking up the piece of paper, trying to look to see if there's anything written on it.
I mean, it's like torn up paper. You
Oh.
can tell that there's handwriting. You wouldn't recognize it. But Brock, if you looked at it, are you going to look at the paper at all? Or would you just kind of be like, paper, weird, and move on?
Yeah, Brock would not be interested.
I didn't think you would.
If it was like a full sheet, maybe.
No,
but yeah,
it looks
definitely
ripped.
ripped paper. He's
Yeah.
just like trash.
But yeah, it's just like ripped in like 4 or 5 pieces. And you can tell that there's handwriting on it, but you can't tell what it's really saying. That's about it.
Tyrell's going to look at it. Oh, this is a project for later. And sling his backpack down, open it up, and put it in the backpack, put it back on.
Okay.
And then Brock will kind of lay out the clothes so that they can dry.
Just on the there we go. Just on the
Kind of
ground.
On a rock or something?
yeah, kind of a high rock away from the water. And,
Okay, but in plain sight.
but yeah,
Okay.
inside and
Okay. Okay.
yes.
So what is everybody doing? You just chilling?
So I was probably gonna find like a nice comfy patch of moss and just
Yeah, they're
sit
pretty much
cross-legged,
everywhere.
What time
wrap
is
the
it?
tail around.
You wouldn't really know because there's no
yeah.
view of outside. So
Aymer has a pocket
it-
watch though, right?
it
Or is it a compass?
it's a pocket
Cool.
watch compass, but it's a sundial pocket watch.
Yeah.
There's no sun to dial.
Yeah.
So, but you know that when you went in here, it was like midday, late evening as you started to get in here, so. But you don't exactly know. And Aymer's still just doing a little snooze.
Yeah, so I was gonna meditate for a while or something.
As
Probably close to wherever the incense is burning.
Sorry, there's an ant. My bad.
No.
You were saying?
Brock
Sorry.
will. Yeah, he'll just go over to one of the moss beds and kind of curl up on it. He'll pull out that picture of the orc family and look at it, and then he'll kind of look around at everybody, fold it up, put it back in his pocket.
Pocket?
Tyrall's gonna go over to the stream. He's gonna take all of his armor off. He's gonna start taking everything else off.
God,
till
not
he's
again.
down to
This is
nothing.
the first time he's going to be able to wash himself in
Yeah,
like
I know.
3 weeks.
Yep. He's gonna take everything off. He's gonna lay down into the stream.
And it's deep enough that it probably comes up to about maybe your hips.
Yeah.
Because it would come up to about Aymer's waist.
Freezing.
He's gonna
It's
So
it's,
cold.
lay
it's
back
chilly, but it's
and just
really
kinda-
Really?
refreshing. Yeah,
float in it.
It's
then-
very refreshing.
After a little while of floating, he's gonna get back up, go over to his pack, take out his soaps and everything, unbraid the hair, and just start washing everything, getting all nice and clean.
Is this running water? Or is it still water?
It's ruminating water because of the waterfall.
Yeah.
There's a waterfall.
And it's got to drain somewhere.
I just want to soapy up a still lake.
Yeah,
With
it's
fish in
it's running water and then it just kind of circulates
Gotta go somewhere. Or else the whole thing would be filled up.
somewhere.
So he's gonna
Can you grab
wash
some
everything
fish
off.
while you're in there? Cyrus says with his eyes closed.
Oh, you want some? What? They're all glowing. Any particular color fish you want?
Some of them are glowing. Most of them are glowing. There are some that aren't. But some of them are like the biggest one is probably bloop, like it's a pretty good size. But then there are like tiny itty bitty boys, itty bitty little guppies, maybe a turtle or two, some bioluminescent turtles with a glowing little shell. They're cute little
Do
buddies.
you want some glowing turtle soup or just fish?
Fish, preferably.
All right. He's gonna. Okay.
Roll
He
a
is
survival check
butt
for
naked.
me.
Butt naked.
He is going to try to scoop some fishies out of the water.
Roll a
Let me-
survival check for me. Butt naked. That's really funny. Just a butt naked high elf priest going.
Have you ever caught fish with your bare hands?
No, I don't.
Fun.
I don't touch fish. I don't
That's fun.
swim with
19.
fish. I don't touch them. I get nowhere near them. I hate them.
19.
Yeah. So I mean, you can catch one or two.
Yeah, he'll just
Some of them are some slipper boys.
throw one up
Yeah, that's
onto the
kind of what you
bank
do, yeah.
and go back.
Slap.
Gah! Throw another one up there for you.
I'm sure that's how, like bears do it or something.
Yeah. They have claws though. It impales
Yeah.
them. They're like, oh, num 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 num.
Yeah.
Like,
Or they stand there
I
and
bet that's
catch
how
them in the
Brock could do it.
mouth.
Honestly, Brock just goes sink. Num 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 num.
Yeah.
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 There, is that enough fish for you, Cyrus?
You probably get a decent sized one, and then maybe like one of the smaller boys.
I feel like Brock could eat that on his own, so maybe a few more.
All right, here we go again.
Trying to empty the whole lake.
I gotta eat.
Another 19.
Dang. Yeah. So yeah,
And Brock will eat the whole lake by himself if we let him.
Well,
so.
yeah, absolutely. But he's already had some. He
Yeah.
dove in the
And
moment he saw them.
my
He said,
statement
he said,
still
He had
stands.
he had some of the fruits, which whenever he went to lay down on
Just like
the
shove
moss
some
bed,
in
he would
Aymer's
have grabbed
face.
a couple more, so he has this little armful as he
he's
sits
asleep with like an armful of fruit. He's so precious.
Yeah. So you've now got 4 fishies to consume.
2 big ones and 2 small boys. Not like guppies, but smaller boys.
And after a little while, Cyrus will get up and go outside and start a fire to like cook them,
Oh, okay.
so they can have.
You could have done that. You could have done that in here, but that's fine.
I mean, I guess, yeah, but smoke inhalation. I mean, I know it's a bit. How big of a cavern? Is
I mean,
She said a couple
Oh,
hundred feet.
Yeah,
Oh, wow, okay.
like huge.
That's fine. Then.
Like you can see the top only because it's lit up by bioluminescent stuff. But if it was dark, you probably wouldn't be able to tell how tall it is because it's very tall.
Okay, he'll just hear them.
Not for
I don't
anybody
wanna ruin
else's.
this whole cave.
Not for anybody else's reference because anybody who's not seen the show is not going to care. But it's kind of resembling the one that Tekken Omega kind of fell into. It's very tall, very very tall.
Oh, got it.
But it's very empty, whereas theirs had a lot more.
Again,
Crap.
still don't really want to ruin the cave, but
Yeah.
it's fine.
I mean, more than likely, you can assume that Aymer has probably lit a couple of fires in here
Probably.
anyway. So
So Cyrus,
Mm-hmm.
do the other snowy people eat like this too? Back from where you're from?
Just turn it.
as he's butt naked in the lake, hey, the other snow leopards eat like this.
What?
The other people that look like you back home, do they eat like this? Well, not tabaxis, but you know, other people that I don't know, white like you with the little black spots.
A snow leopard.
Yeah.
I mean, we all eat about the same as any other tabaxi. I'm not sure what the question is.
You're a human, also. And you just hear from the distance. It's enough that he's saying it to himself, but since it echoes, you hear it just enough.
You're a human.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. So if I
You're
have to create
also
more food,
a
I can
human,
create you
by
some
that logic.
dried fish.
Fish, meats, fruits, vegetables.
Do you
Grains.
prefer fish though?
No
I
more
know
than any other meat.
the regular cats seem to prefer more fishy things.
Regular cats. Cyrus isn't a regular cat. You're not a real boy.
No. Actually. No.
Oh. So what do you prefer?
I'm not relatively picky about what I eat. Just as long as there's a good protein source in every meal that I have.
All right. It makes my life easier if I have to create anything for us.
Do you think that cats eat fish?
Yes.
Do you think that we also drink milk?
No, I've seen them eat or drink normal water. I saw one get into the wine barrels, and that was hilarious. But you know, for the most part,
We eat the same food as everyone else.
all right. Then he'll just splash back down into the stream and kind of start swimming
Dog
away.
paddling?
It's so good to see you all roleplay. It's so nice not to be the one talking all the time.
He'll just
We have talked a lot this session.
just
Yeah, I know.
swim on over, and he'll do a couple of laps, get that nice little exercisey in, and then he'll roll to get his own fish.
Go ahead.
Ooh, that's a 5.
Good job.
He said, and now... Oh.
And he's gonna try one more time.
Okay. he done rolled his 22.
That's a 7.
All right. Well, it
you
takes
do know-
you. Go ahead.
You do know this is for all of us, right?
It is, because I'm getting real tired of trying to get these
Did you
fish
think
for myself.
that I was going to eat this all myself?
You seem pretty excited whenever you ask me for fish. You've never actually asked me for food before.
We all need to eat, Tyrall.
Fair enough.
Why do you think I asked you for extra so Brock doesn't eat it all?
Fair enough. Let me dry myself off and put some clothes on. And he'll get out, and he'll sacred flame himself to dry off.
Blow dryer. Do you? Well, Aymer could just
Aymer has prestidigitation.
Aymer's resting.
Wake him up.
Aymer's...
He's not resting enough to not make us a smart comment. It's Tyrus.
Let me go over there with everything just hanging out. Be like, hey, buddy,
Hey, you want to dry me off?
can you
You
dry
know-
me off real quick?
You know,
Aymer
it's not
probably
anything we haven't already seen.
That's true, and it's not like Aymer couldn't just be like, yeah, okay. But that's up to you. If you want to sacred
It's
flame
literally a
yourself,
cantrip.
if you want to flame boy yourself, you're
Yeah.
welcome.
He's just gonna.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah,
And
sure.
then it just
Oh
goes
my
away.
God.
It wouldn't burn you, so yeah, sure.
Just a tiny bit.
It would do enough to dry out the water on you and also maybe your skin, but Sure, that's fine.
Just
Cool.
he's just gonna go, oh, no pains, no gains. All right. He's just gonna put everything back on, just kind of like, ooh, just a little tender.
I feel like
A
they're
little
better
tender.
methods.
Put everything else back
I'm
on.
sure that if you were swimming in the river, you're gonna have somebody repatch up your eye as well because the bandages would have gotten wet.
Sarah's wake up Aymer anyway.
He's gonna go, oh, well, that's stinging a little.
Yeah. Although it probably
Cyrus,
would
does
feel
this
good,
look-
but
Worse than normal?
ew. Just that
No.
lifts the eyelid up. Just
Yeah, just in the cavity.
Ugh.
No.
I
Cyrus
would.
is a glitch. No.
That
Okay.
is nightmare fuel for Courtney. I would.
Yeah, no, I
lose
would actually-
my-
I
if
would-
I saw
I
an
would-
empty
yeah.
eye socket, I think I would actually drown myself in the river. That would be terrifying.
Yeah.
He's gonna go on over. Hey, Aymer, my boy.
Yeah,
My
Aymer.
boy.
Yeah, and he doesn't open his eyes. He's just kind of arms behind his head, just kind of chilling.
Could I get some help with? Yeah, I went for a swim, and now
Yeah.
I need fresh bandages.
Yes, I can do that. Let me. Where's my pack? And he's trying to find it. It's like at the end of his feet. And he opens it up. He's like, "All right, sit down. I'm obviously not as tall as you, so I'm gonna need you to sit down." And he gets his little bandages out, and he goes to do it. And he's like, "Wait, did you need to braid your hair before I do this?"
You know, and the braids for all this time on the helmet, it needs to freshen out, and my scalp retain some elasticity.
What?
All right.
I don't
It's been pulled back so much
It would.
into the
Yeah,
braids.
I mean, yeah.
Needs to.
Talk about a headache.
breathe. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that does hurt.
It's up to you. And he kind of puts a little patch on it and starts to kind of tie it
Cyrus
around. and
brings
all that.
over 2 cooked fish,
Yeah.
mid hatching.
So, and
Thank you, Cyrus. It just-
as Aymer's kind of patching your eyes up, he's like, "So, what the heck happened to your hands? I wanna know the story behind that one."
my hands. The
Yeah,
they look
yeah,
like
those boys.
yeah.
What
So
Tell me that Bifrost story.
it was the first war that we went into
Mm-hmm.
after I'd been ordained. There was a conglomerate of a couple tiefling generals and some spawns of the underworld mixed in with some goblins and hobgoblins. They were absolutely terrorizing.
Just pick one.
What's that capital of Paulo?
Piantir.
Pianter?
Piantir.
They were absolutely terrorizing the towns around Pianter. And they couldn't deal with it themselves, so they called in the circle. And after 4 days of intense pitched battle, we decided that we had to end it swiftly and quickly. So I was chosen to be in the line for the cleansing. And it's the first time I'd ever been blessed to be able to do it. And I remember as I brought my hammer down, an intense searing pain in my hands. And when I came to about a week later, that they were just in nothing but bandages. Just stacks and stacks of bandages. The first time they changed them, after I came to, there was nothing but intense searing pain and a smell that I'll never forget. I remember looking at them, wondering, is my time as a priest done? How will I ever do my duties in war again? Many, many, many months passed before I was able to actually hold my hammer and train again.
I can imagine that it burned all the way down to the muscles, so yeah.
I'm not entirely convinced that this isn't skin and not just muscle here. It was so bad.
Nasty.
But now this is the remembrance that I have, as obviously now I have 2 more to remember the cost of doing Odin's greatest work to fight his wars. But it's just something that comes with the territory of being his hand on this earth.
It's a lot of dedication.
It is, and eventually it will kill me
Oh,
if I use it too many times. But no matter what, dying by Bifrost is a guaranteed way to Valhalla for the Valkyries to take me home, so no matter what, it ends in glory.
You definitely have a different outlook than some of us other people, I suppose. Alright, and he finishes bandaging you up and he's like, that's definitely not the way I view things, but I understand your dedication. I have quite the dedication to Baldur as well, so I respect where you're standing.
Tyrall will look back at Aymer, kind of nudge him with his elbow and be like, yeah, but you should have seen that general screaming whenever it came down. It was glorious.
Aymer's like, He's just green in the face, like, oh yeah, I bet. I'm not fond of bloodshed mostly myself, so yeah.
Bloodshed is kind of my thing.
Sure, and blowing up
I
trains.
think we're aware,
and...
yes.
Well, thanks for the patch up, Aymer.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Just thankfully this one doesn't smell like the hands did.
But I'm sure if you don't clean it, it might. Hopefully by the next town, and he kind of talks a little bit louder so that everybody else can hear. Hopefully by the border town, something we can get you something that will be a replacement, a better replacement than these band-aids. Maybe a cleric, a different cleric, can look at you and make sure that you get properly fixed up, stitched up, whatever you want to do.
There's also a possibility of getting you a prosthetic so there's not a gaping hole in your skull.
No, I feel compelled to have the constant reminder.
It could lead to an infection.
I mean, not if it's properly taken care of.
I'll get a proper sealed eye patch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, I
You
can
just don't want a
match
open
my
hole in
tattoo.
your skull.
No, you don't. But yeah,
Taken care of or not, it's still an issue.
No, but imagine the things I can stash in here.
Oh,
That's
Wherever I
and
find
then
that
and then
diamond.
Aymer's like, well,
That's what leads to the infection.
No, but we find
Just
that diamond I
small.
need. I'll just put it right in here, and then I can give somebody the diamond eye. Just.
that's terrifying. Actually, don't do that, please.
Mm.
I'm as someone who also heals people. Please don't.
No, well, what if it's a prosthetic diamond eye?
I think we
I
need
mean,
to
that would
save
be
the
very
diamonds.
that'd be very expensive. But I'm a duke, but I can only do so much. I
Understood.
might not have the same sway in other places.
Well, until we get to that point, this is what I got.
Yeah. Brock, and he looks over just to make sure that you're all right. And what are you doing? Like, are you on the moss?
Snoozing with the fruit.
Yeah, snoozing with the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's my band.
But yeah.
Snoozing with snoozing with the fruit.
but yeah.
No, that's our group
podcast
name.
name.
That's our
sorry.
group name. Snoozing with the
Group
fruit.
Yeah.
Get rid of the cool one. Snoozing with the fruit. Hi, we're snoozing with the fruit.
And yes, here's Wonderwall.
Here's Wonderwall.
Well, if yeah, it sounded like Aymer went, hey Brock, there would be a
Oh,
and some of the fruit
Fruit
fall.
falls out.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to make sure you're alright, but you're clearly fine, so
Oh, yes.
keep resting. Sorry
Brock-
to bother you.
Brock is fine. Oh, how's that?
I mean, it's a gaping hole in my face,
Yes, Brock sees. It's
but
gross.
it's
You don't see that.
bandaged up now.
Mm.
Is it really that bad, guys?
It is a bloody gaping hole in your skull.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie.
Oh.
Well.
It,
Maybe
it
Aymer-
needs to be tended to.
Maybe Aymer is right. Maybe we should get to that town.
Yes.
After we rest here for a couple of days, then we can go.
Yes.
This is going to be a travel and a half to get to the border town, and at least we have somewhere where we can rest safely without being worried that somebody's going to find us. So
Brock wants to stay here a little longer.
We can stay here a little longer. I think everybody else agrees.
Sounds good to me.
I don't think I can necessarily complain.
We never have to leave if we don't want to.
Oh,
No, we do.
that
Yeah,
seems-
you're right. We do have a duty.
That seems quite.
Yes.
And aren't you? Hold on. So you could just skip out on what the Viscount asked us to do, but not marry the pretty lady.
I mean, I can't do either of those things.
Oh, so you were just joking.
So, yes, it was a joke.
He
Not
looks
as
at
good as yours.
Cyrus. He looks at you and he's like, "He's got jokes now."
I don't get it.
Well, one of us does.
Oof. Oof. Oh. Wow. Would you like me to smite?
No, it's fine.
You know, next time you need healing or a story, you just. Do you think it's funny? Do you? You know what? What were you saying?
I honestly don't remember.
I.
Oh, no. I do still have to do what the Viscount says, as long as, it doesn't interfere with my oaths or Odin. I do take his direction. So, no, I cannot stay here as much as I would love to.
It was a joke.
It was a joke.
Right.
Not a very good
Apparently,
one.
the only one that makes jokes.
Mm-hmm.
This is certainly not you.
In case that wasn't evident, yes, I was talking about.
The audacity! And it just kind of echoes.
Mm.
I'm actually. I mean, how long have we been traveling together? I mean, it's been like a what?
2.5
It's
weeks,
been like
3
a month.
weeks.
Yes.
For us, it's been like a month and a half.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
all of us together, I'd say
About a
about
month.
2 weeks.
About a month because
About a month.
we'd met in the forest, and we've been traveling for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, right?
We've been
The
traveling for
typical-
about a week,
Yes.
yes.
So about a month. And I would think that you would think I was funny by now, but you know what? Forgive me. Maybe I'll just have to try harder.
You were
Please
funny when we had that bath. And your hair drooped down over your face. That was very funny.
Yes.
It was pretty funny with it all poofy, too.
Yeah. A joke that I'm sure you won't get because humor is only for those who actually know how to laugh. So. Anyway,
Oh no, you didn't see those facial expressions that I saw.
what facial expressions?
Cyrus is making all these weird twitches and smirks while we were at the farm.
Oh, because you were flirting with your little girlfriend. That's why. Wait, you
Was
make
that-
facial expressions?
Uh-huh.
Oh, his tail twitches too.
Oh no, but that's only when he puts it in his mouth.
No, this was actual like
Oh,
twitching.
separate from when he puts it in his
Like
mouth.
twitching with glee and giddiness.
Oh. Because the only
When do I
time.
become center of attention?
You put your
When-
tail in your mouth.
Yes, he does.
Turns and walks away.
He sure does. And Aymer just kind of like has his hands on his hips and follows along right next to Cyrus. He sure does.
His ears just slowly
Right,
flatten.
apparently when he's very focused and reading, apparently he does, yes.
Oh.
You want to talk about funny, I may not have funny jokes, but that's funny. And you're the center of attention when you decided to
He's
try
just
to make...
trying to walk. They're just walking in circles around this cavern.
And you'll
Leave me
now...
alone. Leave me alone.
You're now the center of attention when you decided to make yourself the center of attention by
I
attacking
didn't
my
know
joke.
such
You sure
thing.
did. You thought you were funny enough to make a joke against me, so...
No,
I
I
was
said
teasing
Tyrall was the
you.
funny one.
Yeah, and you made sure to let everyone know that I wasn't the funny one.
Do you need to keep following me?
Yes,
with
I indeed do.
this? There's
They're
like
just
a fish
walking.
cooking. It's like it's starting to get a little burnt.
A little
It's like-
crispy.
we're just
Oh, Tyrall will nose the fish and take it off. Cyrus, your fish is done. Maybe a little over.
Thank you.
There you go.
Grabs
don't,
it.
don't put
Keeps
your,
trying to walk.
Don't put your tail in your mouth before you eat it. That's not going to be good. Don't want
I take
hair
care
in
of
your
my
fish.
tail.
No, excuse you. You've not seen me bathe. I take very good care of my tail. He like picks it up and it's this big floofy mess. He's like, look at how soft this is. Do you see how soft?
Tyrall
I
will
see a few
walk
twigs
over,
sticking out of it. Yes.
look at
Let's not.
Aymer, look back at Brock. Should I?
Yes.
What? Should you what?
Pick up Aymer, throw him in the water.
Oh no! He said. He said. Well, that's the thing is Aymer's so tiny. He's like maybe 130 pounds, like 140 pounds at the most with the muscle, but that's about it. So you're like throwing like a little basketball. Like honestly, when you pick him up, he probably weighs about as much as your hammer to you, like maybe a little bit less.
That's so funny.
Like he just. Whoop. But yeah, he had taken his boots off and he had taken his vest off. So I mean, and he did the twig was because he needed a bath. So I mean, yeah. So when you pick him up and toss him, he's like ah, yeah. And like when it's like a weird, the sound he makes is like a very animal like ah,
hissy,
like
sputtery screech.
Yeah, like a yelp sort of. But and it's probably like a second or two and he comes back up and his hair is and his ears are back and it
Like,
is all
Cyrus,
the curls are just like
look at that.
completely flattened against his face.
Isn't that funny?
Yep. Brock busts up.
Yeah, he's like rubbing his mouth, trying not to laugh.
See, he can be funny. He can be pretty funny looking.
You know, I hate all of you actually. And if you're going to do this, at least turn around so I can have my own privacy while I'm trying to bathe, since now I'm having to be forced to bathe. I was going to do it later when everyone was asleep.
Well, it is late already, so I'm gonna go back and take my nap.
His ears are just flat to his head with his flat hair. He has to like pull it out of his face, and when he does
Like
that,
in his mouth.
it just like all flooshes back.
And Tyrall's gonna go sit down on one of the nice moss pads and go into his trance, since it's probably getting late.
Yeah, it's probably later. And you can tell that when his hair is wet, because usually how poofy and curly it is, it's like way longer than usual. But once he makes sure that everyone is turned away, or I mean, I guess except Brock, but what are you doing, Cyrus?
Cyrus is actually gonna kind of post up for first watch.
Okay. So you can do that, but he's like, can you back? You don't have privacy. Thank you. Thank you. And Brock, what are you doing?
Brock will go lay back down, but he'll tell Cyrus that I'll watch second.
I'll look you up.
And you hear just the wet clunk of like a turtleneck, and then the wet ting pink of like a belt and pants just kind of being thrown to the side. And Aymer will bathe himself.
How long does he take to bathe himself?
I mean, he's gonna take his time because there's no rush and anything. So he's
Like a good 2 hours.
well, I mean, like an hour. Dude's chilling.
Yeah.
Hour, 15 minutes maybe. Like he's just chilling.
Yeah.
And he has his back to everyone else. So
Did the bandages hold up well?
oh, yeah, about that. So was that? Couldn't have been Brock.
No, I'm the one that robbed you up.
Yeah. So maybe don't do that again. Thanks, though.
Why? You had open wounds that needed to be taken care of.
I could have taken care of them. There's no need. Thank you. And you hear. And it'll probably be after his bath. He'll get out, kind of prestidigitation himself, and then he puts his pants back on, and he goes to put his shirt back on, but then he's like, and you just hear a disgruntled. He doesn't put his shirt back on. He kind of like just cuts it with his nail, and it kind of falls off, and he's like. Like he's trying to wrap himself back up with because he can't with his shoulder, and he's like, Brock,
Eh.
buddy, can you come help me?
Oh.
shoulder's a lot harder than I can really do myself.
You know Cyrus was watching.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, no, but I need your help with the bandage. I can't, not on my shoulders. I tried, and it's just a little bit harder than I can.
All right.
Thank you.
And Brock tries to mimic what he saw
Yeah,
Cyrus do.
will you roll a medicine check for me? Jonas, with your bad rolls.
As expected, that's a nice 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you're doing it, I'm sure your nails probably kind of accidentally hit the wound. He's like, oh, right, yeah, just be
Ow.
careful.
This is why Cyrus did it.
And, like, your nail kind of rips the bandage, like, the wrapping a little bit, and then it kind of falls apart, and Aymer's like, oh.
Cyrus is not saying a single word.
Right, thank you, Brock.
Hold on. Brock knows good technique.
Yeah?
And then he crouches down.
Moss!
Oh.
Big old thing of like mud water.
No. And Aymer's
Cyrus just flinches knowing what happened by the sound.
And he's like, no.
That's what Ma and Pa would do.
And he's just like,
Fuck stings a little bit.
Thank you, Brock. You can go to bed now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, buddy.
And then he'll go back out. When he gets back to the bed, he lays down,
I
and then you see him sit up a little bit, grab.
Grabs it, eats a cold chicken nugget, puts it back down. Eats half the cold chicken nugget. And Aymer, I guess he doesn't have a shirt back on yet. He stands there for a little bit, looks to Cyrus, the back of Cyrus's head. He's like, no.
An ear, very obviously, back in his direction.
Quit listening to me.
I can't help it.
Can you at least close your eyes if you do it?
No.
Don't. And as you're like turning,
No.
he's like, no, don't.
No, I have to see what I'm doing.
I don't want you to see what you're doing. I want it to be. I can't do it myself. And I can't have Brock do it, obviously.
Fine.
So you can close your eyes.
I can't make any promises.
Oh, I don't know if that's good enough for me. It doesn't need a bandage, right?
Yes, especially now. Please wash that out.
The mud's just creeping down, like falling into the other wound. He's like, oh, well. Alright. And he cleans it up, and then he kind of grabs what's left of the bandages, and walks over and he sits close to you, not super close, and he's like, his chest is facing you. And he's covering one of his, the shoulder that's hurting.
Would you rather me face the front of you?
Yeah, that's good. But you can tell that he still has, not on this one anymore, obviously, but specifically this
that's
one.
new scarred. No.
Yeah, this one has scarring coming over the shoulder. I mean, obviously you've seen it from the backside, but he's ignoring that that's the truth. So,
yeah, Cyrus doesn't really know how to bring that up.
and you can kind of tell it comes over his neck a little bit and stuff, but he's like, yep, just don't, just like that. Perfect. He's like,
He tries to wrap him up, and he has to feel around for where the wound is, so he knows where to wrap.
It goes like on the shoulder, but as soon as you like try to go to touch, he like smacks your hand away. No, there's no need for that. Look, I'll help. And he kind of brings it around enough for you to be able to grab the wrapping from behind.
Just quietly.
And then the
Wraps
one on
him
his
up.
chest, he does also helps.
This would be a lot easier if I was the one that did it.
Yeah, but there's no need for you to see anything that doesn't need to be seen, right? So, and he's not looking at you, like he's looking down.
Yeah, but they're not looking at it. They're just like looking at what he's doing.
They're like, la.
It's really alright. Go around his abdomen now to like tighten it.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. I mean, all right. I don't know what you're referring to. So, of course, everything is all right. I mean, except for this nasty shoulder wound and Brock putting mud in it.
And then he'll like actually like look at Aymer, like just for a second, like, and look away.
Weird. Yeah. So, nope, everything's fine. You know, we really need to teach Brock how to not put mud in wounds.
I think that is something that we need to do. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Kind of like uncomfortably close too.
Well, I mean, yeah, because you're basically having to hug him
Yeah.
every time you do it.
I think he's 6 inches tall.
Well, I'm sure that, were you sitting down or were you standing up?
Sitting down.
Right, so he was sitting down next to you.
Mhm.
So, hugging,
As one would do.
as you would have to do to wrap somebody. And, yeah. So, and you notice the weird, of course, the weird skin patterning that he has based on being, which is not something you're used to as being part something. You just have pale albino skin.
Yeah.
He has a weird patterning to his chest and stomach. And you do notice that he actually is fairly well built. I mean, he looks like he's worked out in his life, which, not with the clothes on, you'd be like, oh, it's just a little twig boy. But he's got some, I mean, obviously some scars on his arms and stuff, but nothing too serious. And then once you're done bandaging him up, he immediately pushes himself away from you, stands up, and walks backward. Grabs his shirt from beside the thing, from beside the lake, puts it back on. He likes a little bit when he puts his shirt back on. All right, we never speak of this again. Thank you, and goes and lays down in the moss.
Okay.
So, Brock, you said you were taking second watch. Alright, so whenever you all would like to switch out, Cyrus, whenever you get tired. Unless you want to do anything specific, Cyrus.
No, just ruminate.
Oh, okay.
Your time.
Oh, all right.
Brock is precious. Freak.
Brock will get up, brush some of the fruit crumbs off of his
That's
shirt.
so cute.
You sure you're alright staying up alone?
Yes.
Well, did you take a 2 or 4 hour watch?
I think 4 hour.
Then I'd be getting up at the same time.
Yeah. And some of you all, as you're starting to try to kind of change around and stuff, Aymer is actually asleep, oddly enough.
Finally.
And you notice that, like, some of, like, the little lights kind of just, like, one of them maybe, like, sits on the top of his ear and his ear flicks it off, like, as he's asleep. Because they're, like, little bioluminescent little bugs. But it kind of lands on his ear and he goes, floop! And it's just, the bug's like, oh, freak. Just kind of... But, so, Tyrall, you are awake. Brock, you are also awake.
Yep. First, Brock will kind of just do a perimeter walk. He'll walk up to the entryway, walk a bit outside, and look up to see the sky. And
There are stars, and it is very late at night. You don't know exactly how late, obviously, but it is definitely, the moon is high, and there are definitely some stars out.
and then he'll head back in, and he'll go over and sit next to Tyrall. Hi.
Good evening, Brock.
Did you sleep well?
I love the question in his voice.
It's not sleep, but yes, it was very nice.
Okay.
Do you have little dreams about your little girlfriend? I love this. This
Yes.
is so good.
Do I know they teased earlier, but do not be shamed. Brock once was bitten, not in that way that Brock bit you, but in the way that you were bitten by her.
Are you talking about bitten by a female Lizardman?
Female, yes. Lizardman, no.
Brock, was that the bite that gave you the hunger?
No. That was much later.
Brock, I'm going to be honest with you. If it wasn't a Lizardman, who bit you?
Brock's confused now. Do you mean this bite or this bite?
Oh, that's so fucking cute.
This bite.
Okay. Yeah, Brock doesn't know that one. So Master was having big party, and we had to help and serve the foods and the drinks and cleans up, and there was this girl, and she was furry like Aymer and Cyrus, but full cover, not half. Tabaxi,
I
Yes.
assume so.
and she was very pretty, and Brock tried to talk to her, and then Brock wound up back downstairs, and yes, the Master was not happy with Brock.
Well, Brock, I didn't go that far. But Odin would have the same reaction if I had.
But you did talk to her.
I did talk to her, but I didn't go anywhere with her.
Well, we were at... Oh, Brock does not understand. But, I'm glad Odin did not beat you after you talked to her.
I am very much glad too. Is that why you tried to escape, Brock, after that meeting?
I mean, there were many reasons to escape. Brock loves outside, the trees and the flowers and the animals. He feels bad when he has to drink them, but, you know. And that's how it works.
It was the silence for me.
Sorry, continue.
And, but Brock also is looking for someone, a lizardman.
To make little Lizardmans with.
Oh, no, not after that talk they gave us. No, Brock has sister.
You have a sister.
Yes.
I honestly didn't know that you all knew who your siblings were.
Yes, Mama and Papa kept us close together in same room.
That's a little bit differently than how we do it, but I'm glad that you at least got that.
But at one point, she was taken.
Was she taken because you tried to take her with you?
No, she was taken before Brock escaped.
Brock, what is your sister's name?
Tanya.
How do you spell it?
Tanya.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Tanya.
Yes.
Tanya.
So your master sold her to somebody else.
Brock does not know. Sometimes Master would come down and take, and we never see them again. Brock does not know if she is still alive, but... And then he reaches into his pocket and pulls out this little rock. But Brock hopes that she is, so Brock can see her again.
Hang on a second.
So bad, but I can't go with it.
Yeah, no, we're gonna
It's
talk
so
about
low.
table setup later.
If we just like cut this part out.
Just cut the table in half.
Let me look at how something works real quick.
Okay,
Legend
you do
lore.
that because this was like the worst time for it to hit. But
Sometimes you just gotta be.
Never mind, I don't have what I thought I had. I was hoping I had locate person.
That's only within like 300 feet.
I know, but if we went somewhere that had a bunch
Oh,
of disarm
well.
meds, I could have done it, but no, it's locate object.
Yeah, there's a distinct difference.
Locate object and locate creature.
Also, it's
Indeed.
after 4 o'clock.
Yes,
Weird.
no, I know. But we started
We've been
late.
mouthing back and
Yes,
forth.
I know.
We started late, and I usually stop at about 3 hours, and it's 2:50. So
It's been about 3 hours.
I know, I just said-
have to tinkle.
yes,
But
yes,
I can
yes,
hold it. I'm not an
Um,
eldritch being that's been on this planet forever.
So since Jonas went to the restroom and we're all kind of hungry, because they just kind of finished this conversation, we will finish the conversation once we come back. It'll be about what I said, 45
45
minutes?
minutes.
40 to 45.
Just to give
Long
us
enough for us to get food and eat it.
Yeah, it
Yep.
kind of. But we will be back. Jams, if you're still here, we will be back.
40 to 45 minutes? Because
Yeah, like,
some
it's
of
40
us need
and
to
45.
eat. Not 40 plus 45, 40 to 45.
40-45. We'll be back. I have to manually turn everything off because I unplugged the stream deck. But we'll be back.
Good job. The calendar.
Oh.
yeah, what looks like a rock.
Oh, can somebody make sure that we're not spacey?
Rock for
That's-
rock.
Not what I wanted.
Brock has a rock. A rock of a Brock. A rock of a Brock sister.
Katie's here.
Lord have mercy, so much was happening.
Oh yeah, I forgot my phone.
We are checking stuff, making sure
We're
it's
back.
good.
Yes, we're checking stuff.
We had a break. We went pee. We got foods. We nibbled on the noms.
Yeah, it's aside from my phone being fucking awful.
You okay?
Going on a trip.
And our favorite rocket ship.
So Brock,
Yes.
this rock. What is this rock from?
So, this came from my sister, had gotten it for me. She was very excited. Once each year, Master would give us 3 copper to go out to store, and we could buy each other gifts. And she came back with this rock, and she was so excited. We're rich, she said. And the man had told her that it was gold. And so she bought it from him. And when you examine it, it's like a fool's gold rock. And
Poor baby.
and she gave it to Brock so that one day I could use it to buy a farm and we all could live on it.
Your sister sounds like a wonderful person, Brock.
She was the best. She was much braver than Brock.
In what way, Brock? How was she braver?
No. She would stand up for the other lizardmen if something was too wrong. Like if one of them got sick, they would make you work anyways. But she would yell, not at the master, never at the master, but the other masters, she would yell at them and say, he needs to rest. Give him soup.
Brock, your sister sounds like somebody that everybody needs in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry that you lost her. Maybe while we're on our travels, we could check around and see if we could find her. It's a wide open country, many places to check, but I feel like we're going to get around.
Yes, Brock did not expect the outside to be so big.
Brock, I hate to tell you this, but there's more than just this place. If you sail off into the distant seas, you will find even more.
Wow.
Other lands, other cultures, other kingdoms. But we'll do our best to search what we can.
Yes, we have other priorities, but
That's a big word for a little Brock.
For a little Brock.
He's been hanging out with Aymer.
Yeah.
Aymer does know some pretty long, eloquent words.
I read it in the book.
That's a big word for a little Brock.
You read it? When did you read this in a book, Brock?
Well, from what Aymer has taught Brock, and then when you tried to teach Brock, I remembered seeing that word in your book, but I didn't understand it.
Well, you used it right, Brock. I'm proud of you.
Oh, good.
Now, should we see how fast we can climb these walls?
Walls? Climbing walls?
Where are we climbing to? The top of waterfalls?
Yeah, let's go up to the top of the waterfall, Brock.
I can't. What?
Okay.
Just tell me.
Music is good for this.
Yes.
And then Brock just takes off,
Oh.
dashing towards the
well.
waterfall, going along the rocks.
Skittering, just scuttling.
Tyrall takes off after him.
So.
Wait,
what are
we're
we doing?
sleeping.
We're gonna climb up to the top of the waterfall.
All right.
How tall is the waterfall?
I mean, it's kind of towards the top of the cavern, so it's a rock climb.
Mhm.
So let's just say, for giggles, the cavern is 120 feet tall, right? It's probably 95 feet. If you are gonna do that, I need you both to roll an athletics. Actually, I'm gonna say athletics for you, Tyrall. Are you still wearing your armor?
No, I've taken it off.
Okay, so athletics for you. I would say acrobatics for Brock.
14.
13.
18.
God, you both.
Nice. It's better. That's the best he's rolled
Yeah.
all day. On something that doesn't matter, but it's fine.
Well, of course. Why would it matter?
So, yeah, I mean, Brock, you're able to find purchase on a lot of rocks, mostly because your nails kind of just, like, have a good texture enough to kind of get in there. And you're also 2.5 pounds, so you... Yeah, you look like a little slithery boy. Like, you use your tail sometimes to kind of balance yourself on another rock or whatever.
For sure.
Yeah. Oh, that would be terrifying, actually. Oh my
No,
god.
if
That's
you
how
think
you-
about
a
it,
That's
how
lizards
lizards
are
do it.
terrifying.
A 6-foot lizard, I'd punch it in the face, actually. It came close to, and I think we talked about it, just Cox shotgun. Like, no, thank you. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah, so I'm sure, like, and then, what did you roll?
A 13.
So you can climb. You're more using strength where he's using his dexterity. So you don't go as fast, and you're just watching him, and you're like, oh, that definitely doesn't look holy, but okay.
That doesn't look. Oh,
That
man.
is not made in Odin's image.
Never seen that happen before. All right. They
but-
could just do this the whole time. How did
Yeah,
they?
but
How did we
lizards.
ever contain them?
They're lizards.
Literally. But that's the thing, is that's as you're hanging out more with Brock, you're like, how
Wow, that
did
was
we
all wrong.
did we ever actually take these people into subservient roles? But also, as you know, Brock, you can tell it's because of the type of character that he has, and by some of the other Lizarmans, you know that they don't have a very strong backbone to them by nature. Like, they're a very servant race. Like, they don't really stand up for themselves. His sister, being somebody who stands up for herself and other people, is very off base for what is natural for Lizarmids in general. But you're climbing up and you're using more strength, so you can get up. But he's gone. So,
All right.
and you probably slip every time. I'm like, oh, no.
Not perverse in rock climbing.
No.
It's a good workout.
No.
So, what does this top of the waterfall look like?
The top of the waterfall, well, when you get up there, it's just really flat, obviously landed under. But this is more covered in grass, less moss and rock. It's more covered in grass. There's more of the trees that are up there. Some of the fruits, some little itty bitty little rodent creatures, maybe just, like those little I forgot what they're called, but they're the little things that look like
Shrews?
mice. Yeah, they
shrews.
look like mice. They got the little bouncy legs. Got little things like that. They're probably honestly not the same color as regular mice, shrews, whatever you want to call them though. They're probably like a blue color, and they're just kind of running around. And you can tell that the waterfall is coming from. There's a way off light in the distance. You can kind of tell that the water is coming from in that direction. But that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks very similar to what's down where everybody else is at, but it's mostly at.
Hey, Brock.
Yes.
Do you see that light down there?
Yes.
How about you stay here and look out, since you can see everything, since you're on watch. I'm gonna go check that out.
All right. Brock will wait here.
Alright, Tyrall's gonna start trekking on down to where that light is.
So as you're traveling through, you can see a little bit more of the little boop, 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 and they kind of stop, and they like watch you as you walk by. I mean, they're like this big. They're itty bitty. They do little squeaking sounds. But they don't seem like scared of you or anything. They seem pretty okay with strangers. And
That's not
there might be,
concerning.
as you're getting closer to the end of the tunnel, you can kind of tell that maybe there's a bird or two different creatures kind of flying in. But once you get to the edge, it kind of has the similar kind of opening, a little bit bigger though. More of a cave entrance, but still hidden on the other side, and it's just the other side of the forest.
So it's just
Nothing
Back
fancy.
entrance.
Yeah. Could be the main entrance, and Aymer found the back entrance, whatever. But it is still very well hidden. You wouldn't think to. It wouldn't look like something that you would go into. It's not like a cavern opening that you would notice if you were just kind of wandering around.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, since this one is a little bit more noticeable than Aymer's entrance, Tyrall's going to kind of stop and kind of look around, and he's going to investigate for any like tracks of potentially dangerous animals or humanoids.
Humanoids or animals, if you want to make a survival check.
Or animal
do
humanoids.
do an investigation check, but also a survival. So add those two together for me, because you're
15.
you're looking for animals and you're also looking for humans, which I think would be two different things.
15.
15 altogether
Mhm.
with those two added.
Yep.
That's really
I rolled
low,
a
buddy.
10.
It's really low.
And it was a 3 and a 2.
Oh, that's really low, buddy.
Together.
But you can't. I mean, you can tell that there are animal tracks around. There's like maybe some owlbear tracks and all of that sort of stuff, but nothing that looks like it's going into the cavern itself. There's about enough room for you to get out if you kind of scoot yourself through. It's not, and like I said, it's very well. It's like covered kind of more by like hanging down vines and some overgrown moss and stuff. So it's not very obvious, and it looks like there's been deer tracks, owlbear tracks through the forest, and maybe some footprints or something, but they don't look very new. So
Alright. Tyrall's gonna turn around and go back.
those little, they just follow you. Like they have little acorns or something there, little flowers or something. That's kind of just following right after you.
I want to put them in my mouth.
They're just little chicks. Just I love them. But yep.
Whenever
nothing
he
of
gets
interest.
back, hey Brock,
What did you see?
there's another entrance into this place down there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not magically hidden or anything, but it's covered up pretty decent. I didn't see anything concerning outside. No weird tracks or anything. So I think we're good. So I'm gonna climb back down very cautiously. 'Cause it was
So very cautiously.
kind of sketchy getting up here. I can't do that slithery thing that you do.
You could if you wanted to, just cannonball.
I don't know if the water's that
Very
deep.
shallow. It's
Well, no,
shallow
underneath of the waterfall it should be pretty deep.
enough. Yeah, I mean it's decent. Again, the shallow end is like to your hips.
Yeah. So, Tyrall's gonna look at you and be like, actually, you know what? And he's gonna give you a good salute and then fall backwards.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Right into the water.
Yep.
But
and-
that probably wakes them both up.
Yeah, I was about to say, Aymer hears that, he's like, oh.
Tyrall!
And it
Are
echoes,
you
Tyrall!
alright?
He comes back up.
It's
All
the,
good,
it's
buddy.
the, because you haven't put your hair back up,
Yeah,
it's the aerial.
It's
the
this
braid
is
that goes,
perfect.
No, he still has his hair down.
Yep.
He hasn't-
Well, it still goes because it's
Yeah.
long.
But that's what I'm saying, it's the
And it has the
aerial
perfect
arc.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The backlit, he's just dark, just comes up. He's like,
Yeah, I need
I'm
to have
okay,
another
Brock.
one.
It's pretty fun. He'll just start
What?
swim back to shore.
What are you doing?
I'm enjoying our downtime, Cyrus.
'Cause
You're supposed to be keeping a lookout
He can see everything from up there.
from up.
Hi.
How?
and it's because the moss is kind of wet. Aymer's hair is like standing up in certain positions that are not normal. And he's like,
Huh?
what? Why is he up there?
We wanted to see what was up there. By the way, there's another entrance up there to this place.
Yeah, I kind of sealed it off so no one else would find it.
Well, I didn't disturb it.
Oh,
It's
alright.
still there.
Alright.
You ever jumped from
How-
up there?
Not that I remember.
That was pretty cool.
And much like a little kid at a diving board, Brock kind of creeps to the edge and looks over and is like,
Nah, that's too tall.
Do you want to jump with someone, Brock?
Even though you said it like at a pretty
At a
normal,
normal
level,
level, yeah.
he still shouts back at
Oh.
you, "Great idea!"
Oh.
And then Lavender Brock comes out.
That's not exactly.
Not
Yeah.
what I meant.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, that works.
And he looks at it and he's like, "Okay, on 3."
And then
it does this, and he's like, "Yes, okay, 1, 2, 2."
3.
Come on, flip.
Please tell me me that purple Brock just stands there. Just like, that's so funny. Yeah.
You're supposed to go with me!
It walks a little forward and
That's so funny.
does like the lean over, like. And then after Brock resurfaces, the lavender one just
dissipates.
That's so funny.
That's really, really funny.
Hey, you said you would jump.
Traitor! Alright, did you enjoy that?
Yes.
Just sloop. I'm sure you probably saw Aymer do that. Aymer's done that before. It's the dog shake.
Gotta have that doggy shake.
What are you staring at?
He's gonna get up and go over to the wall that he's assuming that they climbed up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I
Tyrall
suppose
sees-
just everyone can do this now.
Tyrell sees Cyrus start going over there. He's like, oh,
We're
let's
going
go
again. I don't think yours would also be acrobatics. So
Yeah.
roll acrobatics for me.
24.
18.
I mean, yes. Again, you're like, da-da-da-da, and Cyrus is just like, whoop, 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 and you're like, what the freak?
Cyrus looks like he's very used to
He's
rock
more
climbing.
swingy about it. Like, he's
Yeah.
more like, yoop, like, he's more bouncy
And
with it.
Tyrell's
Like, he's
just
done it
like-
before multiple times.
What in the world is with these people?
I didn't know we had monkeys as a part of the group!
Cyrus just does like the dad crouch on like the on his toes and kind of just watch as you climb up.
Just,
Freaking
whew.
spider monkey.
Took
I
you long
don't
enough.
understand how you all do that so fast.
I climbed the rock pillars near my house.
Yeah, we didn't have pillars where I come from.
And they're a good few 100 feet tall.
You must have a very different island than where I'm from.
It's not an island.
Oh. I just assumed it was an island.
No, I'm not from Indigo North. Just kind of crouches on like the very edge, his like toes are like ever so slightly curled over, just kind of looking out.
You're not. Where are you from, Cyrus?
Have I not told you? I'm from Iakar.
Isn't that an island?
No, it's a different continent.
Oh. Well, we don't have any information about that in our library.
You don't have information on the other continents.
We do have information on other continents, just never come across yours.
Oh, well, it is on the other side of the world, so I guess that makes sense.
Understandable. So how are we doing this? Synchronized jumping, backflips.
Oh, you can go in the water if you want. I'm not going to.
Oh.
Don't flip!
Backflip!
Okay. Right over he goes.
Roll a performance check for me.
Oh man. What is my performance at? Wow, it's a +0.
That's charisma.
10.
You know, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's more of like a half corkscrew flip, because you're
Yeah.
like, and I can't commit.
Probably
So
like,
it's
you probably like land weird and you're like, ah.
yeah, you probably smash your back like right on the surface of the water.
Just.
Just
Yeah.
stings.
And Aymer's like on the edge of the lake, just like, and he has like his pants like rolled up like to the knees or whatever, so he can kind of get in, but it's not like he still has his shirt on, his sleeves are rolled up. But yeah.
I don't think you really committed to it.
I didn't. It's only the second time from jumping that high. I thought about it, and it scared me.
In the middle of doing it, I said, nope. Yeah.
Yep, and he's just gonna swim his way over and get out of the water next to Aymer. Hey, Aymer, buddy.
Yes.
Could you, dry me off, please?
Oh. Sure. That's fine. And he just kind of, but his little purple mist comes out and you're done. You are dry.
Thank you.
Hair and everything.
So how much longer are we going to be down here?
Well, I mean, I've not even slept a full. Well, I've slept a lot more than usual. But I mean, I'd say at least another night. Give Brock some time to have fun.
All right. Well,
Give you more time to pray and recuperate.
well, in that case, I think I'm going to go hunting.
All right.
So he's going to go back out the way you all came.
Do you want any company? Cyrus is like playing with one of the shrews.
If
Up.
you
Just
if you want to leave your
Gal-
newfound
Gowl
friends,
shrew.
do you want to go kill something or play with your newfound friends?
I can do both, obviously not at the same time.
Well, it's
Hey,
up
we're
to
just
you,
like,
but I'm
Haven't you
going
found
right
any
now.
the little mouse things? Those things are sweet. They're cute.
Well, I'm going right now, so make your decision.
And he'll jump off. He's not jumping into the water. He's jumping onto the rock, and he'll just use slow fall to like slide down and like do a little like parkour down.
Nice.
And I'm just like, Well.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, whatever. He looks at Bryce like, oh, shut up.
He just like lands right next to you. You going?
Yep, and he'll
It's just
pick
because
up
he's
his
so tall.
hammer
Alright,
and his
it's just
shield
'cause he's tall.
and strap his armor back on
Actually, it's more the tail than my height.
and say, "Okay, let's go." Sling his pack over his shoulder.
Yep. Please don't get in any trouble while we're gone.
No guarantees.
That doesn't reassure me. Let's go.
Good. It shouldn't.
If you need us, just dimension door as close to us as you can guess.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
We'll be
I-
fine.
I don't trust this. Okay, let's go.
I can
Alright.
teach you how to read a little bit more, Brock.
Me and Cyrus are going to go hunting.
If you want to roll survival checks for me,
Specifically, I'm going for a buck.
Ooh, these the other
gonna have
dice.
to roll pretty high.
That's a no. Cyrus is still very tired.
11.
What did you get? You have to tell me.
What, survival?
Yeah.
4. He's very tired. He woke up after like an hour of sleep.
So no, no,
No.
It's going. If you find anything, it's gonna be like maybe a rabbit or a squirrel. It's not gonna be anything any big.
Yeah, Tyrall's going to try one more time to
Okay.
stalk down a deer.
Am I rolling them?
Tyrall. Tyrall.
I'll roll again just for funsies.
Natural
Doubt it.
fail.
Tyrall.
Yeah, my other one was a 1 too.
Cyrus.
Cyrus has an excuse. He just woke up from that.
So after like 5 hours of nothing,
Oh no, they're not going 5 hours.
well, Tyrall's going to be out there for most of the day.
I'm sure after like an hour, Cyrus is like, I'm going. I'm out. I'm going back.
No.
All right. So after Cyrus leaves, Tyrall's going to go, okay,
Let's try this again.
we're going to do this one last time.
I need coffee.
Oh, speaking of coffee. Tyrall.
It's another 11.
Tyrall.
It's not a 1.
Does he at least see a rabbit?
I will say that
Oh,
since you rolled an
especially.
11 twice and you got a rabbit and stuff before, that you probably get maybe like a large wild bird. Not huge, but
A bird.
nice good old chicken boy.
All
Good
right.
enough.
So how
Good enough.
Tyrall
pheasant.
hunts.
Pheasant.
How Tyrall
A
hunts.
Oh
peasant.
boy.
Because he's not allowed to kill things with edged weapons.
That is correct.
See, you just crush them.
Oh.
So
Well, it has-
he's going to be
Oh,
waiting
Tyrall.
waiting for the deer
Oh.
next to some deer tracks.
Oh, Tyrall.
And he's going to hear some wrestling. And he's going to go. He's going to throw his shield down, grab the warhammer,
Oh, Tyrall.
and the bird's going to come flying out. He's just going to go.
Like a baseball. He's just like, ting.
and just smacks this bird just
Oh,
straight up
God.
against the flat of the hammer.
Oh.
He goes, it's not the best eating, but It's something. He just picks it up and it's all limp.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's all flat.
Yeah.
He just
Pre-shredded.
Yeah.
he puts the shield on his back,
Oh, boy.
hammer over his shoulder, comes back whistling a tune of Odin. Kind of happy with himself.
Oh, okay. And you do have
With
like
your-
also
Pulverized creature.
you also have
Pre-tendered.
you also have a rabbit, like a rabbit or two, and maybe a squirrel or something.
Pulverized creature.
So
Um,
the rabbits are a good old. They skitter out, and he goes
Oh. Oh, yeah, that works.
and reaches out with his shocking grasp,
yeah, that
and
works.
it just kind of jumps out onto him. And they go, ugh!
That's really
Yeah,
good.
that works. Yeah.
And then the squirrel was just.
Probably the same.
He tried to climb a tree and fell off and took one down with him.
Oh.
Yeah, probably. Well, Brock needs a juicy pouch.
Juicy
so,
pouch.
So
Yeah. So he comes back with this little haul,
he's
goes
like,
back
"Here you go."
down.
Unscrews head.
Yep.
Here you go.
You're like, Brock, you're a squirrel.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
A
He
milkshake.
throws down 2 rabbits that have a weird, slight singe area on the back of their
And it was
heads.
like,
And then he goes, yeah, the big one. And there's just like this smashed, large bird. It just kind of goes, all right. And he just starts ripping the feathers off of it.
What happened to it?
I killed it.
it's my friend. It's Flet.
Yeah?
Yes. It's dead.
It's.
It's
You know it's gonna be hard to get the bones out of that.
since you
now,
broke them all
right?
into the meat.
And he picks it up and he just goes,
Oh.
he shakes her hand. He's
That,
like,
you do that, like, do you shake, like, where do you shake it? Because, like, if you're not careful, some birds' heads pop off when you do that.
oh, I got it by like the body.
Oh,
Just-
okay, and its head goes, ding, 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 like, it just, and he was like,
Yeah.
oh, well,
And
that's
it's like,
unfortunate.
they're pretty well pulverized into a paste by now.
That's not. That. You. No. You can have that one.
You want some fruit?
The
Looks
rabbits
at
are
the
fine.
rabbits. I will take my chances with those. I will let you know when I'm in the middle of cooking.
Tyrall goes to get
Come
the
on.
bird.
Give me the food, I'll cook it.
And then he's like, hey, Brock, you want the good stuff?
Oh.
Oh, yes.
And he goes, and everything inside is just
Oh.
a juicy paste.
And he was like, oh. I'm going to be over here. And just walks away.
He goes,
And he's like a
"There you
little
go,
wobbly. He's
Cyrus."
like,
Cleaned and gutted.
Mm.
oh.
Thank you.
I love Brock.
Okay.
Wait just a minute now. I love Brock. I forget he's a lizard sometimes. And he's just like,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Stares at the mound and just starts cooking everything.
Oh. So as
I'll let you have the bone shard infested meat.
Oh, is anybody wanting to talk about anything while you're cooking, or do we want to just go straight into eating this good stuff?
Tyrall's too proud of himself. He's
Oh,
just
yeah.
gonna watch the cooking, just be like,
I provode for my family. I provode so aggressively.
I do good.
I do good. Tyrall do good. Oh boy.
I'm sure the rabbit probably tastes a little ozone-y now too.
So you said Ayaka? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
S-
Is there a reason for that?
I mean, I was just curious. That's all.
And you were about to say something?
Well, obviously, I'm part human, but I'm also part Faxonine, and they don't come from here, so
No.
yeah. Have you ever seen any other foxes around where you're from?
Yes.
Faxonine. But yes,
Yeah, there's a few. A few different varieties, yes.
varieties.
Well, Hatabaxis can be jaguars or leopards or tigers or snow leopards or different breeds, quote unquote. So there's foxes that live in the cold mountains, there's foxes that live in more desert regions like I live in, there's foxes that look like you. Differences.
Alright, I'm just curious.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Is my chicken done?
Yeah, while that's riveting conversation, is my food finished?
Chop, chop, come on.
God, Cyrus. Just lifts the flap up. No. Still
A
being.
little longer.
So did Cyrus sail here on boat?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tyrall tell me that world is very big.
I believe just the sailing portion of my trip took about 4.5 months.
You see Brock trying to calculate this in his head.
How long we've known each other?
Yes.
4 times.
That's
And
that's
then a little more.
Yes, that's like almost a year.
Almost. Very good, Brock.
That's a long time to be on a boat.
Yes, it was. And that was just the boat.
Yeah, I think Pops mentioned something like that once when he and my father went back to Ayaka. Interesting.
So, if you came from there, and Aymer said that the Fox and I are from there, is Aymer from there?
I mean, ancestrally, sure, yeah. Pops is from there, I'm not. And technically, my father is, but my father was born here, so...
In a way, you're also from there.
Yeah.
Wow. I do not remember being there.
No,
I don't think you yourself have been there,
no.
Brock.
You yourself are not there, Brock, but where your people originate is not from here.
Oh, Brock understands.
Yeah, so
Please
I was
chew
born here
carefully.
in Indigo North like you were, but technically our family is from
With your meat paste.
Mm.
This is why we don't do that.
If the elf is enjoying it, I suppose it's fine.
No, if you leave in the real tiny ones, you get a nice crunchy when you bite in.
Oh, Brock. My mouth and gut are not built like that. That would literally destroy me.
That would actually make me a little nauseous. I'm not gonna lie. The texture no. No. I am actively choosing to not think about
Get a
this.
little bit of that marrow.
Yeah,
That was good. I don't think these bones are
not
thick
big
enough to have marrow.
No.
No.
But he's just picking all these little pieces out until he has a decent sized chunk to rip off. That's just how he's eating this bird.
This is why we don't pulverize things, Tyrall.
So, Tyrall, I'm just curious. In the circle, do you all have manners at all? Or are you just kind of throwing slop and you just kind of suck it up with a straw?
No, we have a lot of manners that we have to follow, but I'm in the field with what I got. So
In the field. I mean, I still, take decent care of myself as best as I can when I'm traveling.
look, Aymer.
Hey,
Look,
with a piece
Aymer.
of meat. Look, Aymer. Slap
Look,
it around.
Aymer. Look,
Yeah.
No.
I'm out with you all. I have bathed. I have exercised. I have had a very nice trance. I've prayed. I've done my alms. I've sang.
And Brock's like, every time.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
I have hunted. Just let me throw back a little.
It's not floppy
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Just
All
let me
right.
throw back a little
Trying
bit.
to make conversation.
When we go somewhere nice, I will show you the manners of the Circle of Odin. I guarantee they're not going to be as crisp and polished as yours, but hopefully you'll be impressed.
You were really nice when we were in White Chamber.
White Chamber.
Because that
So yeah.
is where I have to be as trained, Brock. That is where I am the representation of Odin and his circle. Here, amongst
I'm
what I
just
like to
Tyrall.
think of friends.
Friends. And because you're kind of all sitting around in a circle, so it's literally probably like this is, but just a little bit closer. And he leans over to Cyrus and kind of nudges him. He's like, well, just kind of boop, 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 scoots on a little bit more. He's like, yeah, well. And he looks at Brock, friends.
No. Friend.
And here I was going to share this charred rabbit with you.
Well, I mean,
Aymer, why you
Does
know
it
that
taste
silence?
a little ozone-y?
yeah, it's a little,
Yeah.
Shocky.
yeah, it's a little. What did you say, Brock?
Why you don't like Cyrus?
That's a good
Blah.
question.
And his ears kind of shoot up and then go straight back.
Considering that I have done nothing to you.
Well, no, you've not, I suppose, done anything to me specifically. And he looks very uncomfortable with that question.
My ozone rabbit.
I just, we all have our... just like you don't like tieflings for a certain reason. We all have our reason why we don't like certain people, that's all. I just don't think most of them can be trusted. I think Cyrus is alright, I suppose. But that's it. I just don't. And he's like and looking everywhere, very nervous, uncomfortable with that question. Just that's all.
All right.
Anyway, is this what friends do? Do they just dig into personal life things? Is that do you all have friends usually? He doesn't look at Brock because obviously
We have brothers.
this is the worst group to be like. Do you know what friends are like?
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I have brothers that we eat together. We sleep in the same quarters. We train together. So I don't know if I'd call that friendship.
No, because you're forced to be with them.
True. I had some friends as a child.
There's something in my eye and it's driving me crazy. I'm sorry. Hold on. Aymer trying to dissuade from the conversation. No, there's something in my eye. Hold on. Hurry!
What are friends?
You all roleplay it amongst yourselves.
Okay, bye.
Wow.
Good luck.
The DM is leaving the table.
Oh, it's bad. I can't even see.
Quick, look at all the secrets.
Quick, what's behind there? It's been left
The
unattended.
journal.
Get me the
The
notes.
comb.
What's the spice? What is the spice?
Yes, I mean, Brock liked working with some of the others, but Brock would never call them friends.
I have some memories of some friends back home before I left for the circle. They were good memories. Very fond. Other elves my age to play with. The humans never lasted too long. They always outgrew us faster than the other elves. But whenever it takes 50 to 60 years to mature into being what would be the human equivalent of a teenager, you go through many human friends.
Oh.
Welcome back.
That was an unfortunate amount of mascara that just decided to drop in my eyeball.
Oh, well, yeah.
Anyway,
Why, if you had to leave your friends, why did you join the circle?
Well, Brock, I was the third child of a prominent family in our town. They had no use for a third child. So instead of finding somewhere to put me or something for me to do or somebody to pawn me off to, they shipped me off as an offering of the town to the Circle of Odin to live out my life as a priest. I never got along with them too much, so they thought it was the best option.
They sent you away?
Yes, Brock, they did.
But they were your mama and your papa. Why would they do that?
I guess because I wasn't like their other children.
So you're dedicated to a cloth that you didn't really want to be dedicated to?
Not at first.
So you're going to deny yourself the idea of falling in love with someone that you have a crush on because of what you agree with now? Something you were forced into?
Yes.
Alright.
That is a duty that I have, and I've grown quite fond of those duties.
Yeah, sometimes duties that you're given aren't always necessarily what your heart wants, and that's alright. You can still do good things and be a good person and do things for Odin and have a purpose for Odin without following the cloth exactly the way that you were taught.
If I don't follow exactly the way that I was taught, then I can't do all the things that I do now.
And perhaps maybe that is a sacrifice you might have to make to be happier than what you are now.
I like to think of myself as pretty happy.
Alright. If you think you are, I mean, then that's all that matters. I'm just playing Hella's advocate, if you will.
At the mention of Hella's
He's
name, he'll
just
twitch,
yeah.
and the little sparks will go through his eyes. Aymer,
That's so cool. He's so cool. Anyway.
can we not mention the goddess that is actively trying to kill me?
Ah, well, you brought that one on yourself, buddy. But sure, yeah.
Because invoking her name could, I don't know,
Invoke her.
cause exactly.
Yeah. Sorry.
And we're kind of in a trapped space here.
Yeah. Sorry. It was just a joke. Just curious. That's all.
And then demons attack.
Yeah, and tieflings pop out of nowhere. It's so crazy. I'm just curious.
Nani?
Nani deaths?
Nani.
I was just curious. I mean, we're all raised to do something very specific. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we want to do, or are exactly, while we're dedicated to it, not exactly something that we desire for ourselves. So I was just curious. I'm clearly not within governor means at the moment as the son of one, so you aren't even close to that, but, you know.
I go with the hand that I was dealt.
As
Put
we
my
all
chips
must.
down on the table as they fall.
Alright. Yeah, so you had a brother and sister? That's what you said?
I did. Older ones. My brother's following in the footsteps of our father, and my sister has been married off to the next prominent family in the town to keep ties strong.
Alright. Interesting.
What does your brother do? Is he a cleric also?
No. He handles finances of my father's business.
Oh,
It's a small business. It's a smaller town. A little bit larger than the one that we were just at. But still, it's something that they do. It grants them respect from the other townsfolk. And they come to them when problems arise. But he has a few employees that he goes through, and my brother helps manages their pay and the pay coming in and the money going out.
cool.
My sister, I assume that she's raising brats by now.
And
She
Brock,
doesn't have any kids?
that's
Brock,
funny.
brats is a slang word for children.
Oh.
It's what my father called us children as well.
Ah, okay.
Does Brock have any siblings?
Yes.
How many?
Brock has a sister.
My sister, is she older or is she younger?
She's younger.
Cyrus?
Siblings.
That is what I asked them, yeah.
Clarifying question. No, I don't have any siblings. It's just me.
That explains a lot, Cyrus.
It does.
It explains
Why you're quiet?
an odd and not work well with others.
Sociable. They're all like, crappy, and crazy, and stupid, and dumb.
Oh. I see.
That's harsh.
You're just a little bit less sociable than some of us, that's all. And usually when you're raised by yourself, I assume you would be a lot more apt to loneliness than you would anything else. So,
I don't necessarily feel lonely, no.
how can you feel lonely if you don't know that you're lonely? You're not lonely now. You have too many people around you. And he literally laughs at himself. So,
Mm-hmm.
It is getting kind of late. I don't know, but I've been out there for a long time trying to cure this dinner for you all.
Just kind of
Yeah.
takes one of the fruits from Aymer, staring at like a quarter-eaten charred rabbit.
So funny.
That obviously you all do not appreciate the work that I put in.
No, Brock loves it.
No, you love any
I-
blood pouch that you give me, buddy.
I prefer, and he's kind of like messing with like some buckles on his belt. He's like, I prefer to have my meat less bony, preferably.
The reps weren't bony. They were just
They just have a little bit of holy fire put to them. You're right. Not picky. Well, very picky. I'm gonna go to bed. And he just slinks away.
Well, I'll take first watch tonight. Who would like to take the second watch? Who do I wake?
I can take the second one.
All right.
Hopefully we're not going to be doing any splashing around this time.
Please
No.
no. I actually sleep here, so if you could not, so I can
Oh,
get some
no,
sleep.
yes, that's
Okay. I will not splash around. I'll actually be on duty.
Thank you.
As you see Tyrall go back towards the wall.
Oh, on duty as in prayer. Gotcha. Cool.
No, the
Dope.
wall that he's been climbing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cool.
The
Dope.
clan.
No, the
Dope,
wall.
Dope. Sick. Nasty. Thanks. Awesome. Great. So.
He's gonna get to the bottom of the wall, look up, and go. Look at all the armor he has on. Go.
If you fall, we're not
No.
coming to help you.
So he'll walk back over and just start slowly walking the rounds, slightly humming his tunes of Odin. Every once in a while, he'll stop and flip open his book, read a passage or two. put it
Wall
back.
is actually going to sleep. Aymer is actually going to sleep.
Going.
Broccoli, what are you doing?
What is broccoli doing?
Head hurts.
Do you want to go take some medicine?
Yeah.
It's in the living room on the table by the kitchen. But hurry up.
Brock
I'm not
will.
sleeping. Doesn't mean other things aren't happening.
Brock will go over to an offshoot, I guess, just away from the group.
Just a little corner.
Yeah, and he'll look at a good spot away, and then he's gonna practice.
Maybe hit some fruits or something. Maybe some of the
Yeah,
little bugs.
aim at some of the fruits hanging.
And just so you all know, though, those clothes are still sitting out. The ones with blood on them. I don't know if anybody's done anything with those or.
Yes, I was planning on checking to see if they were dry.
Yeah, they-
before going to bed.
Yeah, they would be indeed dry. Still stained, but definitely still dry. But yeah, how long do you practice for?
Probably a good hour.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then after that, we'll go over, feel the clothes. Okay.
Yep, they are
Roll them
dry.
up, put them in the pack.
Let me write that down just so I know that you all took them.
I have that
The
ripped up.
yeah,
Yeah,
the note
he has the
basically.
note.
Okay.
And then in walking back to the camp area, Brock will will look at the journal.
Oh, Aymer's journal?
Mm-hmm. And he'll see it laying there, and since you're doing watch, you would probably see him.
Here, you can lay it over there.
He kind of starts to creep over, and then he turns and he goes over, lays down on his moss bed.
Moss. Okay, and then you're gonna go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I would say about 3.5 hours into your watch. Will you roll a perception check for me?
Do it.
12.
Boy. So
Oh.
you can
Oh.
you can use the dragon. Are you rolling with
He's
advantage or are
using
you
the
adding a d6?
dragon.
Roll with advantage.
Okay.
Good.
Please.
Did you get lower?
Yeah.
So
Now
that's
we're going
right.
with the 12.
Yep. So as you're where exactly are you still walking around? Are you sitting by the fire? What are you doing?
I'd say at this point I'm on the other side of the cavern from them, making my way like past the altar that I made towards the waterfall.
Towards the waterfall. Okay. So yeah,
No.
yeah, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Let me just make sure, but I'm almost certain no.
Tyrall.
Nope. So you don't hear this at first, but after about a couple of minutes of you just kind of walking around, you hear you don't really necessarily hear, but well, would you hear it? You do hear somebody says, "Ah, there you are."
Is
And
it a voice that I recognize?
No.
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 So can I tell where it's coming from?
it's coming from behind you, and you hear a couple of footsteps with it, but you don't know how many. It just sounds like maybe it could be maybe 3 sets of footsteps.
I turn around real fast with my shield out, my hammer back behind me, ready to swing up with it.
Hmm.
Be like, who's there?
And you see, when you turn around, about a 6-foot astral elf. Has a nice shaved hair undercut. The hair kind of falls in his face, and it's like a weird purpley mixed with blue, and it kind of shifts every now and then. He's got starry looking skin, and black, like his sclera is black, but his irises are actually white. And he's dressed, I mean, I wouldn't say nice, but he's got decent clothes on, and he has like a belt on with a couple of different weapons. He has like an axe on one side and then a short sword on the other side, and a couple of daggers decorating his belt. He's got like, knee-high boots that have some pockets, some pouches on the sides of them, and he has like about a 6'7" orc with him, and then probably about maybe a 5'10" elf, just a regular elf, not a high elf or anything, with him on the other side. And they are currently armed. One has a crossbow and the other one has a sword on him. And they do not look friendly. And when you turn around, he's like, "Oh, priest of Odin, do not intimidate me. It's not how this works. I'm not here for you anyway." And you can see he's kind of scanning, and then he sees Aymer. He's like, "That's the one I'm here for. Asa!" And he yells really loud, it echoes, and Aymer just whoop, like he's up as fast as he can get, and he's ready to fight as soon as he hears that voice.
Ooh.
That's one. I believe he belongs to me.
He belongs to you.
Yes.
Are we all awake now?
I mean, would you wake up if you heard somebody yell a name? In the
Yeah, that's
tavern?
what I'm
Then
asking.
Yes. And he looks at you again, Tyrall, because you're the one standing close to him. He's like, I believe I sent someone who was supposed to bring him to me.
Yeah,
And apparently
she's not around
No,
anymore.
she's not. I'm very well aware.
And who are you?
Does it matter to you?
Yes.
Why?
Something tells me this is the crime boss, the drug lord that we've heard
Ah.
about.
Did you hear about me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm honored. And he,
What was
Kind
your
of
name again? I
thinks
don't think I recall.
oh, there's no sense in telling you if you don't know. No, nobody has to get talked to. I just need that
No.
one to come with me. Oh, see, it's not a choice.
Too bad.
And he was like, oh, all right, listen, I know that this is dicey, right? And it seems upsetting, but don't. And he's looking at you two specifically. He's like, don't. This isn't someone you want to mess with, all right? Just calm down. I'll de-escalate the situation. Just calm down. Back up. You don't, I promise. And he looks serious but afraid. Don't fight with him, please. You don't want that. You don't know how many people are here. You could have 16 of them here. And Tenson's like, I could indeed. And he kind of like gestures to the overhang that you all were on earlier, jumping off of and everything. And you don't see anybody necessarily, but you see like the glint of maybe a sword or the tip of an arrow or something. You see like 10, maybe 15 of them. And you see that 4 more guards come from behind him. I indeed could. Do you think I would come unarmed to get you? Really, Asa, come on. You belong with us, and you will be coming with us. So, you give him to me, or I can kill you all and take him anyway. Oh, come on, don't look at me that way.
Aymer, who is he?
Aymer's like,
Why does he call you wrong name?
It's not really the wrong name, Brock. It's my middle name. A part of my middle name. Do you remember when I told you that I did some bad things every now and then? Yeah.
Yes.
This is one of the bad things, unfortunately, that I did. Sometimes those bad things come back to bite you in the butt. And that's apparently what's happening now. So, this is Tenzin. I know that some of you might remember he sent Lily to come get me. But apparently, since nobody can do the job better than he can, he decided to come get me himself. And Tenzin's he's relaxed and not worried about anything. He knows he's going to get what he wants, so he's just like, come on, let's go. Get your things, and we will go.
Cyrus loops his tail, like, in front of Aymer. You're a fool if you think we're gonna let him take you.
But you can't. This isn't. Please, listen. And he looks back at Tenzin and he's like, can I just have a moment to gather my things and make sure that I don't get my friends killed at least? I mean, if you'll, I'll come with you. It's just, I need a moment. And Tenzin's like, alright. Take your time. I might as well gather some fresh water and wash my hands off. Had to kill those horses back there that you had, so might as well. And he walks over and kind of washing his hands in the lake, and he has those 2 guards with him. The 4 guards that had appeared randomly are standing there and they're watching you all. And he's just over there washing his hands, being casual, and Aymer walks over to in the general area of where his stuff is, like the pack and stuff, and he gestures for you guys to follow him. And he makes sure you all are close enough. He's like, guys, this is not something you want to mess with, alright? Please, just, it's not ideal, I know, but...
No, Aymer can't leave.
Brock, it's alright. Listen, I'm not going to leave. But, if he's asking for me to go, if we say no, There is no stop, no divine intervention. There is nothing that's going to stop him.
Not even if I blow the whole place up.
No, we
Tyrall.
can't risk you doing it.
No, it's not that serious. Listen, I've escaped once. I can do it again. It's
I
not.
have a feeling that you're going to be further protected than last time.
I mean, maybe, but that doesn't mean that nothing. I'm not going to be in any harm. He's not going to kill me. All right. Truth time. Obviously, as part of this drug game, cartel thing, whatever you want to call it. I'm the best one he has. I didn't steal anything from him. What I stole from him was his ability to make more money. He's not going to kill me. I promise. I'd be much better off with him than my father, so we're fine. But just let me go, appease him for a little bit, and I will come back, right? Just a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks.
Well, I have to make it seem like I'm going to stay there.
Where will he be taking you?
I don't know. I mean, we
You
travel.
do realize that we can't trust your words, right?
What do you
Not
mean?
trust you, trust that you're going to be able to get out.
Well, I understand that, but that doesn't mean that I won't find a way. It might take a little bit longer, but I escaped once, and yes, there'll be higher guarding, but it'll be fine. Really. Just honest. Just a couple of weeks, and we'll keep everyone else safe, alright? Nothing's going to happen to me. Going to be fine. Just
How
have to-
can we be so sure of that?
I mean, I don't want to die any more than you want me to die, probably more so. So I'm not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize my life. I'm not going to do anything that jeopardizes your all's lives. But if we tell him no, I'm telling you, he's going to kill you. And it's not worth it.
Cyrus, I don't know if I can handle this many people.
We
by
don't know
myself.
how many people he has up there. He travels with a whole gang. I've seen the things he can do. I've done some of the things he's wanted people to do to other people. I know what he's capable of. This is not something that you want to mess with. Honest. It's just safer if I appease him and I go. I'll be back. I'll be alright.
Brock crouches down in front of Aymer, and it's full going, and he grabs Aymer by the face and like he dead looks you in the eyes, and he says, "Promise that Aymer come back."
Aymer will come back. I promise, Brock. I wouldn't make a promise to you that I would break. Right?
Brock promise to find Aymer if Aymer don't come back.
Yes. Promise.
How long are you thinking? Because at the very least, you know where we're headed, but we're not
Yeah.
sure how long we're going to be there.
Right, but I know the destination of where you're going. If anything, it's not like we can't meet up there, right? I mean,
But are you talking like a month? 3 months?
3 weeks at the most.
Tyrall will take his backpack off, go through it. He'll pull out his backup rosary. Like, Aymer, I know he's not your thing, but take it. And if you need
Are you able
help,
to track it?
Actually, for that, and he, kind of goes up and unclasps his necklace. He's like, this will actually, yeah. And he hands it to you, Cyrus. That has scrying capabilities. You can't scry on me, but I can do so to you. So,
still take the rosary.
of course, yes.
It's was made with mine. So, if you pray and Odin grants it, I should be able to feel if something is wrong and hopefully locate you.
Yeah. But if it makes you feel any better, after 3 weeks, if I'm not contacted you or you don't think I'm alright, you can come looking for me. No guarantees of where I'll be. I mean, we travel all over the place. So. But I will be alright. I will be safe. And you all will be safe. We can meet up again. And we don't have to worry about anybody getting hurt. It's alright. Okay?
If you say so.
Oh, okay.
It'll be better if this is what happens versus any other option. And as you all are talking, you just see Tenzin kind of sling his hands off in the water. He's like, all right, Asa, I've tired of this mushy, gushy crap. Let's go. Come on, come now. Grab your things and let's go. Alright, so just gonna, it'll be alright, be fine. Just, I'll be in touch, promise. He kind of just scoops up his bag, kind of does just a light-hearted, very weak bow. I'll be back. And he just starts to walk away with them. And when, because Tenzin has his hand out waiting for Aymer to follow, and when he kind of passes Tenzin, Tenzin kind of, I am happy that you made the right decision. Couldn't have his friends dying, could we? So, I know that he told you that he will be back. He's not. That's not how this works. I need him. He's whatever to you. He's important to me. So, don't try anything funny. I promise you will die. And we don't really want him sad, do we? We know what happens when he gets sad, don't we? And he kind of looks at you, Brock. He's like, so, I will see you around. It's wonderful to have met you all. I will forget your faces tomorrow. Don't get in my way. And then he will start to leave. And you see that the guards up top are still there. Like, you see the inkling of their weapons. And Aymer's kind of gives one last look back to you all and goes away with them.
Tyrall's going to keep on watching the glinting.
It's a
weapons and
good 25-30 minutes that they're going to stay there. Like, they're making sure that Tenzin and Aymer are good enough away to get away before you all decide to do anything funny. And you notice that he has accidentally left his journal as well. In the rush to grab things, he grabbed like his boots, he left his vest, he left his notebook, he left maybe a couple of other things, like his quill is along with it, maybe the little loop thing that goes with the, like a little belt loop thing that goes with the journal. So he was in a rush to grab his things and get out of there. Yeah. And he looked frightened, but serious.
Just put on the other belt.
And pretty much when the main group left, Brock buckles down. That is just sobbing.
Brock. I didn't expect Brock to be that upset.
What do you mean?
I know, but dang, Brock, chill.
Tyrall's not moving or doing anything.
Yeah, I'm sure. Tyrall's watching up,
Until-
and Cyrus is watching out.
He sees all the signs of all the other guards.
And they leave one, like, 2 at a time maybe. So if there's, you don't know how many there are, but if there's like 20 or something, they leave 2 at a time. So there's still some to keep watching. So I think the lingeringness of it would probably be about 45 minutes. And then finally, the last ones would leave, and you would, I mean, you can't even hear that they are silent. Which you can attribute to why Aymer is so silent. Because these guys they came up on you in a horde and you didn't even know.
Yeah, they're professional.
Yeah. Yep. So now Aymer has left your party and it is just the 3 of you. I swear I had this planned. I had this part planned before I ever made this new character, I promise. It just so happened. Because I was just going to not play a character for a little bit and just have it be you guys. So I promise I didn't do this on purpose.
No, that did not cross my mind.
It crossed my mind.
That's so funny.
So what's the plan?
Oh, I guess the plan is to keep on going where we're going and either hope he meets us there or he contacts us. I don't see any other choice. I doubt we're going to be able to follow them, and unless I have a band of brothers with me, we're not doing anything about it.
I mean, you would know, just in theory, how deep this cartel goes. Like, you've not heard of Tenzin himself. You've heard his name, maybe, especially when Lily said it, but you have an idea of how deep the Snapdragons are, just as a general overview. You've heard of some of their dealings, just having to have dealt with some bad things and just being on the lookout when you're traveling by yourself. So you don't have deep knowledge. You're just like, yeah, I've heard that these guys are everywhere. They're a large group, and they're not to be messed with. And especially with how fearful Aymer looked, he meant do not, don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And Brock is still crying, which is not fun.
And you feel him kind of like grab at your leg.
Yes, Brock.
We just have to hope that Aymer can get out again. He's really skilled with magic, and he has Boulder, and together they can do things.
They can, Brock. And if he does not come to us, we will go to him. I promise you that.
Yes.
They won't hurt him. He's too important. But if he does not meet us where we are going, we will find him. I should be able to track down the other amulet based off of mine, Odin permitting. But we won't worry about that unless he doesn't turn up.
Okay.
But until then, I guess we need to figure out how we're getting to the border if our horses were killed.
Unfortunately, I believe that means we're going on foot for a while.
And anything you left in the cart is gone.
I don't think we left anything in the cart, really.
Just some rations.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we got the cookies.
Yeah, that's the important
Get your
part.
girlfriend's cookies.
Yes.
And you can make us food, so it's
However-
not like rations really matter.
You can always go back to Delilah's and see if she's got horses if you wanted. It would be, I mean, it was a day's trip, but it might be easier than traveling. That's up to you all.
We're gonna traumatize that poor woman.
But she might have, she had horses, and it might be
Yeah.
easier for you.
Probably needs those horses to plow fields, though.
Yeah, but you need those horses for other things as well.
Mm.
You all can do whatever you want. I'm just saying, don't forget your options.
We go back to Delilah's. We murder her parents. She comes with us.
That's so funny.
She fought those dragons
She did.
by herself.
Sure did.
She's farm strong. She likes Odin.
She's farm strong. She
She makes
Be
great
very,
cookies.
very bad for Tyrall, though.
That's so funny. Bad as in good.
Her parents are old, so they won't taste good.
Oh.
But Brock is in.
Look away as that happens. You're like, I don't know what happened to your parents.
Oh, my love, it's all right. I don't know what happened to them. As Brock is drinking their blood, he's like, this is so awful. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, it's okay, don't worry. Shoo, shoo. Take them over there.
Just do it a little quieter, please. Sound like you're trying to suck a golf ball through a garden hose. God.
I guess we could go back to the farm. She really only had 3 or 4 horses. We'd be taking the majority of her workforce. Or we could go by foot. It'd take us twice as long to get to the border.
I'd say...
And I don't think any of the rest of you have a compass or anything, and you don't really know where you're at or what you're doing. Aymer was really your
Or guide.
guide.
Mm-hmm.
So we can get a map from her, too.
Let's
go back, ask her for some guidance, pay her adequately for her horses, and proceed from there.
Nothing else. We can always see if we can buy any in the town. I didn't look to see if they had stables. But it's just another thing to explain to the Viscount about what happened to his horses, along with the train. Alright, let's go back to Delilah's. Tyrall's going to swing his hammer over his shoulder, put his shield back up, and start walking out to the cave.
I feel like... I potentially have a worst case scenario plan.
What is that, Cyrus?
So, let's say that Aymer doesn't meet back up with us, and we are unable to find him. He did seem to have a good relationship with the Viscount.
I don't know if the Viscount would meddle
Maybe not,
in
but
the Snapdragon.
he seemed to be
He may be able
very
to
familiar with Aymer.
give us leads.
And as far as he's aware, he still seems to think more in the Duke aspect of Aymer than
Crime boy Aymer.
drug smuggler.
Yes.
So if the Viscount hears that he's been abducted by a crime lord, maybe it's an option, I feel.
If worse comes to worse, that is last case scenario.
I feel like it's best to not get him involved in this,
Because
but
that would probably be a war declaration on a crime syndicate that nobody knows who all the members are. Could potentially be a bloodbath of innocence.
and it's entirely possible that the veins of this continent run on that.
It could be. I know the Circle does their best to leave them be. Because tracking them down and eradicating them is too hard. Even for us.
Alright.
We take care of them one by one as they present themselves, but never in a large group, because they never present themselves in a large group to us. But we should start walking while the day is young.
I agree. Is it even, like, light outside yet? I mean, it was the middle of the night.
No, it is very dark outside still. You would assume 11, 12, 1 a.m. Yeah, about that.
How about you all sleep for a little bit longer?
In
I'll
all
stay up.
honesty, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep at this point.
No, we can't really. Well, no, we can travel by night. I can make lights.
It's possible that we can make it to the farm by nightfall if we press on.
That's true. Brock, would you rather get going now?
Yes.
All right.
There's no way Brock can sleep.
Tyrall will touch the end of his hammer that's slung over his shoulder. Light.
Just click it like a flashlight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tick tick. And just woof. You cast the light cantrip. Oh, let's get going. Gather up all your stuff. And whatever Aymer left behind, we might as well keep it for him. And let's go back to the farm and see what we can find.
Yeah. If somebody wants to roll a d6 for me.
Somebody else besides me. You weren't the right one.
One.
I can't with that. It's after he rolls a trillion. Yeah, you were the right one. Oh no. Someone to roll a d4 for me.
1.
So it's just a light little drizzle then. Nothing too bad. Just a little bit of just enough to be like, wow, this is really cold and kind of sucks, but not enough to be.
Not as much as
torrential
it sucks
downpour.
losing your friend.
Yeah. So yeah, you hear like light, distant thunder as you all are walking. Do you want to walk through the forest, or do you want to walk through the plain fields that you all were?
Go back the way we came.
Yeah.
So you want to walk through the plains?
Yeah.
Yes, the
Okay.
way that we came.
Okay.
What we've already seen to backtrack.
Okay. So, I said it took about 2 days for you all to get there by the cart.
Something like that.
Mhm.
So it is going to take
4.
about 4 days to walk there. Do we want to roleplay those, or do we want to just get there?
I'm gonna imagine
I'm
everybody's
sure
in a
everybody's in a
sad
bad
I don't
mood.
think
Yeah.
anyone's talking.
Yeah, they're just hate walking and hate sleeping and
I'm
hate
not
eating.
even. I'm not sure. Well,
Hate
I'm not sure there's
trancing.
much sleeping happening.
Hate trancing. Just
Yeah.
a giant scowl on Tyrall's face as he trances. Okay, so then we will just do a sacred brevity and get straight to Delilah's.
One of his teeth breaks off from gritting so hard
Oh.
while sleeping.
Tin. Like,
Oh.
So once you get to Delilah's, it is evening-ish. Still overcast. The rain's a little bit heavier now. And who is going to knock on the door? What are we doing?
Yep, Tyrall's going right up. He's still in the full armor and everything. Still not in a good
you're-
mood. He just
And you hear again the grumbling and all of that in the behind the door, but you hear also, "Oh, Papa, just hush now." And she walks over and opens the door, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't expect you guys to be back so soon."
I'm sure
Well-
none of them look happy.
yeah.
And she can't tell because you're wearing a helmet, but she sees Cyrus, who's ears down, tail flat, and is like, "Oh, what's the matter?"
We've run into trouble.
Sorry, it's raining. I'm so sorry. Come in. Papa, shoot, Papa, go on. And he's grumbling and shuffling. He's like, "These stupid children are back." Like he's grumbling and shuffling, but he shuffles away.
Children, I'm older than you by centuries.
That's so funny. I outlive you, old man. I will take your daughter. Like that. But yeah.
She will be mine.
he grumbles and shuffles away. And she kind of gestures you in, and you see that this home is very rudimentary, very quaint, but it's homey and cute. There's holes that were patched up in the walls. There's like an old couch and some old chairs. But she's tried to make it nice by putting like hand sewn and hand crocheted blankets everywhere. And she kind of brings you to the living room, and she's like, sit down, please. Do you all need anything, like towels or anything? You all look quite a wreck. Do you,
Towels would be nice.
yes, of course, give me just a second. And if you want, Father, you can take your armor off as well, and I can get like a table for you to put it on, something.
Tyrall just throw his shield down,
Oh.
throw his hammer down, thump, throw it to the side,
Oh.
and just sit.
All right, give me just a second then. And she goes and brings a couple of towels. It's really nice, thick towels. Looks like she's hand sewn them herself and everything. She hands them out to everyone. Here you go. So,
Thank you.
you want to tell me what's going on?
We were ambushed in our companion's safe space in the woods.
Oh, I do
And,
notice that you're one short. What happened?
Some former associates of his came back for him and took him away. And in the process, they slaughtered our horses on the cart and took everything out of it.
Oh.
And we don't know where we're going because Aymer was the guy with the compass and knew where we were traveling to.
Yeah, after you left, I realized that he's actually one of the governor's sons. I thought he looked familiar, but I didn't know why. But I mean, that's awful. Is there anything that I can do for you? You can use some of the horses if you want. I
Yes.
don't have any cards. I'm sorry, but
Is there anywhere in the town that we could buy horses? I don't want to leave you without a way to work.
Oh, no, really. It's no big deal. I mean, you helped us out, and you're trying to help us out, so I really don't mind just to give them to you. Honest.
No, if we are taking your horses, we will pay you adequately for them.
I really don't think that's necessary. Honest. I mean, obviously he's your friend, and you care about him, and this is awful. And I mean, you're a priest of Odin, and I... God bless Odin. Gods bless Odin. Odin bless Odin. you know, if he needs it, and you're working for him, and you're doing his business, and you're doing the Viscount's business, and all of that, like you said, you're searching things around. I say the Viscount, she wouldn't know that, but you're doing the business of finding out what's going on. I don't care to lend them to you, really. I do most of the work by hand anyway. The horses are just to help if I need extra weight. That's it.
Well, we cannot guarantee that you're going to get them back, so
I understand that.
we would prefer to pay you adequately for what they would cost.
And if anything happens to them, we will bring you new horses. And also, if you could, we could use somewhere to sleep for the night. We've
Yeah.
traveled 4 days to get back here.
Yes, of course. And she kind of looks around and she's like, we have 2 rooms. 1 room. You're more than welcome to take that. Mama and Papa obviously aren't going to give up their room, but my room's just good enough. You all are more than welcome. Somebody's allowed to stay in there, and then you can also sleep on the couch here, or I could bring some blankets. In my spare time, I make some crochet blankets, so I have enough of them. So, yeah, you're more
Rock
than
is
welcome.
good on the floor.
All right, if that's what you'd like, and I can make dinner for everybody, and it'll be all right. Honest.
Is the storm moving in any closer?
Yeah, there's crackling thunder and closer lightning and stuff like that. And as it goes off, she's like, "Oh, Thor must be pretty upset tonight."
While you're fixing dinner, I'm going to go make sure nothing's coming from the forest. So,
I'll
pick
go
everything
with
back
you.
up. No, Cyrus, stay here and get some rest. And
I
Tyrall
think
will
more
just
eyes would be good.
walk out and just ignore you.
I think the father just needs to be alone for a minute, if you don't mind me saying. And she's cooking up good hearty soup because it's raining outside. Good. Yeah,
Would you
good
like
soup.
some assistance?
No, I'm all right. Really, it's all right. Just take your time.
Tyrall's just standing at the edge of the forest, staring into it.
It's all right. He's like, I dare one of those Durgans to get out of here. Get out of here, Durgan! Like he's ready.
I'm punching bag!
I need to kill something.
So, in the name of Odin, I need to kill something. Brock, what are you doing?
Cyrus, do you have the journal? The blood that's on it. It's the same that's on the clothes that I found in the cave.
The clothes?
When me and Tyrall,
Is that what you were washing?
yes.
Yeah, it's so nasty.
Well, it's because it's sugar.
It's got texture.
It's dried blood.
Oh.
duh.
Dried blood would have a texture, yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Try cleaning that out of something.
Yeah. Try cleaning that out of something. Didn't work. That's why it's still there.
Can Brock read? He tries to get an Aymer sense from
get
It
it.
does. It does. It has that nice cologne scent, like really nice perfume, but also very woodsy.
A fox
Oak.
born by diesel.
Yeah. It smells good. It's very good. Like a hope chest. What are they made of? The wood.
Cedar?
The cedar. Yeah, very nice cedar smell. Yeah.
Nice.
Cedar and
reading it.
a dark cologne.
Yes.
Oh, he said let me read it because he doesn't. I guess you wouldn't know a page. Aymer's always turned it for you, so you just kind of open it.
Yep.
He would know it was in the back somewhere, but
No,
Yeah,
not Delilah. What's gonna happen?
Yeah.
honestly, actually,
He just starts from the beginning and reads it as best he can.
Brock,
Yes.
maybe hide the blood part.
You're whispering too low.
Maybe hide the blood part.
That's really funny.
Brock then looks around and
Gotta do a stage whisper.
he he goes over to a corner and sits down so his back is to everything else.
That's really
And
funny.
then
Actually,
he-
Cyrus will go and sit down next to him in case like he needs help with a word or something.
And you're just reading through it. Cyrus, what are you doing? You peeking at all?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, I'm peeking. So,
So this
You're
is what
really
Aymer would-
going through this journal.
Like Aymer's supposed to be the one that is doing this, and Tyrall is gone. So
Yep.
guess I'm here now.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney, is this all stuff you've done?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look. It looks like it came printed like that.
I've worked very hard on the journal.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
I like it.
This is awesome.
Yep, I've worked very hard on that journal. And it's still empty, so I can add more stuff into it. I meant to write the story in it for that Aymer would have come up with for Brock, but I haven't done that yet. But yeah, so she's cooking. It's probably gonna take about an hour or so for her to cook something good for you guys. And then in the meantime, what are you doing, Tyrell? You just gonna stand out there until she's like, "Hey, dinner's
He
ready."
is on the other side of the field, away from the house,
Oh, do you only get a few pages in?
at the tree line.
Yeah, he gets a few pages in and breaks down.
Oh well,
Oh no!
that's another reason why
But-
Cyrus wanted to go sit down next to him.
Tyrall is doing his Lily impression, but on a different scale.
Oh.
He's got the shield down, hammer in both hands, and he's just
Going to town on some trees.
on a tree.
Oh, got
And
it.
he gets like, you can hear it off in the distance, him just
Probably.
whacking these trees with the
I'm
hammer.
sure there's some shocking as you're doing it as well.
And then, as he's starting to get really mad, and then all you all hear is just him scream, but it's not the scream that you normally hear.
Yeah.
Like, it starts as a normal Tyrall scream, and then it descends in pitch and descends and descends and descends.
Oh.
There's this
Cool.
bright flash, and then you just see this giant spark.
Oh.
And then everything just goes back to the normal hitting.
That's real cool.
And if anybody was looking out of the window, is
yeah.
anybody looking out of the window?
Yeah, I'm sure that as soon as the
Unless we
anger
can just
started
happen to see
sounding-
it.
When the scream would start, Brock would look up at the window. Yes.
Delilah actually kind of stops cooking because it's kind of pretty much finished. She just kind of sets it up on the table, and she kind of gets a little blanket-esque thing on to kind of cover her head and everything, and she kind of walks outside right as you're yelling right before the kaboomy.
Yeah, she sees lightning come from the sky, slam his hammer,
Oh.
and he slams it into the tree.
Oh,
And then he just drops down and just is there on his knees.
if you guys would like to go ahead and eat, I'm gonna go get the father. Make sure he knows the food's ready. She just kind of covers her little noggin and kind of walks out there because you said you're pretty far away, right?
I'm on the other side
Yards
of the field
away.
of the tree line.
Yeah. And she does. She comes over to you, and as you're on your knees, she kind of gets down, and she hesitates. She's like, sure. And she kind of puts her hand on your back. She's like, I understand you're upset. It's all right. Just because you're a priest of Odin doesn't mean that you don't get upset as well, right?
This is the first time I've been away from my brothers. And I'm unsure of how to handle the situations we're in. It's one thing to be surrounded by the hordes of the Circle of Odin and have nothing be able to stop you, and then be reduced down to where you have to just stand there and watch somebody talk and walk away with somebody in your care.
Yeah.
Like where he hit the tree, there's just chunks missing off of it.
Cindered and burning not cindering, little shocks and embers.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just listening, and she's quiet and letting you vent. But I understand. They actually a long time ago came and got my younger brother and just kind of took him. We don't really know where they took him. We don't really know who they were. But people came and took my younger brother and just kind of left with him. And it was really hard to just let them because Papa can't really do much anymore. And Mama was a wreck, so, you know.
Who came and took your brother?
We don't really know. They just came in, said that they needed him, and took him and left. So.
Was it a elf?
No, it was a group of people. They looked little. They looked like an order, but nothing fancy. Fancier than what we're used to, of course, but not as fancy as you, of course. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just trying to say I understand what allowing someone to leave is like, so. And I don't think you're any less of a man for being upset about that.
Thank you. But I think it's best to allow me to be out here to deal with it in my own way.
That's fine. I understand that. But don't stay out here for too long. Dinner's ready and everything, and you're gonna get a cold, and I'm sure your friends can't stand to see you sick when they've already lost someone else as well. So.
They've already had to deal with me at my lowest.
So.
I can tell you they weren't too happy about it.
Well, you are much larger than they are, so I'm sure if they had to deal with anything with you, it was probably a little difficult.
Yes, it was. No, I'll come back in whenever I'm ready.
Alright. Just, if you need anything, just let me know. And before I leave, if you don't mind, and are you still on your knees? Cause,
Yeah, he hasn't gotten up.
Yeah, she'll keep her hand on your back and she'll just start. She actually sings a little bit, but not a lot, but she does pray for you.
Woman after Tyrall's own heart.
And then once she's finished, she's kind of taps your back gently, and she stands back up and she goes to leave, but then she stops and she kind of takes her little wet rags off and just kind of lays them over you, and then goes back inside. And she's soaked, but she's just like, all right, because her hair's pulled up and everything, so she doesn't really think anything about it.
Sarah just silently sees that she's dripping, gets up, goes to wherever they left the towels laying around, and just...
Well, thank you. No need for that. I'm used to working outside in the fields when it's raining anyway. But the father's going to be a little bit longer. He's pretty upset at the moment, so. But you're all more than welcome to go ahead and eat. I'm going to go take Mama and Papa's to them. They like to eat in their room now, so. You think I'm like their servant or something. And she's like putting all the stuff on a little tray, and she doop, 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 takes it on into them.
And
I'm sure they're just
They're
silently
just, like,
eating.
Drones just eating.
so yeah, Brock, it's a very slow eating.
Slow, methodical, completely silent.
But you do see that he has just this very slight grin on his face because the food smells and tastes wonderful.
It is really good. It's that good home cooking. She's
and
good.
And he's thinking about the page that he stopped on because it was classic Aymer.
Please tell me what page you stopped on. Was it well,
It's a list of good ones.
It was the first joke page, and so whenever he
It
read
looks
it,
at the top. List of good
yeah,
ones.
That was why he broke down, because
I couldn't read the rest of them.
that was so pure Aymer right there, and they were such cheesy jokes that it was just like
list of good ones. list of good ones. God, I love Aymer. But yeah. So you guys are eating. Tyrall, how long do you stay out there for?
Tyrall is probably going to stay out there all night.
Okay. Probably about 2.5 hours into it, Delilah comes out and she's wearing like more of like a robe or whatever, and she sees that you're still out there. She's like, "Is that man still out there?" I understand being upset, but my goodness, treating yourself like that's just not right. Give me just, for heaven's sakes, men. And she just like walks outside and slams the door, and you hear it in the distance. Tyrall, you hear the tum in the distance.
You're like,
and she,
oh shit, oh shit, oh
she
shit.
starts walking, and her boots are kind of sloshing in the grass, and she's like, "Are you still out here?"
I'm waiting for something to come out here that I can hit.
Well, you done did enough to the tree, don't you think?
The tree doesn't fight back.
No. And you don't need anything that's going to fight you back, sir. You need to get inside before you get a cold. Priest of Odin or not, you're going to get inside, and you're going to get warm, and you're going to have food. Let's go.
Okay.
She kind of like, you're a big beefy boy, and she's not. She's a tiny little girl, and
That
she
just occasionally fights off dragons.
Well, I mean, okay, so she's, description-wise, she's 5'6", so she's an average height, and she's a decently built woman. She looks very pretty. She's a curvy little girl with enough muscle to do work, but she's very feminine and very soft. And you are a giant muscle man, so it's not like she can pick you up and throw you, but she like she grabs like your forearm and she just kind of, come on, let's go. You're going inside.
I'll follow her back there.
And then she opens the door. She's like, shoot, get in there. Go on.
All right.
And you just see this giant elf man being pushed in by this half-elven woman. She's like, go on, get. And she slams the door. She's like, my goodness. Now, you're going to sit down and you're going to eat, because I made food, and I'm not letting it get cold just because you're grumpy.
Tyrall just does everything that she
Yeah,
says.
as you should.
Just
As you
down,
should if you value your life.
Takes the bowl of soup.
Through the helmet.
Yeah, I do. Thunk.
Yeah, as you sit down, she's like, now take that helmet off, because that's not what we wear at the dinner table.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Just-
ma'am. That's what I thought. Now, I already have the horses kind of looped up for you all. You can take them whenever you like. Well, I only have 4, so the 3 should help you unless you think that your friend here needs to ride with one of you all.
Brock can ride with one of us. We don't want to hinder you too much.
Alright, that's fine. But I had 3 of them hitched up, but we can unhitch the other one later. It's not a problem. They're very well trained horses. They shouldn't give you much trouble. If they do, just give them a good smack. They should be fine. On the butt, of course. I don't mean on the face. Some of them you maybe don't, but they're fine.
All right. Well, we'll let you know whenever we're leaving in the morning.
Yes, of course. If you need anything else, my room's just the one down on the right.
Thank you.
One of 2 doors.
Yeah, the
In
one of
the
2.
place.
Well, there's also a bathroom, but yeah, the one of 2 doors.
They have indoor plumbing.
Sure they do.
Oh wow.
Surely they do. They still live in Sabrukian.
There you go.
So she goes off and
And that was in Rebellion. I guess that's in the future then.
What?
Wasn't there in Rebellion?
yeah, but Rebellion's in the future.
Yeah.
But she goes, and after she wishes you all a good night, she goes to her bedroom.
And Tyrall's gonna finish his food.
Oh.
All right. So, in the morning, we need to get a map and a compass, and then head out back the way we came. Should we follow the train tracks this time? Just to keep
I
on
think
track.
since we're not entirely sure where we're going, that's probably the best course of action.
Yes.
It will take us longer, but it'll be safer in the long run.
I agree with you. All right. Well, I'm going to take first watch. He picks up the little remnants of his bowl and kind of tips them back, puts it down. That girl can cook too good, so I'm gonna go do perimeter scan and come back whenever it's time to get one of you all. I'll just stand back up and out the door he goes.
She hears the door shut. She opens that door. She stomps out. She's like, "Did that man go back outside?"
No eye
then,
contact.
then Cyrus is like, ah.
Yes.
Don't look at me!
He did?
Yes. Brock will handle it.
Yeah, he just
I-
turns around.
Do you all think that you need to do some watches here or something? That's not what we're doing tonight. Go get him and bring him inside before I
And
do.
he just leaves to go get him.
Oh, Cyrus got it.
Yes.
Tyrall's
Catches up
just
to Tyrall.
walking towards the horses to check them out.
Tyrell, I think Delilah's going to murder all of us if you don't get back in the house.
What is it with people wanting to kill us lately?
Just
okay.
come back inside.
All right. No.
And
Don't come back.
She's in a robe. Her hair is up in like a messy bun because of all of her curls, and she's like, her footsteps. She's like, "Did I tell you not to stay inside?"
That there's still dragons on the loose. Might as
And
well
we'll be
look for
fine.
them.
I've been protecting this house for years now. All right, you're going to lay down. You're going to get a good night's rest so that in the morning you're not tired.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It just. Thunk.
He's like, I'm a prince of Odin.
Why is this woman bossing me and why am I listening?
Because she's pretty. That's why you're listening.
She follows Odin. You're like, well, if she's telling me, Odin must be telling her.
And he'll just kind of go face first into like the little couch there.
Which you're much longer than, so your legs are
You're
like
supposed to
dangling
still
off
have your
the
armor
side.
on.
He's not taking
Just
the
took
armor
your
off.
helmet off.
I just took the helmet off.
Yeah,
Here's
breaks
like
the
a little
couch.
snap underneath of you.
Oh, and then he'll
Shit, fuck.
slowly get up and lay down on the floor on his back, just stare at the ceiling, just like.
Do you men not know how to take care of yourselves? My goodness. Take your armor off.
Oh,
That's not how you sleep. That's not going to be comfortable for you.
I
And
normally
she's
sleep
like-
in it
she
whenever we're out in the
tries to like,
circle.
she's like, she takes your arm, she's trying to get the arm, she's like, nah, how does this work?
I got it.
Thank you.
Slap some sense into him. Just, ah.
Listen, she's very nice and generous, and you need to stay in here, get in your jammies, and go to sleep.
You heard Brock.
Brock,
You heard, bro.
I don't have jammies in my travel pack.
Those dragons were scary, but I don't want her coming after us.
He just takes over after whoever he's around.
So funny.
Okay, Brock, I understand.
And she's
I understand.
she's in the kitchen that's kind of off from the living
Like,
room.
like on a wooden
And
spoon, like
she's
on her hip.
She's like laughing at Brock being like, now shut up, you stupid Odin boy, now lay down. And she has her hand on her hip, she's like, there we go.
He's just like unbuttons the top shirt. He's got the white undershirt. Just rips that off, turns it into a bundle. He's now shirtless. He just lays back down on the floor.
He's just shirtless, curls into a ball on the floor. I have so many blankets though, and I have pillows. Do you want some?
Is Cyrus taking
And-
the extra bed?
The extra bed?
There wouldn't be an extra bed if Delilah's still in her room.
No.
She's not in her room right now, but if you would like to go to her room, she said it was.
No, it's
awesome.
our room.
Oh, well, okay. But I have tons of blankets and pillows. Give me just 1 minute and I'll go get them for you. And she has like this giant chest of like
Jeez.
pillows and stuff and
You
blankets.
mean like your chest of fabric?
Then is Cyrus going to take the couch if Tyrall is on the floor?
No, Brock, you can have the couch.
Brock
I
will
will-
have the couch.
Brock said, sure will, buddy.
I will sit over here by the window.
All right.
So she makes sure you have a little pillow right under your little head and covers you up. She actually tucks you
Oh,
in.
they tuck you in.
And makes sure you're all cozy. Brock probably looks like one of those pigs in a blanket, just all tucked up.
Limbs are in a blanket.
Yeah, limbs
Or-
are in a blanket.
Hell, I wrap my children up in the towels, the little burritos.
Exactly. Yeah. He is snuggly. And she lays a blanket over you, Tyrell, on the floor. Make sure you have a pillow, and then she looks at you, Cyrus. She's like, Are you sure you're not gonna lay down?
I'll be fine.
Then, and she just hands you a blanket.
Thank you.
Anyway, if you all need anything, take care of yourselves.
Okay.
If you need the bathroom or a drink of water or any more of that soup, I'll leave it on the stove for the night. It should heat up whenever you need it. Just turn it on unless you heathens don't know how to use the stove.
It's an actual stove.
I was just like, would any of us know how to use a stove?
No?
Ah, sorry, figure it out.
No, Brock did not assist in the kitchen.
No, it is an actual stove. It's
I'm
kind
sure
of
she
like
says
how
that, and
ours
they all just
work,
kind of like,
but it's like, yeah, but it again, it's run by magical means, of course, not actual electricity.
gas.
Yeah, or gas.
Fire on top of it.
And so when you all look at each other, she's like,
Cyrus just averts his gaze. She let imbeciles in her house.
she's like, I run this entire home, and you poor boys. All right.
We don't know what's going on.
No,
If you-
we're lost.
If you get hungry, don't feel bad to come and get me. I get up during the night anyway to make sure that everything is going fine. But please don't feel bad to come and get me.
Nobody
It's
get
the
hungry.
unspoken rule of, yeah, we'll be sure to not do that.
Yeah, nobody get hungry.
If
Nobody
I
get
wake
a
up in a
snack.
few hours and I hear any stomachs grumbling, you all are going to hear me grumbling. Got it?
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Brock's
I'm sure
already.
Brock's like, what the fuck is going on?
Already asleep. Like he's
Yeah.
like, is it good?
He had that great stew.
Yeah, and he's cozy and warm and toasty, all up in a couch.
And
Yeah, couch sleeping.
And you
Good
all,
stuff.
you all introduced him to beds.
Beds, yeah.
And so
Couch naps
Perhaps
are
the single worst mistake we've ever
Yeah,
made.
he's never going back now.
couch naps are good too.
They are,
Yeah,
if
when
you
you,
got a
when you hit a
solid
couch,
couch.
yeah, boy. So yeah, Brock is gone. Like,
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
so she makes sure you all are good. Again, if I hear that door open one more time, Mister,
It
It's not
won't
gonna be
open
pretty.
till morning, I promise.
good. I don't want to have to take you out like I have to take the dragons out back. Understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. She turns around and she saunters right back off into her room.
I'm sure they just go,
Woman is scary in all the right ways.
That's so funny.
Scared aroused.
I'm scared aroused.
Scroused?
Scroused?
Scroused.
Oh man. So what does everybody
Yeah,
do?
Cyrus agreed until you said that. He's like,
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't know about that one.
What is everybody doing for the night? Are you actually sleeping? You guys talking? at all?
She said
As-
sleep. We're sleeping.
She said sleep. I'm not transient. I'm sleeping. I'm full 8 hours.
As best
I'm
as we
scared.
can.
So funny.
Ugh.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Brock is zonked.
Yeah.
yeah, Brock is
I'm doing what the scary lady
God.
told me to do.
doing what the scary pretty lady told me to do. I'm sleeping. I'm not transient. I'm sleeping.
Does he still have Aymer's journal? Or, as it does, answer?
He probably would have slept with it, cuddled with him, but he would have been able to just.
Yeah. We
You still have-
cannot
you still
lose
have the-
track of
You
that.
still have the nice blanket that he had that was he gave to you too as well. So,
I do.
so Cyrus, are you doing anything during the night or are you actually sleeping?
Yeah, he'll fiddle with this for a while, and then probably eventually just fall asleep.
Okay.
To try to.
And are you gonna lay there for 8 hours until she comes out, or are you just trancing?
Just
I mean, she
stare at
knows
the
that you're a
ceiling.
high elf, so you're gonna trance, but
He'll trance for 4 hours.
because her mom's a full elf, so her mom just trances.
Yeah, so he'll probably trance for 4 hours. And then after the 4 hours is done, he'll get up and he'll go over to the stove and he'll look at it. And can I investigate to see if I can figure out this stove?
Yeah.
You got this.
Ooh, real quick, before Cyrus goes to sleep, once she leaves, he's going to separate out in a separate
Do you
little
know
bag,
guidance?
like,
Cantrip?
let's say, 30 gold.
Or So
Tyrall's going to throw another 200 in there.
okay, so detach that much money from your banks, please. From thy personal pouches.
Thine banks.
Thy personal pouches, please. Brock gives her a copper.
Here you go.
And there you go.
I got a 15 to my investigation of how to figure out how to use the stove.
So you're like, and you touch a button, and he goes beep, and you're like, whoa!
Ah!
But you don't see heat or anything, you don't see fire or flame, or you don't feel heat, and you're like, oh, that wasn't it. And you see a dial, and he goes, and you're like, whoa. I am a magician! I am a perfectly grown man who knows how to cook, yes.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah, the heat does come on. It is not hot enough to warm it up super fast, but you turn it on just enough to warm it.
And he'll just, every 10 minutes, he'll come back and... still too cold.
Because, like, when Nick tried that, did the soup yesterday, he was like, yeah, that's just a little cold. Anyway, just a little cold. Just a little. It'll warm up in about 20 minutes, so you're more than welcome to
Yep. Oh.
And I'm sure she left bowls out for you as well, and she left silverware out as well. So you can just
Oh.
ladle it.
Fill up a bowl. Down the bowl.
And there are still some cookies,
So good.
cookies and fresh baked
Fresh
bread.
bread.
Fresh baked bread.
He'll look at everybody else
Don't worry,
sleeping.
if you come around after that.
And he'll get a second bowl, a piece of bread, dip it in there, take a bite.
Yeah, she's a solid cook.
And then he'll start ladling the soup onto the bread.
It's like this is good stuff.
And a cookie. Oh, eat
Just the whole kitchen.
3 bowls of soup.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a big boy.
Yeah.
He is a big boy.
He'll
That's
eat
true.
3 bowls of soup. And he'll sit down. Is there any books or anything around?
Yeah, there's a bookshelf and
The
there's
fit 14
there's
the Cyrus.
There's like the civilians version of the book Odin letters, that sort of thing.
He's going to pull out the civilian version because he's never actually seen what the normal people get. And he's going to sit down at the dinner table. He's going to open theirs up. He's going to open his up. And he's going to go through and compare.
Yeah, it's very similar. It leaves out all of the death mostly because not because yours is any different, but because since it's civilians, they don't have the same rights to enact the same laws as you do. Because you are a man of the cloth, they are just worshippers of Odin. So it's more based on worship and less of this is the law that needs to be enacted if this happens. Yours is very practical. And yours is more cut up based on that, whereas theirs is very much more Odin created this, and Odin did that, and his wife Freya and him had these children, and Odin is to be feared but worshipped, and blah blah blah. Like it is a worship book that has the same hymns in the back that yours does. So you would know that she knows the same hymns as you, the same prayers as you. But hers has less of the if you meet a tiefling, kill it,
I would certainly hope so.
Because that's not her. She's not a priest. She's not. There are things that are not going to be in the same thing that she would have. But there's also the one about Freya, the Freya's letters and all that.
He'll look at Freya's letters and go, no, what's next to that?
It's just random. There's maybe some poem books and some fiction stories and maybe some
Like
love
the Farmer's
stories.
Almanac.
Yeah, the Farmer's Almanac.
Is there any on how to cook?
Yeah, there's tons of cookbooks.
Is there a breakfast one?
Sure.
Alright, he'll take the breakfast one out. He'll start combing through it.
Cooking boy.
Find a recipe.
How the fuck do you do this?
It's scrambled eggs and French toast.
And he's like, I've had scrambled eggs. How do you scramble eggs?
Bacon.
With your bare hands.
Yeah, you take the egg, crush it, and then scramble it. I
No.
scramble tiefling brains all the time.
Yeah, he'll look outside. Sun's kind of starting to come up. He'll look. Do I have enough to make this breakfast?
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
so they have cabinets. They have
Just rubbish over shit.
most of their stuff is kept in one of those deep freezers that you all saw in the town that is run by magical means. But like the eggs and stuff are gonna be kept outside with the chickens. And she may have some like in a basket, kind of in a cloth and everything to keep them inside. Yeah, I mean you would be able to find all of the materials.
He's going to attempt to make breakfast. On
How
the
noisy
stove.
are you? Well, I guess probably.
Roll a. Ooh. I don't know.
Stealth check.
For the cooking
I
part?
think performance.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You could do performance.
I think do performance, but also honestly, add your insight to that because you're having to. To kind of have insight to kind of know what you're doing. Am I burning these eggs?
Yeah.
Do these eggs look like they're burning? You have to have that insight. So do.
14, because my performance is a +0.
Yes, it sure is. 14's not bad. The eggs are a little burnt. You do make a lot of clanking sounds.
So Cyrus probably wakes up about a good 6 minutes into your cooking. He's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm
What
attempting
are you
to
doing?
cook on the stove
I turned it on.
because
it
I
was
don't
fine.
know what else to do. I can't leave the house.
You are cooking.
I found a book.
That doesn't tell you how to use the equipment.
I
Or
messed
prepare
around
the
till I
ingredients.
figured it out.
And you see, like the eggs
Why
are
are they
kind of
black?
burning. They're not charred. They are just a little crispy, but not bad. Like it's not great, but it's definitely a little burnt. You taste it. It's not gonna be super flavorful. It's not gonna be anywhere near Delilah's
Yeah.
cooking.
We got eggs. We got some bacon.
And the bacon is a little burnt.
Yeah, and he
Bacon-
tried to
bacon
do
cooks
French
fast.
toast.
Oh no, buddy.
It wasn't that hard.
It is when you don't know what you're doing.
I guess.
Mhm.
The egg, oh buddy, yeah, it's okay. It's more eggy than it is cinnamony. So
You're like, yeah. It sets down some plates on the table.
What is that?
Eggs, French toast, and bacon. Scrambled eggs, actually.
he said, "Look at how good I did." That's so
Are
cute.
you proud of me?
Be proud of me, Dad. Be proud of me.
Yes, Tyrall.
Thank you. Now, the sun's coming out. I said I would wait till morning, so.
You left the flame on.
Oh. Whoa. We're just
It's so funny.
just hitting everything off.
He's like, I know how to turn it on, but how do I turn it off?
Look at what you did.
Yeah.
Look at what you did.
Dang it, the Suburban Fire Guard is here. Good job.
Wow, that's a good response time.
Right?
They didn't respond to the train that quickly.
While he's doing that, Cyrus is going to fold up all of the blankets and put all the pillows together and put everything in an ice stack. He's gonna take that bag of what was it, 500 gold? So you added 200, and he's gonna put
And the
it-
1 copper.
1 copper. He's gonna put it in between the blankets to hide it, so that way she can't say no.
And it's probably like a good 30, 40 minutes I'd say 30 minutes after you make all that noise and kind of have the breakfast prepared and
When
everything.
he gets done with breakfast, he's still just in his pants. He's still shirtless. He's just gonna.
And it's like
He's kind of gonna go out into the middle of the field, and he's just gonna do his morning worship routine, praying, singing, praying some more, singing some more.
doing that then they're good worship in the morning.
And if anybody looks out the window, he's got his back to the house. So as he's doing all of this, the tattoo is just completely shining gold on his back.
Pointing that good orange purple sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the good golden boy of Odin. Oh, goodness. But
I've added 4 to the counter for that one.
that was just a broad overview of what he would look like, and even if Aymer was out there doing that, he would still look pretty in that sunlight.
I've missed a few though, so I gotta compensate.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Yeah, Brock may have been tucked in when he fell asleep.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely didn't.
But-
Oh, he's
an hour
gangly
later.
and-
Hour
Yeah,
later.
by morning, there's like the one arm is up the side of the couch.
Yeah, one's tucked under the couch somehow
One's
because
like-
you're a lanky little boy. So
Yeah.
like your hand is like somehow tucked under the couch. One leg is like up in the air. Tail like over your eyes. Yeah, like you're gone.
Tails drooped across the walkway.
Yep.
I have to like step over it.
Yeah, and he's conked,
Mhm.
enjoying himself. It's probably about, like I said, 30 minutes or so after you've made the breakfast and all of that and you were outside and everything. She comes out, Delilah comes out, and she's like, what is that smell?
Tyrall attempted to make us breakfast.
Hold on. And she's like,
No.
and she sees her version of the Letters of Odin, and a cookbook, and she's like,
I probably left my letters of
I don't
Odin
know.
there too.
that's probably true, yeah. She's like,
I don't know.
did he burn any of my pots? And did you
He
wash
goes
them
over
up?
it?
Did you wash them up, or did you just leave them there?
I left them
I'm
there.
sure you did. And
Bruh.
she like walks over and she's like, my goodness. And she kind of just puts them in some water.
Gotta let them
and she's-
soak overnight
yeah,
now.
She scrapes some of the egg off of it. And she's like, oh, bless his heart. And she's like trying to wash them and clean them up.
I imagine she pulls out some like utensils and things, and it's like, why would you use this?
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you try to make eggs?
Yeah, he like used a ladle to try to flip the eggs over or something. Yeah, and she's like, oh, poor head. And she's laughing, like she finds it endearing, but she's like, this poor boy. Even though you're hundreds of years older than her, she's a half elf, so she has human age. She's similar in age. She's probably like maybe, if you're 25, she's maybe like 22, 23, so she's a little bit younger than you. And she's like, this poor boy, and she looks around, she's like, where is he? He's like, I don't know.
No, because he's like, he knows that he's doing more in person. Like, yeah, I'm used to this. He's out there.
He's outside again.
He does a prayer every morning. A very long prayer.
I assume that you're not a worshiper of Odin then, huh?
No.
Clearly not.
If it means anything to you, I'm usually the one that does the cooking, so I apologize.
No, it's alright. It's not every day that a priest of Odin comes and burns my pots, so at least he tried.
I suppose you would be right about that.
Yes. So at least he tried. It's a sweet thing for him to do for you, I'm sure.
I'm sure he'll be back in about... Looks out the window.
He's out there singing.
How long is your usual
30 minutes?
It's an hour for me to do my whole thing whenever he has time not being viciously attacked or on the trail.
Yeah.
And Brock, are you still zonked?
You probably have done it for the past few days, really.
Mm-hmm. Except for
I
whenever
would
we
say
were
with
in,
the
whenever we were in
commotion
the
of people,
Cavern.
and then with the rise of the
We've
sun,
been kind of
he
trekking
would
this
start
whole
to wake
time,
up at this
so.
point. Yeah.
He was getting him a good sleep. He cried and he
Yeah.
cried and he had that good after you cry sleep. Like,
Well, I mean, he's been crying for
Yeah.
4 days. This is the
know.
first good sleep he's gotten.
No.
Yeah.
They've all been crying for 4 days, just more internally than externally.
She kind of looks out the window and does see the tattoo and everything glowing as you're doing your worship, and she's like, well, isn't that something? Isn't that something? She's like, alright, time to go. And she kind of turns around.
Gotta turn around
She, like,
right now.
She ties her robe a little bit tighter. She's like, alright, I'm gonna go get ready for the day. Excuse me. And she'll go.
Do you have coffee?
The roundabouts, yes. I don't know if you're gonna like it, but
I'll take anything.
yeah. Give me just a second. She freshly brews this stuff. She
Yeah.
presses it. She does it all.
Yeah, it's the good shit.
Yeah, she's good. The equivalent of a good Southern woman. Like she does everything handmade by herself, like all the time. It's just the life she lives. And she makes it and she warms it and she puts it in a cup and she gives it to you, a nice little tin cup, pretty much. She's like, "Do you want anything in it?" And you're like, sucking it down. Oh, well, all right. I'm gonna go get ready for the day. Please tell me before you all leave. Please tell me before you all leave.
We will.
All right. And so she will.
He'll
go.
be out there for at least another 30 minutes. So.
Yeah, we have our own version of that, but I'm sure that the fathers do a lot more than we do.
Yes.
Yes.
Constantly.
After waking up, Brock would do it. And he'd go up and find the
Just curry
the
vacuum?
scrambled eggs.
Yeah, the charred eggs. And I love the way Brock does it.
I know.
It doesn't say anything. She's like, nom.
And yeah, there's utensils like
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
end
yeah,
of
yeah,
these.
yeah.
And like some of it doesn't even get in his mouth. It just falls in.
He like,
That's really funny.
just here's a whole slice of bread and just.
Yeah. Like, so.
Oh, Brock.
Yeah.
But after you're finished with your prayer,
Yep.
you come back
I'll
inside.
come back inside and start getting dressed for the day. Put on all my garbs and then put the armor and everything on. I'll pick up my letters of Odin, put them back down into my pack. All right. We might as well get going. Did either of you ask for a map or a compass?
No, she's getting ready right now.
All right, then I guess we wait for her to be done.
Yeah, and pretty much as you said, because you had like 30 more minutes left. It doesn't take. She's a practical woman. It doesn't take her that long to get ready. But she comes out and she's wearing like the same kind of linen white underdress, but she has more of like a waist apron this time, and it has all these pockets and everything. And she's got her little booties on. She has them all tied up, and her sleeves are rolled up, and her is actually like half up, half down this time, and she sees that you all are standing around. She's like, "Are you leaving already?"
We need to get on the road.
And it's like,
Now we need to skedaddle.
Do you by any chance have a map and or a compass that we could use?
"No, of course. Let me see if it's on the bookshelf." And she goes over and she kind of rummages through some things. She's like, "Oh, here it is." She pulls out a compass. She pulls out a map, and she's like, "Here you go."
Is it a full map or is it just like Sarukian or?
Good question.
This is why I ask these questions.
I would say it's more of a map of a surrounding area, right? So like a decent chunk of Sabrukian.
So like that
kind
upper
of hiding-
right hand corner.
kind of gathering in Drokar and Trinia as well. So it's a decent sized map. It's just not of all of Indigo North.
Yeah.
It's just in her general vast area.
Neck of the woods.
Neck of the woods, if you
Yeah.
will.
Yeah.
And it points out creeks and ponds and
That's
the
good.
border and that sort of stuff.
That is what we need.
And then
Does it have the train tracks on it?
as Brock is eating, you then see him get really tense, and he's looking around, and he's kind of choking on the food a bit
Oh.
that he was eating, and
Oh, what's the problem?
the book, I had the book. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Cyrus.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm assuming that's important to you guys. But
Yes.
you have the two horses. You're fed. Saw what you tried to do.
It was pretty good.
I'm
Not
sure.
not as good as your cooking, but
Tyrall make this?
I did.
Tyrell did make that.
Mm. Brock liked the crunchy of the black and burnt parts.
Thank you, Brock.
He's like,
Thanks,
No,
Brock.
he just
You didn't need
he
to
just-
have to point that out.
runs his hand down through his hair like, yep, We're
I
good.
did that on purpose. It was a choice.
Just-
For flavor.
It's really funny.
There's probably so many strands of hair in there
No.
because the hair is not braided.
Your hair's still down? How did I forget that? Sorry, that was definitely corny. I'm so
Now
sorry.
I'm out in form for that one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
that one
that's
was me.
4.
The hair is gone.
I-
He got took before he could braid
This
my
is true.
hair.
I forgot. So the reaction would be so different. If I had
Oh
realized.
yeah, because your hair was braided
your
before.
hair was braided before. Your hair's not braided now. Wow. Dang. Anyway. Anyway, I'll just.
Thanks, 5 for that, actually.
I'll veto some of this or backlog all of that, but anyway, so you cooked, you burnt some of my pans, but that's fine. I'll clean them. And so you have the horses. You've eaten. I've actually while you were out praying, and you two were busy doing your thing, gathering stuff up, I actually put some of the soup that was left in to-go packages for you, so you can take those with you.
To-go packages.
Yes.
Oh.
Medieval Tupperware.
Okay.
And I wrapped up some of the fresh bread and everything for you guys. And I don't mean to point it out, but I did notice that your hair was braided last time. I don't know if you can't do that yourself or if it's required that just the priests do it, the fathers.
Aymer normally did it for me.
Well, I braid Mama's hair if you'd like for me to braid yours real quick before you leave.
I'll just sit down on the couch and.
Yeah, that boy's long. Not as long as Muldarian, but it's long.
Yeah, no, that's all as Voltarians.
And it is tangled.
Yeah, because yours is curly, unlike Muldarian's, which is straight. Yours is curly, like wavy, from being in a braid. And hers is like that kinky curly, like it is.
The medieval locks.
Yeah, it is. Corally.
Like a redhead from Ireland.
Yeah.
Yep.
he's a,
Yep.
That's
the whole,
fine.
The whole Celtic woman vibe. Yep.
And so she goes, grabs a brush. She's like, "Oh, your hair, poor thing, is so matted." And I mean, she's very gentle. She's used to doing her mom's hair, and her mom has really long hair as well, and it's also wavy, like yours. But she's very gentle with it. And she's asking, so you guys are going to the border? Is that what you said? She's just brushing your hair as she's talking.
Yeah, we're making our way east.
And where do you think you're gonna go next? Especially if your friend's been taken.
Sutulun in Lofask is where our
Oh,
destination
next we're
is.
gonna be heading to Drokar.
Yep. Somewhere in Drokar. Wherever
Alright.
the road leads us.
Alright. She starts braiding your hair, and she kind of stops. She's like, "I don't exactly remember how you had it. Is there a specific way you like your hair braided?"
Just however you do best.
Dude, your choice is my favorite.
Yeah.
But Tyrall actually means that. He's like, "Just do it however you want, please."
Yeah, there's a difference.
Yep.
She tries to do it the best she remembers that you had it. To actually, hold on. That's an 18. She remembers it very well.
There we
She
go.
was like, "I remember." But I would say like your side braids are maybe a little bit longer or something like that. But the rest of it is very similar to how you had it. And then she just kind of like makes sure it's all intact and kind of like pats you on your shoulders and it's like, "There you go."
All right.
And for narrative purposes, you two can see that she's like, she's definiting darker in the little freckled cheeks she has.
And I'm sure we're just kind of sitting there like.
I'm braiding the priest of Odin's hair. God's bless. Like she's having a good old time.
It's totally okay. You burned all my pants.
Yeah. No,
We're sitting directly across from you, just going.
This is exactly the reparations I needed for my pots being burned.
All right. Well, we should get on the road. We don't know how long it'll take. Thank you for the hospitality.
Of course, you're welcome here anytime.
Thank you for
If you
the
remember
food.
how to get back here.
Yeah, well, it's on the map. It's marked home.
Tyrell's like, burning it into my brain.
It's just, there's like a little pinprick there. It just says home.
That's so
Yeah.
cute.
You'd be like, home.
Aw.
I think we got that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of like Victor and Leslie for Aymer, or for Marlo and Lowell, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, anytime you're in the
Yeah, I
area,
miss them.
anytime you need a safe haven, anything. I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere. Mama and Papa aren't going anywhere.
She says begrudgingly.
Yeah. So I gotta stay here with them, and I gotta take care of this farm for the townspeople. So I'll be here.
All right, let's go get the horses and get on. Cyrus, where'd you put the money?
Where'd you put the drums?
He just kind of loosely like flicks his tail in the direction of like the pile of blankets.
Ah.
Just very subtle, like a little.
Okay.
Oh, I almost forgot. Silly me. We gotta have a prayer of good travels before you go, right? And Cyrus like,
Another one.
I mean,
just real
of
quick.
course.
Just real quick.
Okay.
Okay. And then obviously she goes up to you and she grabs Brock's hand. She grabs your hand and she looks at Cyrus. She's like, well. And well, she knows you don't want to join. She's respecting you.
Yeah.
She's not looking at you and being like, "Are you gonna get it? You gonna hop in on this or
Kumbaya.
kumbaya, my lord?"
He'll join, I know.
Interesting. So she has Brock's hand. She has Tyrall's hand. She's looking at Cyrus.
Brock extends his.
Doesn't like being touched.
Beautiful. And then she looks at you. She's like, "Father, whenever you're ready."
His ears are just like.
Well, Father, thank you for the friends that we have made
You
here.
can hear
For
she's
the
kind of singing as well. A little bit like Aymer, but they're a little different.
for the friends that we've made here, the food and the good night's rest that we have. Protect us from any of the hellish spawns on our way through, and guide us to our final destination, and make sure Aymer gets back to us.
So you kind of feel a shift, like Cyrus almost smacks you with his tail, and then he does it.
Aymer! Brock just yells in the distance. I want my brother back!
Like, all right, let's be on our way. Thank you for the hospitality.
Absolutely.
Then go load up the horses, ride by the window.
And we leave as fast as
Your money's in between the blankets.
and we leave as fast as we
Yeah,
can.
she's like,
She's like, take care of her. She's like, what the fuck is
what
that?
is this? And she like runs outside. She's like, I'll get you.
It's
like,
like,
We're
God.
yeah.
Galloping
Like
away.
yelling, you didn't need to.
It's heavy. It's 500 gold.
Yeah,
It's
she's
heavy.
like, what the freak?
And,
She doesn't even
and
know
it's
all this.
it's a very comedic scene too. Not only
Five-year-old
because
and one copper.
of you all
One
of us riding off in a haste, but
I'm sure Cyrus has like Brock like held. It's like,
Brock's
I can't
never
be-
ridden a
Yeah.
horse before.
Yeah, they're trying to
so-
get Brock on the
yeah.
horse, but actually it was probably a show.
So yeah, firstly getting him onto
Actually,
the
no.
horse
You
was
should
an
probably have him
ordeal.
because you're stronger.
Who would you get on the horse with?
Brock would have asked who he should ride with.
If it was Aymer, he would have gotten on the horse
Well,
with Aymer,
yeah,
but that's
because
not an option, so.
he would
He's a
think
little
that
lost.
well, Tyrall's big and heavy, and we don't
You weigh nothing.
don't
Brock-
want to overdo that horse.
Yeah, he should
But-
probably ride with Cyrus.
Really?
'Cause I'm going to have my armor and everything on.
I guess, yeah.
He's
He
a lot
weighs
heavier
nothing.
but he's a lot heavier than you.
I'm heavier than
Brock
both
is.
of you
Or Tyrell
combined
is, yeah.
Yeah.
with my pack
He
and
probably
the
weighs
armor
as much
and
as
the
both of you
weapons.
combined, if not a little bit more. Especially, like you said, with your
Yeah.
weapons and stuff.
So it was hard to get him onto the horse, and then especially if you go off at full speed.
Which is why Cyrus is holding
Lila's
like,
just like,
ah!
Yeah, Brock's like,
yeah. Alright, and you guys
Oh,
will
God.
be setting off for the border.
For the
That
border
is where we'll end it for today.
We did it!
That was a good session. It was a little bit longer, but
Aymer's
definitely worth it.
gone.
We did also start later because of
We
the technical
defeated the
difficulties.
technology.
We sure did.
We
We
rode the
became
horses.
we became the what was it the Hasselhoff.
We rode the Hasselhoff. We got the crown back.
We made it to Shell City and we brought the crown back.
That movie.
Oh boy. So we don't have session next weekend. Is that what we agreed?
Yeah.
Is that what we
Mhm.
said?
Correct. No.
Correct.
No
But we have. Was the world building me? Was it both of us? What was the world building?
let me
I don't
look.
remember.
It's
World
marked.
building was. I think that was just me.
Okay.
And
So-
then-
World building is with Jonas.
Okay.
And then I thought there was a.
There's a lore dump with me on.
There's a lore dump
Yeah.
next Saturday.
Yes.
And then the following Saturday is session 7.
And you're cool to still do the world building at 6 on
Yep, yep.
Wednesday? Okay, cool. Then we will be having that on Wednesday. All of this will be uploaded on YouTube, will be the whole VOD, and Spotify will be in parts this week and next week. And then we also have Discord and Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and Twitter. We have everything you could think of. We have it all. We got a new follower today, which we're very happy about. Jams. We really appreciate the follow. We appreciate more follows. We're just.
Yes.
We can taste it. We can taste the affiliate. It's right there.
We can do it.
And then as soon as we get it, we can start upgrading stuff, and we can be even better. So please follow, share, do whatever you can to get this out here. We're enjoying doing it, so we can do more.
Yeah.
So we will see everybody on what? Is that the
27th is
The
yes.
27th
Yeah.
for world building with Jonas. Bye.
Bye.
I gotta turn all this stuff off.